Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 201, Intervention. Pain. Pure, unimaginable pain seared through Jerry's body as he felt crushed by an insurmountable pressure. He couldn't think or speak since all that registered in the poor boy's mind was the unfair agony he was experiencing. Make it stop. Make it stop. His mind rang. No, the moment he thought this, Jerry instantly chided himself and returned to his resolute demeanor. Gritting his teeth and enduring the hardship that was already breaking the bones in his body, the lower-class boy held on to his determination. I can't lose. I can't give up now. If he was to go down here, what inspiration would be left for those behind him? Once again the lower class would live in the shadow of those of higher status. There was no way he could allow that. Besides, there was one other reason he couldn't back off now. The image of a girl appeared in the boy's head as he nearly blacked out. Her name was Sierra Epelson, someone he once called friend. Before so much had occurred, they had vowed to reach the top together. It seemed like an impossible goal for him now, especially considering how far Sierra had gone ahead of him. The burning pain in his chest made Jerry want to scream out in anger, frustration, determination, but his opponent took that moment as an opportunity to increase the pressure that weighed down on him. This was dangerous. The people who watched the match may have noticed thanks to their distance, but if one took a closer look it was very clear that Jerry would die at this rate. All the crowd saw was Jerry's unyielding spirit despite being faced with a force he couldn't resist. Some even wondered why he hadn't surrendered yet. Well, the truth was that Jerry couldn't even if he wanted to. That was how bad his situation was. Of course, the stubborn boy wasn't going to surrender, in the first place. Still, wasn't there a way to end this match seeing that Jerry's forfeiture was less likely and he couldn't even resist if he wanted to? It made one wonder what the moderator was doing. Perhaps he chose not to interfere in order to represent the boy's wishes. No, that couldn't be it. Moderators weren't swayed by emotions like that, and the rules of the exchange made sure he could interfere if things got too awry. Then why didn't he? He, look at you, being crushed like the insignificant insect you are. Just give up like the other losers before you. You can't win. Richard mused, bathing in his superiority. Jerry couldn't speak, but his silence spoke plenty. I won't. Gah. I won't surrender. This was beyond him now, it meant everything for his whole class. The image of a few people flashed in his mind, his companions, his colleagues, and even one exceptional boy he had only met for a brief moment. If this could at least show them the unwavering spirit of a senior, a leader, then he wasn't budging. Ha ha ha. You must have thought you had a chance back then, didn't you? I was going easy on you then, yet you thought you could actually win? Pathetic. You think you're strong, you carry the same Elite 10 title as me? Don't kid yourself. That wasn't even what motivated Jerry, yet Richard used his own values to demean his opponent even more. You're not strong. You never were. Jerry was powerless as those words sank into him. You're weak. The bombshell landed, and the strong mind Jerry had cultivated began to crumble. Jerry had always known he was not as powerful as he aimed to be. The truth was made even more obvious to him when Sierra's aptitude for magic surfaced drastically. Still, he never really considered himself weak. While the boy wasn't arrogant about his strength, he didn't dwell on his weaknesses either. He only strived to get better, stronger. But, these words broke him when he was at his lowest. He was weak. I am weak. Was all he did for nothing? Had it been a fool's crusade to give up so much and train hard instead? He practically lived his life with study and training at the forefront of his schedule. Before he slept, when he woke up, after classes, every day, he improved. Yet, was this all he could amount to? In the presence of sheer talent and true power, was this his limit? Ah! I see. The tiny fragments of his mind trailed. Before geniuses like them, perhaps he truly was. No. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-ah-um. The floor quaked and a sudden explosion assailed the stage. This blast sent gusts of wind flying across every corner of the stage, and the audience was flabbergasted by the presence that suddenly appeared. It wasn't an understatement to say that the eyes of everyone bulged, even those who had been composed earlier on. Someone had just landed on the stage, a place meant for competitors. His attire was simple, a light grey jacket and a blue inner shirt. The shorts that the boy wore suggested a casual aura. He had slippers on as well. It was fairly certain he was merely here on a whim, not for any serious matter. What surprised the audience most was not only the boy's appearance, but his identity as well. It wasn't an overstatement to say everyone sort of knew his identity, or had heard of him at the very least. Having a blonde, nearly golden hair, atop his very young face, the young lad's bright eyes sharply expressed dissatisfaction and disapproval. His name was Jeremy Lewis, a first-year lower-class student. What was someone of his standing doing in such a match? Jeremy, who was now facing the boy on the ground, looked with a resolute expression on his face. His pursed lips opened and words came out. "You are not weak." Upon hearing those words coming from Jared's lips, Jerry didn't know why those words brought him so much relief, so much comfort and strength. It was almost as if the pressure that completely vanished. Oh wait, it really had. Jerry could no longer feel the deathly weights that crushed him, and could now somewhat raise his head despite the throbbing pain. Once he did so, Jared's encouraging smile washed over him and a look of acknowledgement filled the boy's eyes so much that the struggling boy felt like he might cry. "You're strong." Those words carried more meaning than the taunts of his enemy, so Jerry's heart resonated with them. His struggles hadn't been in vain. Now, then, Jared turned away from Jerry and faced Klaus Tallman, who was very much shocked to see the young boy interfering in the match. "I'll take it from here." Chapter 202. Klaus Tallman, the moderator of the exchange, was still dazed when Jared turned in his direction. The boy's eyes were full of a gleam that didn't belong to a child. With a resolute voice that made even the moderator a little nervous, the first-year student spoke. "I'll take it from here." Klaus was puzzled by the boy's statement. So much so, that it took him a moment to decipher his words despite how sharp the man normally was. "Take over. Does he mean?" Before Klaus could complete his thoughts, however, an irritating sound filled the air. "What are you doing, little brat? Have you no manners? Two seniors are fighting here, so scram." The person who bellowed was Richard Novo. His obsessive smile flashed as his narrowed eyes ogled Jared. A part of him wanted to crush the defiant boy, so he had to quickly send him out of the stage before his urges took over. Jared, on the other hand, wasn't even looking at Richard. His eyes were only on Klaus Tallman, who, for some reason, delayed in his response. "What are you talking Abu? Don't play dumb, you know what I mean. But, if you want me to spell it out for you, then..." The young boy's voice had no semblance of politeness, despite speaking to a lecturer. Even if Klaus' position in Inslark wasn't very high, it still surpassed Jared's. Any student with common sense, except maybe the rankers, would accord lecturers with at least tiny bit of respect. This was even more so among first years. "I'm going to take Jerry Keller's place and duel Richard Novo. You have no problem with that, do you?" Jared dropped the bombshell, as if it was an obvious thing to demand. The crowd, some of which had been paying rapt attention to the whole thing, entered an uproar the moment the young boy said what he did. Jared, you know I can't allow." "And why not?" At this point, Klaus wanted to caution Jared on his tone, but, the boy's glare discouraged him greatly. "The rules state that. You clearly don't care for the rules since you didn't stop the match even though Jerry was nearly killed. Isn't it your job to stop a fight if it gets out of hand, or if one challenger can no longer fight?" The face of the middle-class student who fought Sierra crinkled a bit, remembering how Klaus had stopped the massive tornado from hitting him during the match and even halted the whole fight. If he did that then, why didn't the moderator do the same in Jerry's case? I'll be fighting in Jerry's stead, after all. I'm stronger than he is. That makes me a member of the Elite 10, doesn't it? Then this is my rightful match. Jared's common sense clashed with the school's protocols, so Klaus couldn't possibly condone his actions. He wasn't wrong, per se, that is, if he was stronger than Jerry, but... Jared, I can't allow you to participate in this. Oh, I see, Jared once again interrupted, giving a rueful smile. I suppose you're hell-bent on protecting that entitled upper-class fool. Everyone could undeniably hear Jared's elevated voice, including the one whom the insult was directed at. Faces of disbelief spread among everyone who watched, and they gulped in fear as well as anticipation for what the ranker on stage would do. You brat! Richard screamed with rage. He had kept his lust for sadism in check, but now he couldn't hold himself back any longer. An arrogant brat like Jared had dared to insult him. How did that even work? A first-year lower-class student, the lowest of the low, dared to challenge him? I'm the fifth most powerful student in this academy. His thoughts raged. Where did someone, who would be considered among the weakest in the whole school, get his confidence from? Well, if only Richard Novo had been present during the earlier inter-class exchange, or bothered to hear about what had happened there, he would have realized that Jared wasn't an ordinary lower-class first year. Still, though, he was a ranker. He was invincible. I need to show you your place. With those words, Richard darted from his height and lunged at Jared. He was moving faster than normal people would be able to perceive. Jared didn't seem to have any enhancements on his body, so he stood even less of a chance. In a moment, he would grab Jared's head and crush it. No, I should reach for his neck and squeeze it instead. Richard gleefully eyed Jared, who still faced Klaus. He reached out his hand to capture his prize, widening his eyes and stretching his lips in anticipation. Richard was already within range and was a few inches from Jared, when... Don't be impatient. A wall, an invisible barrier, suddenly shielded Jared from Richard's deathly grip. The ranker's hand could not pass through it, causing him to wonder in confusion. Just then, Jared turned to face him for the first time. He didn't even move his whole body. Just tilting his head until their eyes met was enough. I don't think Klaus has approved of this match yet, so, hold your horses. The condescending words of Jared, as well as his nonchalant eyes, seemed to mock Richard in his position midair. It was as if time had stopped and the seemingly superior being was frozen. How did he? Richard wondered how Jared beat him in speed. As these two had their brief exchange, Klaus elevated his face and looked above, where the judges sat. Of course, being confused, he had to seek their inquiry. Suddenly, a sharp ringing appeared in his head and words followed. Do not give your direct consent, but don't stop him either. Let's see how this plays out. Also, Klaus feared that this would be the verdict of the judges, but he most despised the words that would come next. Do not stop the match no matter what happens. That Jared, let him have what's coming to him. Chapter 203. Do not stop the match no matter what happens. That Jared Leonard, let him have what's coming to him. This was the same instruction he had received concerning Jerry, all from the same senior lecturer. Klaus gulped and his heart sank while looking at Jared, who had already turned in his direction for an answer. You know, I can't sanction this, but I won't stop you either. The man spoke, stuttering for the first time on stage. Jared's face spoke of an untold maturity, so Klaus had no doubt the boy got the hidden message behind his words. You understand, don't you? A moment of silence prevailed and then Jared spoke. I do. This much is enough, Professor. Just take Jerry off stage, so he doesn't get caught up in the conflict. Jerry, on the other hand, despite all the damage he suffered, had managed to stay conscious. He looked at Jared with a disbelieving expression. He wanted to tell him to give up, but those words could no longer come out of his lips. Somehow, he too wanted to see what would happen. Jerry wanted to see if this would actually be the victory he craved for. Both of you should just stand back and watch the show. Klaus didn't know where the boy's confidence stemmed from. Even as the older man watched the younger boy turn his back in order to face the opponent, his heart ached. Was this truly the right thing to do? Be careful, Jared. I can't help you, you're on your own. Once Jerry and Klaus were away from the stage, both watching the young boy in earnest, he took off his jacket, leaving only the shirt and shorts he wore on. Jared stole one last glance behind him, seeing Klaus in his guilty eyes, as well as Jerry, who was seated on a chair made by Klaus magic. He was being healed as well. Jared leaked out a smile and nodded slightly, returning his focus to the front, where his enemy floated. Keep your eyes peeled, Jerry. I'll show you how a lower class wins. A few moments earlier, Edward and Anna had been watching the match with keen interest, same as everyone else. They were surrounded by Kuzan, Stefan, Maria, and basically other students who had participated in the semi-finals, for some reason. Even though the seat area was clearly meant for the lower class first years, those from the upper class sat without reservation, all surrounding Jared Leonard and his friends. Amid chatter and side comments, they had been keenly watching this fight in particular, seeing as Jerry strived with all his might. Then, they saw the whole thing take a sharp turn and Jerry nearing death. The more intuitive students already knew that Richard was taking things too far with his spell. Why isn't Klaus Tallman stopping this? Must have been what they thought within themselves. That guy is going to die soon, Kuzan had commented nonchalantly. From his tone, it was obvious that the boy couldn't care less about what happened to their senior. The others who hadn't noticed were surprised by Kuzan's cruel remarks, but others weren't fazed. Jared, Edward, and Anna had been watching from the start with their enhanced vision, and listened to every word exchanged in the match. Of course, they were aware of how dire the situation was getting. Kuzan tilted his head and stared curiously in the direction of one student in particular, Jared, and gave a slight smile upon seeing the completely neutral expression on his face. You don't seem worried. What's going on in your head? The golden-haired genius asked the one who had lost to him in the finals. Edward and Anna also turned to Jared, surprised that the boy wasn't even displaying the slightest bit of worry or rage even after watching Jerry being pressured to death, literally. Jared, I think we should stop the match somehow, Anna mumbled with a nervous tone. How? You have no jurisdiction in the matter. Stefan chimed in, also curiously staring at Jared for a response. It was unusual for his rival to be quiet in times like this. Anna bit her lip the moment Stefan mentioned the logical answer. In the end, they were merely spectators. Only the judges and moderator could stop a match, and the fact they hadn't done so already spoke volumes. I don't care. I'll storm the place if I have to. The one who spoke now was Edward. His bulging eyes and gritted teeth showed that he was dead serious and meant every word. There was probably no one who was more agitated than him. After watching the match from the start to this point, how Jerry gave his all in the battle, how honorable he had been. Those actions resonated deeply and made a deep impression on the young swordsman, making him want to stop any further unnecessary pain being inflicted on a hero, even if it warranted severe consequences. Really? Is that what the winner of the martial artist division among us first years is supposed to say? Kuzan teasingly remarked. I don't care. This is clearly. Kuzan is right, Jared Leonard's voice sharply cut in, causing everyone to look in his direction. After so long in silence, the boy finally spoke. But, the words he uttered were not what they expected. He was so calm and collected that those around had suspected it wasn't Jared Leonard who was among them. But, Jared. I can't watch as. Jerry was suffering, nearing death by the second. This was no time to argue. Edward decided to put off any form of debate and simply follow his heart. Deep within him, the boy still respected his mentor and dear friend, even if he was not being his usual self. Still, Edward was a champion of justice and hard work. Jerry also represented that, and seeing a fellow in need while doing nothing to help was against his policy. That was why, even though Jared was against it, he was going to plunge to the stage to stop the match. I have to try. Before he could complete his sentence, a sharp gust of wind blew past Edward, as well as everyone on their seats, and descended directly for the stage. Before the students could wrap their head around the phenomenon, they heard a loud boom. Looking below, their eyes bulged as the figure who once sat beside them was now standing on the stage platform, exuding an aura that only meant one thing: battle. Chapter 204. Hey, brat! Who do you think you are? Are you sure you want to do this? The first to speak among the two was Richard Novo. After attacking Jared and failing in that venture, he promptly retreated to the air where he retained his position. To some, it might have seemed like Richard simply controlled himself and chose not to attack the young first year anymore, but to those with keener eyes, it was obvious that Richard was flustered and had chosen to make a tactical retreat. In essence, the undisputedly superior ranker had just run from a lower-class noob. The emptiest barrels make the loudest noises. Jared's calm words shook Richard where he was. He, who was already agitated by the fact that he couldn't get his prey the first time, was now filled with more fury. Richard's bloodshot eyes murderously glared at Jared. Know your place. You brat! The boy in the air abandoned all form of mercy and common sense, choosing to resort to his ace from the very beginning. This was the fastest, surest way for him to assert his dominance. Plus, he simply wanted to watch the defiant kid scream in pain. Descending gravity. Richard smiled in delight, aiming for Jared's location. Descending gravity, like most spells, could be evaded. For an area of effect spell like this, it was very difficult to dodge, especially since the effects were invisible and also instant. The most effective measure in dealing with the spell was to constantly keep moving. At least, the caster, depending on speed, may not have been able to keep up with one's speed. Then why wasn't Jared moving a single step from his location? The earth around Jared cracked, rumbling to Richard's spells, but then a surprising sight became evident. The area where Jared stood was intact. Even though everything else rumbled and broke, Jared was still unfazed, same as the ground he stood on. Richard was dumbstruck. He had never seen anyone resist his spell to this degree. Well, except for the current second chair among the rankers. You little! The arrogant boy didn't let any thought seep in before increasing the pressure of his attack in an instant. The heaviness of the air could crush a human and turn their bones to powder now, that is if they didn't use enhancements. Even with magic enhancements, the damage would still be considerable, yet Jared was still fine. Fine. You asked for this. Richard, not even considering for a second that his spell would yield the same result, chose to resort to its highest power. The ground shattered apart in response to the intensity, causing it to collapse. In response, Jared budged from his position. It wasn't because he was affected, but it was hard to retain balance with the way the platform turned to debris. Whoosh! Jared floated now, ascending to the air, since the ground had grown unsuitable for use. Gasps escaped the mouths of everyone who observed this. Why? Because, unlike the whirling wind spell that Richard used to maintain his position in the air, little to no wind could be seen around Jared, except perhaps a gentle whisper of the surrounding elements. Yet, Jared floated so effortlessly. Are you done? Jared's calm voice sounded. The smooth way he spoke caused Richard to slightly lose his nerve. How are you? The senior stuttered, now utterly confused and frankly a little frightened. He wasn't the only one taken aback by Jared's actions, though. Everyone who watched was trying to figure out the boy's trick, or how in the world he could resist getting crushed to such a degree. Once you know the nature of such a simple spell, it's easy to protect yourself from it. As long as you reverse the airflow in my vicinity, it will neutralize the effects of your spell. In essence, your descending gravity is completely useless before me. The boy's short explanation was outstanding. Though it was in a gentle tone, people wondered how they were able to listen so fluidly to his words. I took the liberty of using a sound amplification spell so everyone in this hall can hear us. With that in mind, I would like to ask, Jared answered the question on everyone's minds. Is this all you have? To his words, Richard's heart skipped a beat. How was he to answer such a condescending question? He was still recoiling from the explanation Jared gave concerning counteracting his spell. Is he, really a first year? His thought rang as he gulped. You brat! Of course it's not. I'm a rancor. I'm the 5th strongest in this whole academy. You think blocking one of my spells will be enough to give you an advantage? Don't make me laugh. Richard rambled on, even though he was deep in panic. Everyone who knew Richard well were aware of the fact that descending gravity was his ace move. He would simply crush those who opposed him, that was how he had climbed up the ranks. Of course, Richard had other great spells, but none were even remotely as impressive as his crushing attack. If Jared could stop his greatest move, how would he fare against his lesser ones? Calm yourself, Richard. This is just a kid. There's no way he's stronger than you, yet. Since Jared said he understood descending gravity's nature, that meant he couldn't be immune to the others. He would have required time to completely analyze the spell. That meant Richard could still win if he surprised the young brat with a new move. Hat, your luck has run out now, kid. With a dark gleam in his eyes, Richard's spirits were now elevated and he began considering what spell he would use against the one who dared to defy him. I'm happy to see you so motivated, Jared remarked, now smiling in a relaxed manner. Richard was a little taken aback by the boy's reaction to his obvious malevolence, but before he could voice a comeback, Jared's voice appeared once again. Since you have more in store, I suppose it's time I showed you a little trick up my sleeve as well. An air of unease began to radiate around the stage as both flying boys gazed at each other. I'll be crushing you now. So, resist with all you have, okay? Richard couldn't understand where the boy's confidence was stemming from. He hadn't even attacked since the match began, and it was common knowledge that first years couldn't achieve more than low-tier intermediate spells, especially those in the lower class. Here I go. Elemental Chamber. Chapter 205. It was a sight so unreal that everyone gave gasps of surprise and terror. The air vibrated and deafening roars pervaded the hall. The only event that could be compared to the phenomenon taking place could only have been Sierra Eppleson's match. It was like the elements themselves unified, and gathered all over one person. Jared Leonard. A sphere of wind covered my body, swirling and whirling so violently that it could skewer anything that attempted to pierce through. This served as both an offensive and defensive mechanism. This was only the beginning, though. Bursts of water appeared, swirling diagonally to my left, while blazing flames diagonally stretched to my right. They crisscrossed around the sphere at the center, sending both heat and cool radiating everywhere. I clenched my fists and commanded the debris that littered the ground, using earth magic to compress the shattered platforms. After forming extremely concentrated rock particles thanks to condensing them to their limits, I brought the several lumps of rock to me, making them encircle my sphere horizontally. With this, 4 elements gathered, having only me in the center. This was enough to attract the shouts and gasps of the audience, but I wasn't done. There was still one left to go. Bzzzztttttzzzzzz. Flashes of lightning appeared and electricity buzzed. I summoned the crackles and used them to coat my elemental sphere, further empowering my already extreme shell of multiple elements. This should do it, I whispered with a content look while opening my eyes for the first time to take a good look around me. Floating in the air, I was surrounded by water, earth, fire, air, and lightning, and so I faced my opponent with a calm glare. There was no longer any smile displayed on my face. My calmness also began fading away slightly, and all that was on my mind was, "I'll crush you." The impossible sight caused even Kuzen to marvel and wonder. He had expected Jared to pull out something unexpected, but not to this extent. Simultaneously controlling 5 elements was no mean feat. No, it was even considered impossible. Especially for a magic user of Jared's caliber. Amazing. Simply amazing. Was he holding back in our fight? Kuzen marveled as he spoke. He was getting more and more interested in Jared's character the more he got to know him. How could someone so seemingly weak pull off something like this? Kuzen wondered if he could do the same. The answer was obvious. He couldn't. Kuzen glanced to his side and watched Anna and Edward making the same surprised expression he was giving. Clearly, they too hadn't been expecting this. It made the golden-haired boy wonder just how much Jared Leonard was truly hiding. Elemental Chamber. I wonder when I thought of doing something like this. After using my multi-elemental move against Kuzen, I realized how effective it could be if I made it more versatile. Then, after watching her use mage mode, I had an epiphany. It was at that moment that my mind went to work and I devised this special state I was currently in. While it wasn't as phenomenal as mage mode, this state placed me in an extremely heightened state. Also, compared to mage mode, which only those with mana cores of extreme quality could use, I could achieve elemental chamber with my current resources. Which was more difficult, though? It was without a doubt, mine. Compared to mage mode, it was practically impossible to achieve 5 elemental layers all at once, and even stabilize them, not unless you had multiple magic cores. In essence, this was a mode specially designed for me. My mage mode. Elemental Chamber. Why you are. Before Richard could open his filthy, entitled mouth, I lunged at him at frightening speed. Lightning crackled and the elements trailed in my wake. It didn't even take a moment for me to reach him. I used my wind sphere to hit him, causing the high-speed spiraling air that surrounded me to shave through the boy's enhancement magic and slice off some of his skin. Lightning afflicted him as well, giving off a slight smell of something cooking. Blood spurted out as he screamed, but I paid him no mind. Just as you ignored Jerry's pain. I commanded the spiraling wind to push Richard from its agonizing hold, sending him crashing to the devastated platform beneath. More rocks shattered as Richard's body collided with the surface, causing him to cough out blood in recoil. Don't overreact, that's just one element. I still have more left. I sent a wave of water his way, allowing it to wash up on him in large quantities so he felt like he was drowning. He powerlessly squirmed, fighting against the impossible currents as I watched from above. That should keep you conscious, then. With a single thought, I sent mana coursing through the large body of water, turning into ice in an instant. Gah! Richard screamed, feeling the frost seep into his skin, and shuddered in pain. Mist proceeded from his mouth and his frozen body could not even move, even though he would have violently spasmed from that much pain. You seem to be in pain. I'm sorry, let me warm you up a bit. Interrupting his frozen hell, I sent blazing flames to scorch him next. The fiery attack licked his entire body, and while it got rid of the ice, the burns inflicted were also severe. Garg! Richard gave more screams of pain, most likely unable to think of nothing else. The water must have boiled him while the flames torched him at the same time. What a horrible fate that would have been! Refusing to be merciless, I offered relief and doused the suffering rancor with more water. Gubberbu! More drowning sounds were made, but I naturally ignored them. Richard must have been grateful for the water and tried offering his thanks. That was the only thing I understood from the distorted noise he made. In that case, let us proceed. Next flashed lightning, the several crackles of electricity now manifested even more as I summoned them. With water currently enveloping my opponent and lightning being prepared, it was left to anyone's guess what the outcome would be. Chapter 206. BZZZZZZZZ BZZZZTTTTZZZZZZ. Flashes of electricity proceeded from my spherical fortress and charges at the drowning target. The result was a surge of power that erupted the water, as well as the screaming figure of my target. Richard bellowed out in pain, clearly feeling the overwhelming sting of currents invading his body. I could only imagine how much they tickled, no, my bad. How much they hurt. Of course, I didn't go overboard, stopping at what would not kill him, but still leave him with enough pain that he wished things ended very quickly. Gark. Upon seeing his smoked body being assailed with so much voltage, I stopped, before actually going too far. This caused his jerking body to powerlessly collapse in exhaustion and unspeakable agony. I was sure because this was proven fact. At this point, steam proceeded from the ground, forming some sort of mist around us. This would make visibility poor and impair the vision of the spectators. I couldn't very well allow that to happen. My wind sphere blew away all the white smoke, once again allowing the shattered stage to be completely visible. With that, I was ready to proceed. Next were the rocks. My hardened, compressed rock particles that circled me like pebbles. Each one had been super condensed to be extremely strong and durable. Plus, they had been heightened with my magic. Go! In an instant, I fired several, not all, bullets at the target on the ground, assailing with so many small hails of projectiles he could not avoid. Much to my chagrin, the weakened boy raised a defensive spell as a last resort since he was too hurt to evade them. Guess he isn't a ranker for nothing. But... The barrier shattered like glass and my rocks bit their target. Boom! All at once, they bored holes into Richard Novo, shattering the ground even more. As I saw blood spurt of the agonizing boy and tears flow from his eyes, I noticed the tiny sounds of bones shattering from within him. Of course, I missed all vital spots so he couldn't die by my rock bullets. But, still, having suffered such a barrage, it was impossible for him to move any longer. With all options of resistance gone, I decided it was time for the main course. Me. I landed directly on Richard, pressing his battered body with my sphere, causing him to yell and cry bitterly. He seemed to be apologizing and begging me to stop, but we had gone beyond that. His lips were also moving to say something like "I give up." But, of course, I wasn't going to let him finish. Currently, I was bound by my sphere, so I couldn't directly touch Richard. Seeing that his was in the way, I compressed the elemental properties that surrounded me until they formed layers on my body and shrouded me instead. With this done, I was sitting atop Richard, readying my hand to deal a strike at him. I gwib you. Before he completed his distorted statement, my highly powered fist, which contained the might of 5 elements, descended with a heavy impact. Bam! I felt his flesh squish like soft butter. It wasn't even my full power, yet I was met with no resistance. Still, hitting his soft face felt nice, more satisfying than just sending spells his way. It was so nice, in fact, that I decided to do it again. Pow! And again. Boom! Another round. Croquet! One more time. Squelch! Blood and flesh now clung to my fist, but I kept firing my fist at the target. As long as he still had breath, as long as he still clung to life like a cockroach, I would keep hitting and hitting and hitting him until he was on the verge of death. And then, maybe he would. I said, "That's enough, Jared." At this point, I heard a sharp, authoritative cry, and someone was already tightly gripping my hand. Feeling the warm touch of a person, firm than the bloodied body I was used to hitting, I felt like a jolt coursed through me and turned to see the identity of who interrupted me. It was Klaus. His face depicted what could only be interpreted as complete shock, with a hint of deep fear. The lecturer stared at me with an aghast expression, looking at my bloodied hands and back at my face. I slowly grew irritated by his silence. "What is it?" My voice rang cold and dark, with my eyes narrowing in inquisition. I was in the middle of a match, why was I being interrupted? I'm ending this match." The lecturer seemed to be trying a firm stance, but his hesitation wasn't so convincing. I wasn't supposed to be interrupted, right? What is the meaning of this? My words seemed to hit the mark. He fidgeted uncontrollably. He knew I was right, so why did he? I surrendered. Hearing Richard give a weak sound in an attempt to escape his due punishment, I used my unoccupied hand to smash his head in, making another squelching sound. Due to my aggravated state, I may have gone a tad bit far since my blow rendered my opponent unconscious. Tisk, my tongue clicked in dissatisfaction. This automatically meant he had lost. Fine, it's over anyway. I turned to Klaus, who was still looking at me with disbelieving eyes. I won, right? My lips curled into smile and I wiped off a bit of sweat on my face, smearing quite a bit of blood on my already blood-stained face. My eyes went away from Klaus and I wondered what he was doing away from Jerry, whom I had left in his care. His expression was lit with shock, and even though fear was hidden within his eyes, they contained mostly a feeling of triumph. Watching the person who tortured him now suffer such a fate must have appealed to his darker aspect. My eyes trailed to the audience, most of which seemed appalled by my actions. I couldn't care less about those and faced my friends, and the few acquaintances I had made in the past few days. They were grinning widely, pleased by my actions, and the terrible state my opponent was. Despite the overwhelming silence that filled the area, I was certain of one thing, and that made me smile genuinely. That's one win for the lower class. A/N. Attention to all readers. I have a new book called Rise of Evil Santa. Please endeavor to check it out, read it, and add it to your library. I promise it'll be worth your while. I'll be mass releasing on Spellcraft once the new novel gains 1K collections. Don't miss out. Also, this beatdown feels very satisfying. Chapter 207. Choking, unbearable silence filled the auditorium. The piercing gazes of everyone, and I mean everyone, washed upon me. I saw some people rushing in from the corner of my eyes. They wore white and had masks. They were four, and behind them was a cart. Instinctively, I realized who they were and what they came for. My eyes darted to the shattered ground, at the brutalized body of a senior, a rancor. Richard Novo. So they came to take him, I reasoned. It was probably the right call to make, but the very thought made me incredibly annoyed. If they had medical personnel on standby, why had none arrived when Jerry was in such a terrible state? So, the disparity between classes was even more than just academics? That had gone too far. My head was raised, and I shot the judges a disgusted look. Sitting up there, they hadn't interfered in the matches so far, even when someone was about to die, or maybe they had. Telepathy is a thing, so they must be relaying instructions to Klaus. In any case, my job on stage was done. I had taught a mannerless boy the true meaning of power, I had saved and fulfilled the wish of my senior, and I showed everyone just what a brat from the lower class could do. Of course, there were more intricate reasons, but so far, things had worked out well. I began walking off the stage, but before I took a few steps, a voice boomed across the hall. It made me smile wryly, because I knew it was coming. Jared Leonard, you have violated the rules of the exchange and interrupted the match between two elites. Of course, the person who spoke was Damien Lawcroft. I cocked my head and gave him a cold-hearted smile, completely unfazed by his announcement. The man seemed a bit shaken by my reaction, but I allowed him to finish. You will receive a penalty for your actions, 1 week from now. Be prepared. I shrugged my shoulder and casually left the stage. Usually, a student would be distraught, perhaps even try appealing right there and then. But, I wasn't a fool who believed that would actually work. There was a reason neither Klaus nor the judges gave their tacit approval for my actions, even though they basically gave the go-ahead by conduct. Of course, I was sure they expected me to lose, and on top of that, they would also grant me penalties, ruining my school life. To their surprise, I emerged victorious. Still, it wasn't like it was possible to completely avoid the repercussions of my actions. What I did was wrong, so the authorities were well within their rights to punish me. How laughable! With this whisper, I climbed off the stage and made my way, not toward my former seat, but in the direction of the exit instead. I'm sick of this. Everyone watched in silence as Jared Leonard left the hall. The doors creaked open, and he exited without a word. People were speechless by his brazenness, the audacity by which he conducted himself. However, no one could stop him, not after what they had just experienced. He beat a ranker. That first year. Shit. I didn't know he was that strong. It wasn't expressly stated, but the thoughts of everyone within the hall were fairly obvious. Richard was carted away in his bloodied state, the previous allure he had was totally non-existent in his new form. As the other rankers and elites watched one of the strongest in such a terrible condition, they couldn't help but gulp. Rankers were the most powerful students in Inslark Academy, that was common sense. However, even though they had ranks that separated each from the other, the power gaps between them were not so much that one would be rendered completely helpless when fighting the other. With the exception of Fabian and Sierra, the other rankers only had slight gaps in power from one another. That was why it was so surprising to see Richard Novo become a ragdoll in his fight with Jared Leonard. He was beaten so one-sidedly that even those of higher ranks couldn't help but shudder. Richard was nothing in the presence of a first-year lower-class brat. That seemed impossible, but the evidence was burned into their eyes. It was at this point that it became absolutely clear to everyone that, while Jared did not have the official title yet, he was more than strong enough to be a ranker. And it wasn't just as a member of the lower bench, but, at least the third seat among the rankers was rightfully his. No one knew what would happen beyond that point, but it was certain that not even the martial artist that occupied the third place could make short work of Richard the way Jared had done. And he achieved all that, in the mere 3 months since entering Inslark Academy. That broke even the record of Sierra Epelson. Though it wasn't official, it broke any record in the academy. The eyes of the elites slowly turned in the direction of the genius of the century who was seated among them. They took great care in ensuring no eye contact was made, but their eyes narrowed on Sierra. She had been praised to possess unrivaled talent in magic, but even she didn't achieve this when she was a first year. The moment the elites focused on her, they came to regret it. Out of the girl was oozing an unpleasant feeling that chilled the bone. The way her eyes glared onward made anyone who saw her to shiver in fear. Even those who sat beside her gradually gave space since the murderous aura she emitted was causing them to tremble. It was clear that the usually cheerful Sierra was upset, but, why? Was it because Jared Leonard broke her record? Was she jealous, or green with envy? Those were the theories that went on in the hearts of everyone who sat close to her and watched her emotions slightly get out of control. They were all wrong, though. If only the elites knew what caused her such displeasure, perhaps they would see a different kind of monster in Sierra. A/N. Attention to all readers. I have a new book called Rise of Evil Santa. Please endeavor to check it out, read it, and add it to your library. I promise it'll be worth your while. I'll be mass releasing on Spellcraft once the new novel gains 1K collections. Don't miss out. Come on, guys, please support me. Chapter 208. I really didn't want to intervene. Of course, with the maturity and level-headedness I possessed, it was an easy feat to keep my emotions under control, sort of. I was even of the opinion that pointless conflict with someone stronger than you was simply a waste of time. But, my neutral stance slowly evolved to a swirling storm once I began watching the elites duke it out. I give up. One cried. I surrender. Another proclaimed. I forfeit. Yet one other declared. It sickened me. Why did those who were meant to be leaders show such pathetic side? Of course, it was clear they didn't stand a chance and would lose, but still, they weren't permitted to give up so easily. If any other person had surrendered in such an outmatched fight, I would perfectly understand. In fact, I would even encourage such action. But, these were leaders. They represented a brand, our brand. If they gave up, what did it mean for the whole class that they represented? That was what went on in my mind as I watched. The consequences of their actions would ripple through all the years, and the disgrace that followed would be too much for us to bear. Those who were already deemed trash would be thought of as even more than trash. I looked at the expressions of my fellow lower-class students and saw their sunken, powerless expressions. Our seniors were basically teaching us that growth and change were inevitable and we could only succumb to our fates as the worst. I couldn't accept that. Especially since I, Edward, and Anna did our best to change everyone's views on that during the inter-class exchange. To an extent, I could see the stereotype slowly change among the audience, until these idiots ruined all our hard work. Elites had more influence than a bunch of first years, so whatever they did would have more effects on the student body as a whole. And they, shamelessly retreated. I watched as the lower-class elites returned to their seats and jokingly spoke to one another even after showing such pathetic display before their class, no, the whole school. Disgusting. That was why I was satisfied to see Sierra inflict pain upon one of those pathetic seniors. It was a shock to see that she could both use original magic and mage mode, but I couldn't help but admire her, especially since she was the same girl I met in the oasis the other day. When I first saw her, I nearly screamed in surprise, but after carefully considering things, it made sense how she was able to bathe in the highly concentrated mana pool. And then after watching her fight end, it dawned on me that she was a talented genius comparable with Kuzan, who sat close to me. Yes, for some reason, I had made a ton of acquaintances and they all sat surrounding me, even if it was a lower class spot in the hall. It didn't feel too bad, though. If not for the disgust welling up within me as I saw my seniors fight, I was having a good time. Until Jerry's fight completely surprised me. If it had just been a powerless struggle made by the weak against the strong, I wouldn't have been impressed, but I could tell from Jerry's abilities that he had painstakingly trained hard for the match. His expert use of mana, his heightened senses, his lack of wasted movement, this was what I wanted to see in an elite. Of course, I knew he would lose based on how things went, but still, the determination in his eyes was refreshing to see. And then, when he fell and began undergoing so much torture, my heart churned with frustration. I knew Jerry wouldn't give up since that was what the others had done. My respect for him deepened, same with my fear of something irreparable occurring. What are you doing, Klaus? Interfere. My mind rang, but the moderator stood rigid. It didn't take me very long to realize the situation. Jerry was on his own. If he didn't give up, he could die? No, he would. Well, maybe he would pass out before that happened, but that was only a slim chance. And then noise began occurring around me. Anna, Edward, and the other students argued on whether or not to save Jerry from his predicament. I kept quiet and began working my brain. Richard, the opponent, was a ranker, the 5th seat. Anna and Edward stood no chance against him if they wanted to forcefully stop his actions. Klaus showed no interest in intervening and the judges were silent too, which could only mean that they wanted this particular scenario. A dark thought flashed in my mind and I eyed someone who sat among the judges suspiciously. Could this be the kind of situation he wanted to create in order to force my hand? Using Damien Lawcroft's obsession with demeaning the lower class, this person actually simulated this knowing I would intervene? If that was the case, I couldn't play into their hand. Not only would there be a penalty, but to stand a chance against Richard, I needed to use more power than I wanted to show, at least for now. I need to use Spellcraft to counter the descending gravity spell, and use all 5 cores to activate Elemental Chamber. That was revealing a lot of my hand. Could I risk something like this, especially when thinking on the long term? I grinned within myself even though my outward expression still showed a stoic expression. Of course, I would intervene. I was sick of playing these games, anyway. So far, myself and that man had been walking around in circles, none taking the next step. However, if I initiated the first move, that would leave him no choice but to act too. If that was the case, I needed to make a very big impression, though not more than would be necessary. They say the best way to catch a big fish is to use the most alluring bait. That was what I intended to do. In order to completely corner the mastermind of the whole assassination incident, the one who had been responsible for a great deal of my worry, it was time to strike. I will smoke you out, and this little game will end the only way it can, my victory. A/N. Attention to all readers. I have a new book called Rise of Evil Santa. Please endeavor to check it out, read it, and add it to your library. I promise it'll be worth your while. I'll be mass releasing on Spellcraft once the new book gains 1K collections. Don't miss out. Chapter 209. The inter-class exchange ended on a grim note. It was a far cry from the excitement that had enveloped the hall on the first day, but no one seemed to notice the drastic change of atmosphere. As expected, the final match was considered to be invalid, so the elite tournament ended with the results gotten from the first 9 matches. Upper class, 9 wins, 0 losses. Middle class, 0 wins, 9 losses. Lower class, 0 wins, 9 losses. No one objected to the results since it was obvious from what they had witnessed. The expressions of the elites of the lower class rang of relief. They seemed overjoyed that the bothersome exchange was over and they could now properly rest, unshackled by any more responsibilities on their part. It was a wonder how none of them felt any shame or embarrassment concerning the gruesome loss they had suffered. For those in the middle class, it was clear that they were frustrated. Even though they had given their all in battle, all of them still encountered loss. Their results were no different from the lower class elites who didn't even bother. It made them feel foolish for even trying, in the first place. Fortunately, their reputation increased a slight bit in the exchange since some of the middle-class elites put up a pretty decent fight. As a result, unlike the lower-class losers, they could still hold on to a fraction of their dignity. This was the only merit they got in exchange for not giving up. As for the upper-class elites, the undisputed winners of the exchange, their expressions should have been that of pride and confidence. They should have reveled in their victory. However, the sour expressions that painted their faces contrasted what would have been expected from them. Fear, anxiety, disappointment, bitterness, anger. A mix of negative emotions coagulated the atmosphere of the champions, enough to make a person confused as to who won and who lost. Even the audience was in unrest. After experiencing the ghastly sight of a single lower-class student easily trumping one of the strongest rankers in the academy, it felt like their concept of balance and logic had completely shattered. Still, with the events of the day concluded, and the fact that the students had their personal businesses to attend to, a conclusion had to be made concerning the bizarre event. Despite the uncertainties in the air, the exchange ended, and the students were allowed to leave the hall. Anna and Edward exited the hall, having worried looks on their faces. They wondered about Jared, where he went to after he left the hall back then. At the time they wanted to follow him, but Kuzan and the others advised against it, lest they got caught up in the mess the boy had made. Of course, the two didn't care in the slightest, but after considering the possibility that Jared wouldn't want them to suffer for his actions, and also that the boy most likely wished to be alone, they backed off. Now that the exchange was over, Anna and Edward were obviously going to look for their friend. It was only a matter of where he had run off to. "You guys, hold up!" someone called out after them. There was no way anyone could mistake his casual, smooth voice. It was Kuzan. "You're off to look for Jared, right? Count me in." The boy flashed a slight grin. It appeared that after his match in the finals, he had taken an interest in Jared and wanted to be in his company. Since the latter didn't seem to mind his presence, Anna and Edward saw no problems if he tagged along. That is, if it was only him. "Count me in too." "You bet I'm coming as well." "Me too." Yvonne Smith, Stefan Netherlore, and Maria Helmsworth chimed in, appearing as though they had been there all this time but were just waiting for their entrance. While Edward and Anna felt slightly uncomfortable with the crowd, they didn't have the time nor energy to banter, so they agreed to everyone's offer. "All right. I have a pretty good idea where he might be, so let's go there first." Taking the lead, Edward declared and started moving swiftly. The rest followed. Clack! 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 Sounds of footsteps echoed across the bright corridor, and a girl's elegant shoes were clearly seen as her legs trotted across the passage. There was a large door directly in her front, just a few meters from where she was, making her steps slow and confident. There was no need to rush since the target was just within reach. Upon reaching the door, she opened it lightly, reflecting her clear, beautiful skin, and ventured into the large room inside. Within the room, though separated by thin layers of sheet that hung like curtains, were two boys. They were lying on their beds, clearly asleep. This was a medic ward, and the two boys were in some nasty conditions before they were brought in for treatment. Thanks to some high-class potions and very impressive magic, their condition had stabilized, and they were currently in deep sleep thanks to a spell cast by their medical supervisor. Other than the two boys, no one else was present in the room. The medics were on break, until one person entered. The girl, her blue ribbons evident in her long, brown hair, entered the room with zero caution. Her deep blue eyes currently had some sort of dark gleam radiating within, but the slight bowing posture she currently had made it nearly impossible to completely make out the contents of her face. Was she smiling, or? Her first mode of action was to swiftly glide across the room, to the section where one of the boys lay. His auburn hair hung loosely as his body lay comfortably on the bed. This boy's name was Jerry, and after fighting in the exchange, his injuries were so severe that they were just shy from fatal. The intruder now by his bedside used her delicate-looking hands to brush Jerry's face as she stared longingly at him. Now looking so intently obsessively at the boy she gently stroked, the culprit's face came into view. Her name was Sierra Epelson, the second seat among the rankers. A/N. Attention to all readers. I have a new book called Rise of Evil Santa. Please endeavor to check it out, read it, and add it to your library. I promise it'll be worth your while. I'll be mass releasing on Spellcraft once the new book gains 1K collections. Don't miss out. Chapter 210. Sierra Epelson stood rigidly, staring at the body of a boy who was deep in sleep. Other than the gentle hand of hers that stroked his cheeks, and the curling up of her lustrous lips, the girl could have been mistaken for a statue. Her eyes fervently, without blinking even once, trailed the boy's body. She observed his even breaths, how his chest puffed and deflated as air seeped into them, how he had a peaceful face, the sharp opposite of the pain that dwelled there. "You big dummy," she finally uttered words. Her voice was smooth, low, and hinted affection. Despite the prideful and cold way she addressed Jerry in public, now that it was just the two of them, well, just her, she seemed awfully caring. Her eyes showed pity, and something else hidden within. "You could have just given up. Though, I guess I should have seen this coming," Sierra's voice trailed. She sighed a bit in frustration. "You big idiot." The girl wanted to scream, but she couldn't as well disturb Jerry's sleep. Ever since she knew him, Jerry had always been a determined fellow. He had managed to seep into her icy, distrusting heart, and became her friend. Even now that they were apart, she couldn't help but smile in remembrance of their past, how Jerry made her heart flutter many times. Things were different now, but... Her hands stopped frolicking his chin and went further down, massaging his chest. She felt the boy breathe, how his heart beat. It seemed like the beats matched hers. Just as she felt his heartbeat, Sierra began losing a grip of her self-control and her hands slowly began to sink further down, reaching his stomach, but still trailing down. Her cheeks were red now, and her eyes sparkled in delightful anticipation. Her fingers were aiming for something. NNG, Jerry suddenly made a groan, snapping Sierra out of her slightly berserk state. "Ah, looks like I nearly lost it again," she whispered with a playful look on her face. The girl realized the implications of her attempted action, what would happen if she was caught, and she backed off. Her eyes still hungrily stared at his body, though. "Looks like this isn't the time, or place." Sierra's eyes slowly trailed past the boy's bed and turned in the direction of the other guy in the room. "Before we continue, I should take care of something real quick." With plucky footsteps, Sierra left Jerry's side and approached the boy who was carefully laid on the second, or rather first, bed. "The one who put Jerry in this sorry state, was you." Sierra's eyes seemed to display something else now. Yes, her devotion to Jerry still remained, but it now warped into something more. "I'm a bit grateful to you. If you didn't injure him this much, I probably wouldn't have had this chance to be with Jerry. I would have had to use my usual methods and snuck into that filthy dorm of his." Her voice was heading in a twisted direction. "His room isn't bad, and I do enjoy our time together, but I certainly like this atmosphere better." Though she said that, Sierra felt it would have been perfect if this particular person wasn't in the room. He was invading her private time with Jerry. "But, you went too far in your fight." The air in the room seemed to get heavier as her eyes were widening with a glint of passion. "You hurt him too much." "No, the fact that you hurt him at all is enough. For that alone, you deserve to be punished." Her mind rang. A wide smile appeared on Sierra's face. Not the kind she had been displaying when beside Jerry, no, this was darker. It seemed like the expression of a mad woman. Her bloodshot eyes screamed of rage, but it sharply contrasted her curved grin that showed something dangerous. Sierra cocked her head slightly, making her look like a doll of horror. The persona she now donned was fundamentally different from her usual self. She only showed this form to those who had crossed her, those who had committed the gravest sin. "You hurt my Jerry." With that line of thought, a wave of mana flickered from her and filled the surrounding area. She had just cast a silence spell, one that would prevent anyone from hearing even the loudest of noise emanating from the room. Once the spell was done, her total focus was now on the boy who lay on the bed, oblivious of what would be coming. "For that, you should receive a little punishment." With this, her eyes widened even more, and a psychic wave was sent to the body of her target. Instantly, her target, Richard Novo, bulged open his eyes and widened his mouth to let out a deafening scream. "Arg!" The scream would have been enough to send someone into shock, but Sierra seemed just fine hearing it. In fact, she relished every moment of the boy's pain. She didn't even mind that his eyes nearly popped out his sockets and blood-like tears streamed down his cheeks. Drool fell from his mouth and mucus dripped from both openings of his nostrils. "Garg!" More screams filled the air. "You won't remember any of this since the mental strain will be too much to bear. Once this is over, you'll never be the same, though. I wonder what trauma I should give you." "Arg!" "Something to ensure you stay away from Jerry, stay far away." "Yeah." "Yes. That's perfect." Sierra beamed upon deciding just what route to take in her mental punishment of the rancor before her. The boy's distorted face turned uglier and uglier as he screamed even more. Of course, Sierra wasn't bothered about his noise. No one outside the room could hear him, and even within the enclosed area, sound was limited to her and the agonizing boy. Once she was meticulously done with Richard, Sierra would return to observe Jerry for as long as was permitted. She would watch him sleep, watch him dream, and relish the fact that he endlessly thought of her. That was the true identity of the girl known as Sierra Epelson. Ha, Jerry, you truly are the only one for me. A being afflicted with absolute obsession. Chapter 211. I sat in silence, enjoying the sense of solitude that enveloped me. After being with so many people for so long, I rarely had moments like this to myself. Still, it was an enjoyable afternoon in the oasis, a haven from outside visitors. It was the perfect spot for me. Looks like you're not worried at all. A voice suddenly appeared, shaking me to my core. Arg! I squeaked a little, showing my surprise. For someone to interrupt me when I was so deep in thought and relaxation, how brazen would they be? I couldn't even sense the perpetrator, so it was most likely someone strong. When you react that way, you look so cute. The voice was right in front of me now, and it would be foolish of me not to have recognized who the owner was after hearing it for the second time. Professor Naren. I opened my eyes to stare at the calm-looking, handsome man. His pitch-black hair danced with the wind as his casual shirt and trouser outfit showed no sign that this man was a professor, and someone whose powers I couldn't even fathom. So, you lost in the finals, and then caused such a scene during the elite tournament, and the only thing that came to your mind was resting in this place. Naren's voice showed a tinge of disbelief, but it mostly hinted that he was impressed. A smile formed on my face once I heard his statement. So, does that mean I pass? You know, as your apprentice. Upon asking my question, our atmosphere went into a state of decorum and we stared at each other. My goal was to score first place and completely wow Naren. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned and I lost to Kuzan. The silver lining was that I also beat a ranker, a feat that exceeded merely winning first place among first years. If that was the case, I was hoping it would be enough to convince Naren to mentor me. Well, I never really expected you to get first place to begin with. The initial deal was for you to catch my attention in the exchange, and you did, Naren muttered. Does that mean? Yeah, I'll be your mentor, or master, or whatever. You pass. He gave a calm smile. The relief that spread through me eased the tension that plagued my heart and I collapsed on the grassy plains of the oasis grounds. Whew! That's a relief, I mumbled. Even though I hadn't seen Naren throughout the exchange, I knew he was watching. There had to be magic that projected the match to wherever he was at the time. You went a bit too far in that last match, though. Well, I can't say the boy didn't deserve it, but I understood what Naren Khalid was trying to imply. Someone was intelligent and calculative as me should have been able to weigh the consequences of my actions and could have chosen the route that led to the least impactful consequences. However, I have my reasons, my reply was given with a confident smile. Once Naren saw this, he nodded and didn't pursue the issue any further. Well, I'll be training you for about 5 days, starting tomorrow. After that, I'll be taking a short leave of absence. It appears something has come up and my attention is needed somewhere in the kingdom. His words sounded a bit grave, which hinted that it had to be serious. I wondered what concerned an Inslark lecturer with kingdom affairs, but after analyzing Naren's strength and his odd personality, I couldn't put anything beyond him. Oh? How long will that take? When will you resume my training after that? I asked with a furrowed eyebrow. I had no concrete idea what the penalty given by the academy would be, and it was simply bad timing that Naren would be absent during that period. I needed to know when he would be back. Well, considering the nature of what I need to do, let's say 3 to 5 days. It shouldn't take very long. Naren's voice sounded casual, but I could tell he was hiding something. Was an incident brewing in the background that I wasn't aware of? That had to be the case no matter how hard I thought of it. You should be worrying more about your penalty more. It'll be decided next week, right? Nero smiled and narrowed his eyes. I won't intervene. Once I heard his voice trail, I smiled once again. You won't have to. With that, it was clear that our conversation was over. Your friends are here already. I should leave. Naren gazed beyond the cluster of shrubs and trees, noticing the group of people that were fast approaching my location. They're not my friends, I wanted to say, but kept it to myself. Naren must have noticed my answer in his eyes, making him shrug as though expected it. It was so always quite unnerving speaking to this lecturer since I felt there was so much we had in common. See you tomorrow. With a howl of the wind, he was gone. Whether it was done by teleportation, or high-speed movement was something I hadn't figured out yet. Phew, looks like I have to brace myself for impact, I smiled, turning in the direction of 6 students who charged in my direction. Soon, they would enter the oasis and engage in long conversations with me. As much as I valued company from time to time, nothing was more pleasant to me than the quietness that enveloped me when I was alone. Still, it's unavoidable, So far, some considered me friends, others rivals, but it wasn't like I could reciprocate those sentiments. There was even one among them who had feelings for me, though it was most likely as a result of my slip-up. Back when I covered my ears, Anna had asked me if I liked her and was trying to hide it, and without hearing her words, I admitted to it. I thought it was only to keep her quiet, but after creating that misunderstanding, it became more complicated to overturn those ideas from her head. Fortunately, Edward told me before I stumbled too deep in the dark. I wish the both of you happiness. He had genuinely said to me one time. It was silly, mere vestiges of childhood that would pass as they grew older, so I only had to endure. With so much work to do, and many uncertainties looming, no time existed to engage in frivolities. After all, to achieve my goals. Jareed. Voices cried out as people poured out of the green clearing and charged in my direction. You guys. Edward, Anna, Maria, Stefan, Ivan, even Kuzan. I considered them valuable people, but not friends. So this is where you were. I knew it. That move you did back there was badass. Please teach me. Glad to see, you're fine. Looks like someone is a celebrity already. As their voices reached out to me, I smiled and remembered my previous comrades, my true friends. They were long gone now, relics of the past. And that was why I couldn't see these little ones as my friends. You guys, stop rushing, arg. Asterisk. 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 End of the second arc. Chapter 212. Somewhere within the Eastern Kingdom, in the territory of a noble far north, was chaos. Bloodied corpses littered the ground and flames licked the devastated ground. Signs of a fierce battle pervaded the vicinity, from the settlement of the commoners, even to the castle ground of the noble in charge of such estate. The stench of blood and death, so pungent it would crinkle the nose just by a whiff, hung in the air. Walking down the path of carnage, it was easy to see a trail, so straightforward in a line. Someone had certainly been moving, slaughtering any in his path. Finally focusing on the manner of the distinguished lord of the land, it was not a very different sight from the commoner's residence. Other than the beautiful and sparse grounds that surrounded the exquisite buildings around, carnage still rang true. The soldiers and mages who had died were beyond number, and the once beautiful sight had turned into a scene of pure despondency. Who could have done such a thing? What manner of creature could have wrought such horror? They most certainly weren't human. If anyone thought like this, they would be right. After all, the one who perpetrated this horrific sight was a demon. Seated within the mansion and watching as the last of his prisoners died, the figure in the darkness made a slight grumble. It had two pointed ears that ascended upward, its body was enveloped in darkness and spikes came out of his shoulders, like battle armor. He was an epitome of darkness and a personification of evil. This was a shadow demon, a species belonging to the 6 tribes of the beings of darkness. Demons. Demons dwelled in their lands, far to the north. It was a place filled with so much terror and eternal darkness. The miasma was said to be so intense that a mere whiff was fatal to normal beings, and contact with this demonic aura would corrupt the soul and put one in a state worse than death. Why was such a creature, who belonged to such a terrifying realm, be in a human settlement? The answer was known only to the shadow demon himself. "I'm done here. I should head over to the next one," the black being mumbled to itself. Khan, the murderous creature of carnage, was on a path of redemption and soul-seeking. After being cast out of the cotters of demon lords, unable to directly serve his liege, the demon set forth to redeem himself. Hoping to find an answer, he made it to the Eastern Empire and now wreaked chaos wherever he went. So far, he had brought down 5 noble territories, tasking a while to extract information concerning the kingdom he was in, and whatever else he fancied. As a result, he was currently up to speed with human history, but that also proved to be somewhat problematic. According to the information he received, the humans had grown more civilized and powerful since the war against the demons all those years ago. While they had lost their heroes from back then, they had gotten strong ones in return. Compared to the evolution of humans, the demon race was. "If I take this knowledge back to the demon realm, will my lord be pleased?" This knowledge simply meant that the demons were at a growing disadvantage since their civilization was at a standstill and they had lost a great deal of their influence. If humans kept growing more powerful at this rate, then, it was only a matter of time before his entire species was threatened. That very thought aggravated Khan. He ground his teeth in annoyance and a murderous aura enveloped him once again. If they could stop the humans from evolving even further, no, exterminating them entirely was the only option. He had to report what he knew as soon as possible, but... no. This isn't enough. Information without proof was as good as a lie. If he didn't provide evidence to support his claims, many would only view it as a desperate attempt to return to his seat as a demon lord. While the prospects of returning to his previous estate was appealing to him, Khan wanted nothing more than to serve his lord and master, the Demon King. "I have to get something to use." He knew he couldn't act recklessly anymore. So far, he had been fortunate to encounter weak humans, but if it was a strong mage that approached him, perhaps he wouldn't stand a chance. With no miasma to recover his expended energy, the only way to make do was to use the corrupted souls of the humans he slayed. But since their souls were weak, the amount gotten from them was barely enough. Caught within this precarious situation, Khan was at a dead end. He thought hard on what to do, but the answer evaded him. He wasn't the smartest of demons, after all. "It looks like you're a little lost," a voice suddenly appeared from the darkness. Khan's white eyes bulged the moment he heard the sound and felt the strange presence of someone in the room with him. Instantly, he sprang up on his feet and took an offensive stance. Whoever the person was, Khan felt they were strong. He hadn't even sensed the person until he spoke. "Whoa, easy there. I have no intention of fighting you." Khan narrowed his eyes and got a glimpse of the man in the shadows. Both his hands were raised in surrender, but the shadow demon knew he possessed great strength. "Who are you?" Khan spat, still wary of the human, yes, human that just showed up. "Who am I?" "Well..." Khan was a little shaken. Thanks to him spending quite a while in the human world, he fairly understood their language. He could interpret their words with no difficulty. Still, Khan found it a bother to speak it, so he still used his demon tongue whenever he spoke. Yet, this human understood him. "He knows our language." Chapter 213. "Who I am doesn't matter. What's more important is who you are," the mysterious man cut through the silence. Khan wanted to speak, but his inner patience appealed to him and he listened attentively. I've been observing you for some time, the path of carnage you've created. I have to say, it's not a wise call. Khan realized that now. He had drawn too much attention to himself and it was only a matter of time before strong humans came after him. One of this kingdom's strongest mages is coming for you. Once he does, he'll subjugate you with no difficulty. Needless to say, you don't stand a chance. The human in the shadows retorted. Keh, your arrogant words displease me, human. Do you think because you've been monitoring me, you know the extent of my powers? Khan growled. Being looked down upon by humans annoyed him. He only had a slight bit of respect toward a few members of their race, but those were long dead by now. Unlike demons, humans had such short lifespans. This was another reason why Khan deemed his race as superior. Believe what you want, but this guy I'm referring to is even stronger than me, so. Khan couldn't help but gulp a little. The human in front of him was strong. So strong that Khan had the possibility of losing in his current state. If this person spoke so highly of another, it was a bit worrisome how powerful the other guy was. Who is he? Khan found himself asking. He never thought he would have to speak to a fellow human, but, sometimes curiosity could be controlling. His name is Naren Khalid. He'll soon be dispatched to hunt you down, and when that happens, it's only a matter of time before. The man didn't say any more, but Khan could already deduce what was implied. Still, Khan could not afford to back down now, not when he was so close to redeeming himself. If he succeeded in his plans, he could regain his previous position and even bring about the extermination of the human race. He couldn't afford to lose now. But, something rang in the shadow demon's mind. Why are you telling me all this? The thoughts became words. The man in the darkness seemed to smile, shrugging a tiny bit. Khan thought perhaps he didn't fully make his inquisition known and decided to go further. You saw the carnage I caused, how I laid waste to your race. If I succeed in my plans, more of you will die. Why would you betray your race and tell me such important information? For a while, there was silence. Khan suspiciously eyed the being who stood a short distance from him. The demon readied his claws, prepared for combat if it became necessary. Well, that's because I'm not on the side of the humans. This bombshell caused the resolute Khan to be phased. What? Nearly escaped his darkened face. Don't get me wrong, I'm not on the side of you demons as well. Needless to say, my identity doesn't matter to you. What's important is the proposal I want to make. Khan's eyes ticked with slight interest, and his curiosity began growing. While there was a lot that was very fishy about the obviously human being that appeared before him, he still wanted to hear the proposal. Don't worry, it'll benefit you. I don't know what exactly you're looking for, but I know where you can get it. Khan's expressionless face seemed to ask, where? In Slark Academy. Upon hearing this, the shadow demon recollected the name from some of those he interrogated. Some of them had children and relatives attending the institute. It was a top-notch place that cultivated fresh talent and had no small number of powerful humans. But why would I want to go there? It was said that the lecturers there were strong, and the head of the school was one of the most powerful mages in existence. Sure, there seemed to be quite a number of knowledge and technology he could obtain there, but the risks were too great. I know you're worried, but rest at ease, the mysterious man spoke once again. The biggest threat in that academy is the one after you, so he won't be there for some time. And, as for the other powerful staff there, I can handle them. It'll make the whole thing smooth sailing for you. If that were to be the case, it would be perfect. In fact, it was too good to be true. For a human like him to casually, yet confidently speak in such a way, what kind of connection did he have with Inslark? Also, why would you go so far? What do you hope to gain from this? This was something that burned within Khan's twisted heart. All humans were inherently selfish. Someone he knew several years ago, a human, had told him this. He was a scholar who had studied both demons and humans, having a great deal of magic knowledge at his disposal as well. It was a shame the man was inept. No, that was probably a good thing. If such a human had the ability to use magic, Kong could only imagine how much of a menace he would have been back then. That man, the shadow demon, gritted his teeth as the particular image of someone flashed in his mind. Fine. I'll tell you what I want. The strange man suddenly broke Kong away from his deep thought. There was a brief moment of silence, and then the shadow demon saw the man in front of him slightly raise his hand while gathering mana. The black being sprang into a defensive stance, but it was unnecessary. Relax, will you? I just want to show you something. Or, rather, someone. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on the palm of the mysterious, shady man, and the image of a particular person appeared. It was like a hologram, the product of light magic, and it perfectly displayed the face of someone, showing the amount of skill the conjurer had. Khan narrowed his eyes and critically examined the image that popped up. The boy didn't appear to be too old, most likely 12 years, maybe 13. His bright golden eyes and blonde hair stood out. He had a confident smile on his face, and a form of noble aura around him. Who's this? Your child. Khan spoke with sarcasm, not sure why the man before him would show the image of someone totally unrelated to the matter at hand. No, quite the opposite actually. He's something of an enemy, really, the man replied in an unfazed manner. Khan was getting impatient now, but he waited to hear what his business was with the child. He's a student of Inslark Academy, he's in his first year. Something like a sadistic, completely evil grin formed on the face of the man who spoke. Even though Khan was the personification of evil, this human seemed to be an agent of malevolence. His name is Jared Leonard, and I want you to kill him for me. Asterisk. 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 Welcome to the third arc of Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. The Invasion/Conspiracy arc begins. Chapter 214. I woke up with a bit of a headache. My voice let out a groan as I struggled to rise from my far from comfortable bed. It wasn't as grand as the one at home, neither was it half as preferable, but after spending 3 months with it, I was somehow used to my place of rest. The reason for my discomfort lay in the fact that my body itself was tired. No, it slightly ached. The reason wasn't far-fetched, though. After all, I had been training for a great deal of time far into the night. Today's the big day, after all, a whisper escaped my lips and I hopped out of bed. With a somewhat tired look on my face, but a bright spark hidden within my eyes, I made my way to the bathroom. It was time to freshen up and prepare for an eventful day. I still feel very tired and drowsy, my body aches too. It was no wonder, I had pushed myself a little far last night, after all. I'll just use a mana restorative potion, then. My casual statement would have alarmed anyone if they were in the room with me, but since I was alone, it was no problem. After all, a lower-class student like me would have no way of gaining access to something of such quality. Mana was very essential to society and could be considered the lifeline of any magic user. It was to be expected that they would be quite costly, though this depended on quality. Still, for someone like me, even potions of the lowest quality would be a luxury, at least, that was the general assumption. Unknown to everyone, I had cultivated my own potions, managing to create so many solutions that would be considered very useful on my part. These innovations would draw some really helpful attention to myself, but there was a reason I hadn't made a move to reveal them. Not enough, not yet. They weren't groundbreaking enough to distinguish me entirely. While I used various new ingredients, and my potions were unique, they only offered slight to middle effects, and none were of the high grade. So far, the highest of my concoctions could only attain 60% of restorative effects. While that would be considered extremely valuable, and the formula would be coveted by a lot of people. My goal lay beyond that. Of course, I had my plans for my path in alchemy and potion making, but they were only a means to an end. I had to make myself as distinguished as possible in my attempt to gather prestige in that area. 60% wasn't enough. Well, it should suffice for me. The reason for my tiredness stemmed from my deficiency in mana, after all. I had expended so much last night on my project and was nearly running on empty. In my current condition, I couldn't achieve the objectives set out for me today. As a result, even if they were valuable, I would be using my potions. More could always be made, after all. After I was done freshening up, I put on a casual outfit and stepped out of my room wearing a clear blue top and plain black trousers. Sandals replaced the usual flip-flops I would have preferred wearing. While I had every right to be casual, being too simple would be a downright insult to the person I was going to see. Hopefully, my current appearances were satisfying enough. If I remember correctly, I enchanted some of my clothes recently. I should wear some of those tomorrow. Permanent enchantments to prevent stains and slack were placed on the outfits, as well strengthening effects. For my favorite flip-flops, speed enhancements were added, giving me advanced mobility. I used those outfits for an experiment and it was a good thing they paid off well. Welp, time to begin my day. Stepping out of my room, and now walking down the hallway, I encountered a few students in my dorm. The moment they saw me, all of them seemed to freeze. While I wasn't particularly paying any real attention to them, I could sense awe, fear, and unease hanging in the air. I shrugged and walking while ignoring the strong emotion pervading the area. After all, their sentiments were understandable. After my performance in the elite tournament yesterday, everyone was partially aware of my capabilities and had come to somewhat revere me. Of course, that meant a mix of fear and awe would be given, but that meant a slight discomfort and shift in their emotions whenever I made my presence known to them. Welp, it's fine by me. I descended the stairs, exited my dorm, and made my way to the destination mapped out for myself. This week was a free one for everyone, that meant the students were meant to use it as they wished. Some would dedicate it to training hard in an attempt to meet up to the strong display of power they witnessed in the exchange. Some would use this chance to recuperate from the mental and emotional fatigue that had been built up from their participations in the exchange. Even though any physical consequence had been settled, some would simply have fun and spend their time in leisure. It was a matter of choice for everyone, and they would all be right. For my close companions, Edward and Anna, they told me of how they would love to improve on their lacking skills, which was made evident after the exchange. Though I wouldn't be joining them in their diligent endeavors, appropriate measures were put in place to ensure that they would improve drastically within a week. The others, Stefan, Ivan, Sophia, and Kuzan, all had their respective plans, most of which centered on getting stronger. Apparently, my surprising display riled them up and increased their competitive drive. To be honest, none other than Kuzan made me feel even the slightest bit competitive among the first years, but even that one boy was enough. Since I had no intentions to be left behind in any aspect, be it magic, martial arts, or scholarship, I was going to work my butt off as well. This should be interesting. Chapter 215. I made my in a direction that was not the oasis. Usually, that would be my goal, but thanks to my recent achievement, I was going to be training in a different place. I hope I'm not too early, muttering to myself, I stared at the staff's area of the lower class. The lower class region, just like other classes, was separated. There were multiple structures within, and also a vast area for training, relaxation, and other activities. Among buildings like the classrooms, library, training hall, and the likes, the staff area was a place of relevance. The 3 lecturers involved with each year of the lower class presided over their respective offices, as well as minor staff that taught electives. The staff room was big enough to contain all of them, since Lark had no lack of space, but I couldn't help but compare the differences this building had with those belonging to higher classes. Probably the same gap as heaven and earth. With that slightly playful thought coiling in my mind, I eyed the particular area that was my target, the office of my year's lecturer. Naren Khalid was the lecturer in charge of the lower class first years. In essence, he was my lecturer, and it wasn't strange for a student to wish to visit their lecturer's office. However, with a week of break, which student would desire to see a teacher rather than hone their skills? There was a reason I approached this man, and that was simply because he had agreed to be my master. Since I was the man's apprentice, it was well within my right to see him anytime I desired. Plus, we had an agreement that he would teach me before he departed for a particular issue in 5 days. That meant I had 5 days to squeeze as much knowledge and skill as I could and ruminate on them before he returned. It was perfect, especially considering the fact that a penalty hung over my head and would be given this Sunday. The penalty didn't bother me one bit, though. I was looking forward to my training time instead. "Oh? Looks like you're here." Naren spoke in his usual stoic voice the moment I entered, acting as if he didn't sense me coming a while back. "Yes, master. I am ready to receive your guidance." I made a mock bow and smiled wryly as I approached the man. "Oh, please. Cut that out. It looks so fake." Naren nearly burst out in a snicker. He remained composed, though, as one would expect the usually stoic man to be. "All right, Professor Naren. What will we be doing for today?" I looked around the room as I asked. The office wasn't exactly cramped, but it was certainly not built for magic training. With books carefully arranged on the shelves, a desk and 2 chairs outfitted at the center, this indeed looked more like a place for business rather than combat. "Have a seat," he proposed, and I took him up on his offer. While seating, I felt the man's gaze on me. It was like that of a watchful fellow closely examining something. I knew Naren was curious about me, but the feeling was mutual. I could only hope that our relationship would foster a form of trust that could prove mutually beneficial. If anything, I knew Naren wasn't an enemy. "I'll get straight to the point, Jared. I'm curious about you. Your abilities and intelligence are too advanced for your age. It's clear you're like a genius, but even then, your abilities supersede any other person I know, with the exception of one." It was weird of him to say this, considering the fact that people like Kuzan and Sierra existed. I mean, those two were clearly more powerful than me. Yet, it appeared none had garnered his interest. I wondered why. "Is it because of my mana core?" I asked bluntly. Naren smiled and nodded. Those with talent are born with such scary potential that their mana cores form on their own in such short time. They develop quickly, and the color they possess can be even higher than magic users that practice their butt off. Naren began his explanation. "As you know, there exist 9 mana core categories: white, yellow, blue, green, orange, red, purple, silver, then finally gold. White was known as the weakest and gold could be considered the strongest, however. These are merely terms of growth for a mage, depending on how mana matures in a person and how well they excel in a particular field. But, there is one other grade of mana cores. You should know it as well." I nodded, shuddering a little. "The special grade." We both spoke at the same time. Special grade cores, having the color of the rainbow, appeared within those who were loved by mana and possessed exceptional talent in magic. It was said that this grade manifested naturally and bypassed the usual progression of mana cores, and the potential of those who awakened such cores was endless. That boy, Kuzan, as well as the girl, Sierra, they both have the special grade cores. As a result, it's undisputed that they should be very strong. Their potential is limitless, after all. I didn't know why Naren was going out of his way to explain these things, but I knew he wanted to establish a point. "You have a white mana core, Jared, same as me. We're different from those born geniuses. Obviously, we worked hard to get where we have gotten to. But, working hard isn't enough." Naren was right. If all it took was hard work and determination, many people would have exceeded the limits and made good names for themselves. An example is Jerry. Even though it was clear that he put in scary amounts of effort, in the face of superior talent, he had no choice but to lose. Of course, there were things to be gained from efforts, but it couldn't be compared to latent potential. To truly get to the zenith, one needs to work smart as well. Knowledge isn't strictly power, but it can be translated as a means to obtain it. Naren continued, further impressing me. And that's what makes you special, just like me, you have knowledge, don't you? I smiled, and he smiled as well. As we both stared at each other, it was evident what the both of us desired. Knowledge. Chapter 216. Silence enveloped the office. It wasn't the dreary and uncomfortable kin. No, rather, it was a calm that signified how the both of us evaluated each other. The barrier of student and teacher was thin now, almost non-existent. It was as if we sat face to face, as equals. You want to know what I know? I muttered. The same can be said about you. He fired back. Naren Khalid wasn't wrong. Despite being a white core grade like myself, he had achieved a realm in magic that I couldn't fathom. The amount of mana dwelling within this man was the highest I had ever seen in my life. It made me wonder what would happen if he used mage mode. I wanted to know how he did it. How did he achieve something like that despite his core grade? Unless he used my method, that would be impossible. Then, did he? I found that hard to believe since I could only think in that line thanks to the knowledge I hoarded for myself. Unless he thought in that line, it would be impossible. It wasn't like I was proud of my advanced intellect. After all, I had spent a lifetime in search of the truth. My current duplicate mana cores was simply an application of my previous life's knowledge. There was no way anyone could replicate it, unless they were reincarnated as well. Maybe, he too. I was stuck, but this was an opportunity for me to find out the truth. Who's going to go first? I smiled a bit nervously. Information was vital. That was the very reason we were having this conversation. If Naren wanted to benefit off my knowledge, it meant his was no longer sufficient for him. After all, there would be no need for someone superior to ask for an inferior method of obtaining power. The same could be somewhat said about me. While I was confident in my methods, I had hit a wall and nearly reached the limits of my current state. Unless I grew a bit more body wouldn't be able to handle the strain of so much power. That was why I simply improved the grade of my core rather than creating new ones. If Naren could achieve such unfathomable prowess at such an age, it was clear the man was doing something that I wasn't. Since I was aware of the ability to create multiple cores, I could somewhat decipher if a person had them. Naren didn't. The fact that he hadn't mentioned my multiple cores was also because he hadn't noticed as well. He wasn't aware of my special trick, but that in itself told me he wasn't using it as well. What other method can a white core grade use to grow stronger? The more I racked my brain, I couldn't figure it out. Ultimately, we could only ask. Naturally, you should. I'm your master, right? So, tell me, disciple, how did you achieve your current estate? Naren smiled smugly. Using that card, However, since you're master, shouldn't you be the one teaching me? My response was innocent and precise. We both laughed at the intellectual game we played, but I knew he was just as curious as I was. To achieve my goals, I couldn't afford to miss this chance. For that, there was very little I wouldn't do to achieve my goals. That was why. Fine, I'll go first. I needed to throw in the bait. There's a risk I'll be giving more than I will get in return, but I'll take that chance. Naren's power isn't fake, after all. And so, I told him all about it, about my multiple mana cores, and how I coined it. Naren seemed awestruck, no, dumbfounded by my genius. He listened, without interruptions, as I explained my means to him, and it was as if his eyes had just opened for the first time. For someone who had not even considered the possibilities that existed in making multiple cores, or that it was actually possible, Naren was simply amazed by the concept. Wow! Amazing! I never even thought about that. Naren had already told me about how impenetrable this office was against any interference or information leaks, so I didn't withhold the details. It would be foolish to lie to someone as intelligent and powerful as him. Plus, he wasn't my master for nothing. I truly respected the man and wanted to learn from him. I may have been a sage in the past, but in the use of magic, I was most likely more inferior to him. I had no intention of holding on to pride and limit my learning. Wow, Jared! This is truly groundbreaking! He exclaimed, and we had a bit of a discussion revolving around the topic. Not once did Naren ask me how exactly I was able to get such knowledge, neither did he ask why I hoarded it to myself. Since his situation was probably similar to mine, he probably didn't want me to ask questions that he wouldn't be able to answer when his turn came. That's a relief. I don't want to lie to him. I mean, how could I reveal myself to be an old man who reincarnated as a young noble? How surprised would he be if he realized he was in the presence of the great Lewis Griffith? Pfft, I can only imagine. Now, then. I suppose it's my turn, Naren said in a more serious tone, and I made sure to focus all of my attention on him. My words would prove very useful to the professor, that much was guaranteed. Unlike others, he still had a white mana core, so he could create other mana cores. His growth would increase by leaps and bounds, a prospect that even scared me a little. Still, I had no regrets, as long as I would be able to gain something worth equal value. It's now the moment of truth, Naren Khalid, what are you hiding? My method is similar to yours, but also completely different, he began, causing to narrow my eyes even more. I create multiple mana cores as well, but all of them are within the same mana core. My eyes bulged the moment I heard this, and a picture flashed in my mind. Why you mean? I exclaimed in shock and awe. Yes. I only have one mana core, but within it exists a million more. Chapter 217. My entire logic was shattered apart. Naren's method was something I never even considered, and it was extremely effective. Simply put, within a mana core, there existed mana paracles that had been integrated together and became a stream of mana. The purity and power within a core depended on the concentration of mana there, as well as the grade. Within mana cores were worlds of their own, which is why familiars desired to live in a mage's mana core. In essence, it was also possible for a magic user to use the space within his mana core for whatever he desired. So, you just created other worlds within the domain of your mana core. I still couldn't hide my amazement. Naren nodded calmly. His reasoning was simple, something like a childish dream compared to my extremely thought-out theory. Yet, it turned out to be true. It appeared I disqualified myself from some benefits by making the concept of mana and magic too complicated. And you say, you have a million of them, inside you? I asked with shock. You can see for yourself. He stretched out a hand causally. I knew what he wanted me to do with him, mana resonance. He wanted our mana cores to resonate with each other. That way, we could verify both our stories and even learn more about the structure of the unthinkable. I didn't hesitate to grab his hand, and by concentrating and releasing the energy stored up in my 5 respective cores, I achieved resonance. He did the same, and our energies collided, then mixed together, and for a brief moment it felt like we were one. I could feel his insides, the energy within him was overwhelming, too much for my mind to completely understand. However, desperate to see it with my own eyes, I dug deeper and approached his mana core. It was massive, brimming with so much energy that mine simply paled in comparison. This core was the purest I had ever seen, but it went without saying since I hadn't really achieved resonance with anyone else. I should get a closer look. Wincing as the rush of mana swept upon me like a current, I dived into the sphere within the man, and found the most amazing sight once within. This is. My eyes weren't deceiving me. I was practically sensing everything Naren could sense, just like I could do the same for my own mana cores. This couldn't be an illusion, we were using resonance, after all. It was the real deal. Within Naren Khalid's mana core were bright glimmers of light, like stars shining ever so bright. Each star had different colors, ranging from gold, to purple, to blue, to red, several that were nearly unlimited. This was the mana core of a person, yet why did it look so unreal? Like constellations of various hue dancing in the night sky, these brilliant glows captivated me. They were beautiful to behold, and I was moved by the power they all had. It was no lesser than an actual mana core. In essence, these sub-mana cores had the same quality as the ones I currently possessed, and Naren had 1,000,000 of them. How amazing! In retrospect, what I told him could not compare to what I received. With this, then maybe. Okay, time up. A voice suddenly interrupted my bliss. Before I could protest, I felt like everything became a blur and I was forcefully ejected from everything I was experiencing. Before I knew it, I regained my normal sight and opened my physical eyes. Naren sat before me with a smile plastered on his face. He seemed to understand what I just experienced and was probably feeling the same way. No, you are amazing, Jared. To think you really made several cores and created the appropriate channel to connect all of them so you can use them simultaneously. I understand perfectly now, he beamed. I could see an excited child in his smile. It was as if the stoic Naren never existed. He was truly amazed. I could say the same about you, Professor N.E. Call me Naren, Jared. Please. He sharply interrupted me, giving a serious smile now. Okay, Naren. I complied easily. I didn't mind talking to him without relying on any honorifics. I was actually older, so it made sense. Naren, your core is amazing. I understand why you have so much power now. I grinned. Is it? There are disadvantages, though. It's not as efficient as yours. Naren was right. Since I made cores in several locations, power was not concentrated in a single spot. It was faster to use magic in other areas. Plus, since I also made appropriate channels to connect all my cores, they could function simultaneously and efficiently. However, your core has more power than mine. The potential to make sub-cores is outstanding. It will definitely increase the power capable of being produced by one. While mine was more efficient, Naren's was more powerful. In essence, they were somehow incomplete, two separate sides of a coin. But, that also meant we can combine our methods. The both of us exclaimed at the same time. I needed more power, Naren desired more efficiency, it was perfect. Plus, the both of us were adept at mana control and had white mana cores. Simply amazing, was all I could say about the idea. I certainly would have missed out on a lot if I hoarded all the information for myself. There was no way I would have discovered his method anytime soon. But now that I knew of it, I understood perfectly. This is exactly what I need to get stronger. Well, as much as I would love to beam on and on about how amazing these concepts are, we shouldn't lose sight of the goal, Naren spoke, snapping me from my thrilled state. I smiled and agreed with a nod. Other than the extreme knowledge I just received from Naren, I still required something else. Magic training. We have 5 days at our disposal, let's use them wisely. Chapter 218. Naren took me to the backyard of the staff area, a vast plain where the breeze blew over us in a calm, soothing manner. The outdoors seemed pleasant, a perfect day for training. I wondered if it was because of what I had just learnt from Naren, or perhaps the weather was actually so pleasant. In any case, I was excited for what would come next. It's weird for an old man like me to be this pumped up, but I couldn't help it. You're already pretty established in mana control. Your use of spells is also very impressive, plus you have no problem using spells of varying degrees. Naren began his explanation. It was all correct. Frankly speaking, there was hardly anything lecturers could teach me about spells. I mean, I was interested in modern magic, but I could figure it out on my own after some time. The reason I desired a master specifically was because it was Naren Khalid that would be teaching me. If it was him, I expected something different. There are 3 things I can possibly teach you now, but considering our time, you'll have to pick between them, he stated. My eyes bulged a little, surprised that he had so many options in his approach as my personal tutor. I could feel myself getting excited. 1. I could teach you mage mode. 2nd, original magic. As for the 3rd, your multiple familiars. I could teach you the optimal way to use them. I smiled, ruminating on the options he set before me. Make your pick. The wind gently whooshed, causing my hair and attire to flow in its direction. My mind sorted through the information I had as I focused on choosing the best choice. Rather, the one I really needed at this juncture. Mage mode can wait, I have elemental chamber for now, my thoughts translated to words. Original magic is taxing, but since you mentioned it, that means it's feasible. Still, I didn't want to settle for a rushed original magic formation. The idea of my original magic was far too profound to be created at this juncture. With that understanding, it wasn't even an option for me. The final option seemed to be the most reasonable, and I had a feeling Naren thought so as well, considering he saved it for last. I'll go with training my multiple familiars. My resolute voice sounded. I watched my lecturer's expression. He smiled and nodded. Good choice. Can I ask why you chose that, though? I knew this was coming. Well, for one, it's rare for a person to have multiple familiars. Familiars hate sharing space, especially the stronger ones, so a mage usually has only one familiar because they have one mana core. But, Naren and I were exceptions. With my multiple cores and his sun cores, we could have as many familiars as we desired. It was because of his experience in this department that he was most suited to teach me. I have very little knowledge and experience when it comes to familiars. Since it's a more recent concept, I can't call myself an expert. It was even worse on me because I had more than one. To effectively use everything in my arsenal, that included my familiars, I needed to be in complete control. No other person could bring me up to speed as well as Naren could. I explained all this to the lecturer who listened attentively. That's a very good rationale. I believe so too. It appears we have an agreement, Wu. If you intended to teach me this from the start, why did you give me 3 options? By the way, how many familiars do you think I have? Naren suddenly asked. His question caught me off guard a little, but since he got 3 in the familiar selection ceremony during his days as a student, I had to assume he had at least 100 of them now. 500, maybe. I retorted, mentioning a random amount. According to my calculations, that was impossible, but this was Naren I was talking about. Pfft. That's a funny number. He seemed to laugh in slight amusement. Of course, I knew the number was absurdly high, but it just went to show how highly I placed this man. I have 900,000 familiars, Jared. What do you think? Pretty neat, right? Silence. There was absolutely no way I could leak out a sound after hearing the absurd statement that came out of Naren's mouth as if he was just counting grains of sand. That's impossible, right? 1,000? 100,000? 900,000? That's impossible! I shrieked, unable to take any more of Naren's bad joke. Oh? But it's true. I mean, why would I lie? Well, not all of them are strong, but I have a few trump cards, Naren muttered, once again talking about it so casually. I felt like I was having a heart attack. The old man in me wanted to spank this youth to correct him. Naren barely looked 25, yet he was spouting such nonsense. Even if he graduated from Inslark at 15 years of age and became a mage at 16, that meant he only had 9 years of service in his record. There was no way it would be possible to get that many familiars in such a short while. Since it's Naren, he won't even be interested in the small fries. If I used that logic, his definition of not strong would probably be the imperial class, and the trump cards would be gulp. I couldn't bear to think about his words anymore. When he put it that way, it made me feel stupid for my pride in collecting a bunch of wisps. I see, that's good for you, Naren, I strained a calm smile. He seemed to be enjoying my pain as he laughed casually, creating some distance between us. All right, Jared. You'll be bringing out your 4 wisps out now. Since I understand how you were able to contract with them, this should be easier. He smiled, once again returning the mood to a serious one. What exactly will we be doing? Curiosity got the better of me, so I asked. Naren made a face that told me it would be quite exciting, and intense. I'll be teaching you bond magic and fusion form. By the end of these 5 days, you should be able to use it for, not only one, but, all of your familiars, and you should be able to combine your multiple bonds and fusions to create an entirely new state. His smile widened, and as it did, I grinned in response. You'll have the power of all your cores and all your familiars, how sweet is that? Chapter 219. Bond souls, also known as familiars, come in different shapes and sizes. They have various levels of power based on their capabilities, but there is one thing they all have in common other than the desire to seek a home: the power to achieve bond magic. Mages could utilize their familiars and use bond magic, which simply involved allowing the familiar to use their attributes and form spells. For this reason, familiars are considered extremely useful for mages, since they would be able to utilize magic that is not in their area of specialty. However, there is another use of familiars. That is fusion. Fusion simply means the mixing of a mage's mana and a familiar's, forming something new and more powerful. Only a few mages could achieve complete fusion with their familiars, which would allow them to completely use a heightened version of bond magic and even strengthen their personal magic. The best part of fusion is the new magic that would be birthed from mixing 2 different mana. Fusion magic. Ha, ha. This is seriously hard. I fell on my back and gave more heavy breaths, feeling completely spent. Fortunately, the soft grass beneath me was ready to receive my weight, so I didn't feel much of an impact when I fell. How, do you manage so many? My breath was strained and my eyes were heavy. I hadn't felt this exhausted in so long, and considering how hectic my usual training always was, this was just too extreme. Looks like you're tired out already, that's a bit disappointing. Naren's voice appeared and I heard his footsteps approach me. I felt a bit of irritation wash over me once I heard his comments. The man brought his head above me and looked at my low estate with a smile on his face. It appeared he was satisfied with how much I was suffering. With this, I'm convinced you're not a monster. If you mastered this easily, I would honestly be very freaked out. Yep, I was right. Well, I completely suck at controlling my familiars. You don't have to tell me, I gave a tired groan as I struggled to rise from my back and sit on the dirt. No. Your level is pretty normal for your age. No, I could say you're progressing faster than normal, Naren smiled. Normal isn't good enough. While it may have seemed like I was being impatient, it was actually true that I couldn't measure my growth by normal standards. I was up against geniuses, so I had to grow at a much faster pace. Relax. Normally you should be growing at a faster rate, but it's difficult to do that with so many familiars. In fact, it'll be impossible for others. Naren spoke in an attempt to dissuade me from my feelings of dissatisfaction. I fell silent. It was dangerous to feel content with my pace, but I couldn't ignore the words of my teacher. Now, Could I? Once you get used to it, your progress will be much faster. Trust me. My training was supposed to last for 5 days. In this span of time, I needed to be able to bond with each and every one of my wisps, and after that, I was also going to fuse with everyone at once. So far, my training was to infuse my mana and also that of my familiars. Doing it with 1 or 2 at once wasn't very hard, but the difficulty drastically rose once I started trying to use 3 at once. 4 was completely impossible. I had been up to this for so many hours that I completely spent my mana and stamina. It was tempting to use a recovery potion. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any with me. Ha! I'm exhausted. The moment I said this, 4 glimmers of light appeared. They looked like energy clusters, and I knew exactly what these entities were: my familiars. Looks like our master is having some problems harnessing us properly. How pathetic. You can do it if you try. Ha ha ha. This is so much fun to watch. I nearly cringed with their words assailing me. TCH. Ha ha ha. Your familiars are actually really cute. Naren laughed along with them. Now, that only made me feel worse. Yeah, you guys are having fun at my expense, right? How petty. I murmured. The laughing didn't stop, so I simply ignored everyone who was happy with my pain. Rising to my feet, I stared at Naren and got a bit curious. Hey, Naren, why don't you show me how it's done? I smiled with a bit of mischief hidden within. Oh? It's about time you asked. He grinned. Oh. He's really going to show me? Nicey. I peeled my eyes open, and even the wisps stopped playing around. Everyone focused on Naren, who seemed to just casually smile. Which ones should I choose? He murmured to himself. How many can you fuse with at once? I asked with a curious expression. Well, about 1,000 at a time. That's my limit. Yeah. That was an awful lot. He was basically combining various energies that were different from each other, all to form something new and powerful. That's amazing. Naren shrugged at my words. Well, I'm just going to show you a fusion form with 5 of them. You can use it as a point of reference for your training. I nodded, ready to fully learn. Welp. Here goes. My master sighed, and suddenly multiple forms of energy began swelling from within him. They swirled around his body, and within a moment, Naren's body completely transformed. His dark hair took on a green form and began glowing and sparkling like flames. His arms had an orange color, his legs had a purple hue. He had a flaming tail that shone like gold, and his outfit completely burst like white flames. Stuff like horns appeared from his forehead, and sparks of lightning appeared around him. The oppressive mana he leaked out was simply overwhelming. So, this was Grand Fusion Form. Naren smiled, coated with so much power. It was amazing. So, this is what I need to achieve. It seemed like a realm far beyond me. However, this lit up a flame of challenge within me. Chapter 220. Imagine making soup. Yes, I mean the one you eat. The perfect brew is made by adding several diverse ingredients to form a perfect blend of varying items. These opposing flavors combine as they complement each other, forming a delicious harmony. The same can be said for fusion. Mixing mana of varying kinds together to achieve a more powerful result, wasn't that just the epitome of mastery? Just as it took great skill and time to achieve a desirable mix of ingredients and cook the ultimate soup, arriving at fusion took an equal if not greater amount of ability. As a result, it was hard enough for a mage to mix his/her mana with a familiar. Yet, this man in front of me could fuse with 1,000, and right before my eyes, he combined his mana with 5 separate familiars. This man is most certainly the most skilled magic user I have ever seen. He was stronger than my closest allies, even more skilled than the grand mages I knew of at the time. Judging by the quantity of his mana, his control over it, and then the mastery of all those familiars, no one I knew could defeat this man. As you can see, Grand Fusion form is the more advanced version of fusion. It allows you to combine more than one familiar's mana. Naturally, your individual magic will improve in this state, as well as the bond magic of every one of your familiars. Finally, by combining the mana of your various familiars, you can arrive at so many combinations of spells. Naren lectured as I simply opened my mouth and ears in wonder. In my current state, I can make over 100 spells thanks to the combination of all my currently fused familiars. If you calculate the 900,000 familiars in my possession, you should be looking at billions, if not trillions of spells I can access as a result of my combination. Is this guy omnipotent? With so many of them, wouldn't he be able to do anything? Those would have been my thoughts if I was a naive individual. But I knew better. It's still not enough for you. My voice leaked out as I seriously looked at Naren. No. Not in the slightest. For all I know, there could be a trillion more spells I cannot use. Isn't that already plenty away from perfection? I understood his feelings because I was the exact same way. Some could call it greed or destructive obsession, but it was human nature to always desire more. Before my death, I thought it would be simply satisfying to be able to produce magic, no matter how simple or little. However, now that I had gotten my dying wish, I still sought more. In that sense, I only thought Naren's achievements were unfathomable because of my low estate. Once I reached the summit he was standing on, I would come to realize that there was still much to be achieved. My final goal is to achieve infinity. The moment he said that, my eyes bulged, and I smiled widely. Me too. Our eyes interlocked, burning with passion for magic. Alphonse, my magic tutor, was a great man. He would be considered very powerful in this world, and his ability to use original magic placed him on the pedestal of magic. However, compared to Naren Khalid, my grandfather was far too weak. I didn't mean this with only the idea of ability in mind. Sure, Naren was most likely more powerful than Alphonse, but that wasn't all I was concerned with. His eyes displayed the same kind as mine. We both wanted to reach the pinnacle of magic, and we didn't let the boundaries of common sense define our dreams. Yes, Naren was like me and I was like him. In that sense, perhaps, he would be the perfect tutor for me. All right, then, he muttered, and the energy around him faded away. The environment went back to normal, and slowly, I felt the surge of excitement in my heart simmer down. You should resume your training now. I expect good things. His brilliant smile and confident tone spoke volumes. It was as if he was certain I could achieve this feat. Throughout my life, I've always had people believe in me. My parents, my townsfolk, my friends, and their encouragement gave me strength every single time. This time wasn't going to be an exception. Sure. You just watch. I was going to make sure never to betray the expectations of those I truly looked up to. A day passed. 2 went by. And in no time, 5 days elapsed. Evening came by, and I was still in the backyard of Naren's staff office. The moon had already begun rearing its head, but the desire to leave was far from my heart. Looks like you're still at it, Naren smiled, coming out of the back area of his office's interior. He had been sorting some things since he would be leaving the academy in a short while. I didn't let that distract me, though. After all, I was already very close to my desired result. Well, we're going to be ending things now, Jared. I'm heading out. Plus, this is already Friday. You should enjoy the rest of the day before it's over. The day was practically gone already, but I understood his sentiment. Well, that's fine. I suppose that's enough for today. Naren was outfitted a bit differently this evening. He had a dark hooded cloak on, and his inner outfit was also raven black. It was as though the attire was designed to blend into the darkness. His cool expression completely matched his noir clothing. Looks like you're good to go. I smiled at him. Not going to take any luggage with you? The man just shrugged my question off. The fact that he was going on quite an important trip meant he couldn't just go empty-handed, right? Well, maybe his luggage is already at his destination, or he can use space magic. Either way, it's not exactly a problem. Chapter 221. Well, I'll be off now. Jared, you take care of yourself, okay? I smiled at Naren and nodded. We didn't need many words to correspond to whatever we had in our respective heads. There was bound to be some funny business to occur in his absence, mostly having to do with whatever penalty I would be getting from the higher UPS. In the few days I had gotten to know my dear teacher, it was evident to me that he was similar to me in many aspects that included thought faculties as well. He must have also suspected a few things on his own. You should take care of yourself too, I returned his words, watching as he turned his back and began leaving. Sure. In a flash, no, faster than that Naren vanished from my sight. The evening wind howled as my outfit soaked in the chilly breeze, allowing it to tingle my tired body. Phew, looks like he was right. I should rest up a bit. My smile showed hints of exhaustion and I collapsed to the ground. Thump. I didn't even feel the impact. My numb body simply went into a brief moment of hibernation. One could question my decision to stay out in the open unguarded. It wasn't a safe choice. However, it was certain I wasn't in any form of danger at the moment. I just needed a moment to catch my breath. He's gone, in 2 days? No, I basically have 1 whole day left. I'll be getting my punishment then, There were many ways to wiggle out of this one, so I had to play my cards well. The problem was the other party. Whoever was sent after me, most likely the mastermind himself or someone closely related, was already in Inslak. That much I was certain of. Everything added up, except the fact that I couldn't predict what would happen next. What will his move be? I can't wait to find out. He had better pray I wasn't going to survive from whatever scheme he had going, since I would be nabbing him right after he played his card. Phew, training, planning, and so many other things. I've gotten quite busy, It couldn't be helped, though. The breeze blew on me for much longer, and the orange sky turned darker. Once I realized that the moon had shown its full splendor, my body limply rose, and I brushed off whatever remnant of dust hung to my outfit. It took a few seconds for the thought to register that I didn't need to do that. My outfits were enchanted, after all. I should get going now. My lips parted and words came out as I stared at the night sky. I was sure it hadn't reached curfew yet, but one can't be too sure. Looking at the brightly lit path before me illuminated by several magically powered street lamps, I began moving calmly to my destination. It was time to head to my dorm. At this time, there should still be a bunch hanging around, but it didn't matter to me. For this week, and most likely the next days to come, the path of solitude was the only clear way I could traverse. With so many uncertainties hanging above me, I found myself strained across many sides. I just wish these days would elapse quickly. More winds howled, the greens danced, the sky grew darker, and I vanished amid the scenery, contemplating as I walked home. He has left Innslark Academy, Finally, a voice rang out in the darkness. It was a completely dark place, like an alternate dimension filled with nothing but black. There seemed to be multiple individuals in this plane, yet only 2 were engaged in a conversation. So, should we attack now? A husky, impatient voice surged forth. It belonged to Khan, the shadow demon that plunged a portion of the Eastern Kingdom into ruin. His eyes narrow as they could see the premises of Innslark Academy. The screen he watched displayed the landscape like a magical mirror. No. Not yet, the first voice called out. While Khan was raring to go, the other man, the same one who had approached the demon not long ago, was exercising great caution. Why? Khan snapped in slight annoyance. The evil monstrosity glared at the man who stood across from him. Even though they were temporary partners, he still didn't trust the stranger. Was he trying to go back on their deal? Khan couldn't shake off his unease. Relax. I don't plan on changing the plan. It's just that Naren hasn't completely left the area. We must take extra caution to ensure he has a distance of 100 miles, at least. Only then can we launch an assault. Khan's glare loosened a bit. He kept hearing about the Naren Khalid man as though he wasn't a mere human. That alone seemed to put the demon in a wary spot. Plus, even with Naren gone, there are still a lot of strong people in the academy, myself included. If you attack now, I'll be forced to put you down. I don't want to do that. The man's voice sounded serious, and the darkness surrounding them twitched. Naren knew he was in a dangerous spot. Being trapped in the human's domain meant he would not have an even battle. Perhaps his partner was waiting for a chance to claim his head. Sheesh, I've told you several times. I don't have the intention to fight you. You have to kill someone for me, don't you? The man, who sensed Khan's slight bloodlust, quickly retorted. Why don't you kill him yourself? There was an uncomfortable pause in the monochrome room filled with pitch-black darkness. Well, that's not your business, now, is it? Just know that I've tried a couple of means already, he just seems to slip out of my grasp. That Jared Leonard is one tricky kid. There seemed to be a bit of frustration in the man's voice as he spoke. But that only lasted for a short moment. In the end, though, he's still a kid. There's no way someone of his caliber should be able to beat you, right? Khan chuckled a little. The man across from him had just told a bad joke. Not a chance. Chapter 222. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and a letter arrived in front of my room. While Saturday was filled with mostly leisurely activities, most students were busy with chores. Since they had messed up their rooms and were carried away by the break we were given, they realized that we would soon resume class. That meant they had to double down. It was of no consequence to me, though. Using Spellcraft, I maintained the quality of my room just well. My clothes were enchanted with magic and were in top condition. All my books and materials were neatly arranged, and my research items were safely stored away in a compartment somewhere. With that, I spent most of my time getting a feel of what Naren and I discussed, creating a subquery within my existing mana core. It was difficult, but I got the hang of things quickly. Since I had been able to perceive and control the microscopic mana particles within me a few days from my birth, it didn't take long to get a feel of the concept. But, as expected, it would take a lot of time to complete a single subquery. It was mostly due to my inexperience. Hopefully, it gets easier with time. My eyes closed and I spent a great deal of time meditating, circulating my mana and concentrating on my only white core. It wasn't until after I decided to take a break that I felt a strange presence in front of my door. What's that? Being adept at sensory magic, I realized a person had been standing directly at my door front. Well, there was no one there anymore, but something lingered beyond the structure. Sighing a bit in annoyance, I jumped from my bed and opened my door. That was when I found the letter. It came from Ins Lark's council and it was simply reminding me about my scheduled meeting with them the next day. So, tomorrow at noon, I sighed. The venue was stipulated there, as well as strict warnings if I failed to show up. I rolled my eyes as I went over the details. One would think they were overreacting, but considering how I ruined an annual event and brutalized someone with high status, this was only natural. Of course, this was simply the front my attacker was utilizing against me. Whatever card he wanted to use was tied to this punishment being dished out to me. I still didn't know why someone would be so persistent with killing me, but I would soon find out, I guessed. This has gone beyond some regular noble skirmishes, and it's too organized to be someone with a grudge. My adversary was formidable and very intelligent. There had to be a deeper purpose than some shallow reason. Several reasons popped into my mind, but without much to go on, I couldn't rely on any of them. This letter is basically your invitation, isn't it? Whatever you're trying to pull, will take place tomorrow, right? Or maybe. Pfft. I'm not an idiot. Still, it would be quite the sight to see how things would progress. I suppose we'll see soon. After my slight moments of contemplation, I burned the letter and resumed my meditation. Making sure not to push myself so hard, I relied on a few potions for balance. Once it was 7 p.m. in the night, I concluded most of what I was about to do. In preparation for my big day, I had to sleep, no? I rested my head on my bed and willed myself into unconsciousness. I've done all I can, there's no way I'll lose. With this resolute thought in mind, everything drifted into darkness and I slept off. It was dark, not the kind of pitch black that existed in an entirely isolated room, no, this was brought about by nighttime. It was late at night in Inslark Academy, past curfew. The environment was in a lull, and there was not a single soul in sight. Lamp posts provided light all around the campus, but even they were shining dimly to reflect the atmosphere of the current atmosphere. The moon was covered in some strange dark clouds, but it was no bother since Inslark hardly had to rely on the illumination of the celestial body. Besides, no one required any form of light during this period. Now was the time for rest. Well, for the students, anyway. For the staff, though the lecturers who taught at the academy, they were simply getting started. In a secret hall, usually inaccessible to students, were the men and women who served as the nurturers of students in Inslark Academy. This hall was protected by a barrier that made it completely undetectable from the outside. It basically isolated the building from all forms of interruption. Since this was achieved by high-class space magic, no student could hope to fumble their way into the large structure. Within were senior lecturers, who sat on a higher pedestal than others, as well as the intermediate and lower staff, all of whom were seated like students in the hall. There was someone else present. He had a special seat allocated to him and took the position of vice head of the academy. As the current highest in command in the academy, he had the most prestige allocated to him. With the room filled with lecturers, all over 3 senior lecturers at an elevated point and the others behind them all facing the vice head, the session was about to commence. As is trite, we'll be having our academic review. The older man addressed everyone who had eyes on him. The academic review occurred once every semester. During every academic session, there were 2 semesters then ran for spring and fall, respectively. The review was meant to observe the initial phase of each session and determine modes of improvement as well as other factors moving on in the institute. Subjects such as tests and examination questions were also discussed in these meetings. Needless to say, it was very crucial and of utmost necessity. So important, that all the top players of the institute were in the same room. Chapter 223. We were supposed to have this meeting tomorrow, as per the norms. However, after considering the opinion of a senior lecturer, I decided to make an exception and allow it for this night. Usually, the academic review occurred a week after the inter-class exchange, or whatever event that went on during that period before the exchange was invented. However, this time it couldn't be done in that manner. After all, we will also use this as a medium to decide what penalty to give the young student who interrupted the exchange. Jared Leonard's punishment was tomorrow. One of their goals was to determine what to do with the troublesome lad. As a result, the meeting had to be tonight. Any objections? No one said anything. It would be a long session, so they probably wanted to get the troublesome bits out of the way. Besides, anyone with common sense knew it was practically impossible to change the mind of their vice head. It's a shame one of us, Naren Khalid, won't be here today. It can't be helped, though. Everyone kept silent. They knew full well that their colleague had a complicated work relationship with Inslark Academy which allowed him to be very unconventional in most of his endeavors. Unlike others, he never properly got sanctioned by the higher UPS as well. Besides, everyone in the room knew to an extent the man's identity. He wasn't to be trifled with. Fortunately, he had been content with teaching the lower class first years. That alone made it a relief for everyone. Since there are no objections, we will begin the meeting. And so, in the hall cut off from all of Inslark Academy, the powerhouses began their meeting, unaware of what was lurking in the darkness. Unknown to those within the secret confines of their very important meeting, a very terrible storm was brewing. And this storm would completely alter Inslark Academy as they knew its students and staff alike. Inslark Academy, being one of the strongholds in the Eastern Kingdom, had one of the highest amounts of security. The barrier protecting it contained layers of advanced magic. Also, the level of mana radiating within, for various purposes, made the academy self-sustaining. There were guards who defended the institute from intruders, not that their services were especially needed. No fool would dare to invade a powerhouse that contained some of the most powerful figures in the kingdom. They would simply be signing their death certificates. This was the general view of the public, and they had every right to think that way. However, an establishment's security is only as good as its information management. Once the enemy has intel on the inner workings of a place, it becomes easier for it to fall. How annoying, a voice emerged from the darkness. The barrier around Inslark prevented Khan from infiltrating the academy from any other angle except the front gate. As a result, he had to take the long approach, entering as though he was a legitimate visitor of the place he was invading. After taking in a lot of information from the humans, Khan was well aware of guerrilla tactics and the intelligence of invasion. With him by his lonesome, it would be difficult to seize the academy, especially if he needed to use such a straightforward approach. However, don't worry, it'll go along well. The other lecturers won't disturb you since we're going to be in a meeting. The man who had partnered up with him had said. Even if Khan didn't fully trust him, he had to invade while relying on the strange man's intelligence. If what he said was right, then all he had to do was take care of the small fry guards that blocked the major areas he needed to pass through. Khan was aware that their meeting would take very long, but that didn't mean he had to as well. I'll end this quickly. He would simply finish the job, retrieve the information and treasure he needed from Inslark, and return to his home, the demon realm. Let's go. In a blur, the shadow demon charged at the grand entrance of Inslark Academy, blending into the darkness. His movements barely made any sound. It was swift and masterful, as a shadow that traversed an area. In quick lashes, before the unsuspecting guards could even react, Khan lunged his limbs at them, impaling the guards with the sharpened claws proceeding from them. The guards, taken by complete surprise, seemed to scream, but their voices didn't reach even their ears. They were forcefully silenced by Khan's magic, and as if that wasn't enough, Khan completely absorbed them into his shadow, dissolving the human bodies within himself. Once he was done with this role, he ventured into the academy. The gates were locked, but that proved no problem for someone like him. Looking at the smallest gaps in the gates, Khan slipped into the academic walls, arriving at a grand compound comprised of several buildings. It was a beautiful sight to behold, but the demon didn't have the time to gawk. He had a mission to fulfill. According to him, this isn't the true academic grounds, the darkened creature reasoned, following his accomplice's description to spot the actual location of the true Inslark Academy. Making his way through several buildings, undetected by the guards on patrol, he charged for one that seemed to ascend high into the night sky. Within were no small amount of people, as well as defensive magic. Khan was confident in his stealth abilities, but since the defense was very thick, he realized that fighting was the only option. And so, he sharpened his claws and coated his body with the evil mana of demon's miasma. Upon enhancing himself, he charged at the guards stationed at the front of the building, butchering them before they could make a sound. Blood spurted in the air, staining the floor and walls. A great amount of the red liquid flew in the demon's direction, but was quickly evaporated by Khan's miasma, allowing none to even touch him. The dark being opened the doors of the building, gaining access within. He saw several other humans who had yet to notice him. It was only a matter of time, though. So, he brandished his arms, ready to resume the slaughter. How bothersome! Chapter 224. It didn't take very long for Khan to see a portal leading to what seemed like another dimension within the building. After slaughtering his way inside, he finally arrived at the room he needed to use in gaining access to the true campus. The distortion before him twirled and swirled, emitting a purplish-blue glow. Khan felt like he would get sucked into it if he moved any closer, so he simply maintained his distance. This was it. Beyond this portal was Inslark Academy. What lay beyond there could either be a trap or the genuine thing. Shadow. In a whoosh, Khan seemed to divide, and a copy of himself tore from the main body. There now existed two Khans, though their physique told of the difference between the two. This duplicate had shorter horn-like ears. No spikes protruded from its shoulders either. It had a less menacing presence, and was also shorter than the original. Go. Observe. Immediately responding to his instructions, the shadow minion lunged toward the portal and vanished within it. Khan watched the distortion swallow a vestige of himself, and then used his link to that vestige to observe what was happening on the other side. He closed his eyes, and his sight was opened in another place. He saw whatever his minion saw. It was indeed true. Beyond the swirling portal was their goal. Good. With that in mind, Khan returned to his original senses and opened his eyes to see the warbling rift in front of him. He wasted no time stepping forward and entering the portal, feeling as space warped around him and his senses became distorted. He didn't panic, though. In a moment, the demon appeared on the vast plains within the academy. Ha! Khan sniffed the clear air within Inslark Academy. The night breeze was wonderful, and the pleasant scent of nature made even the creature of evil satisfied. He raised both arms, as though welcoming a hug, and grinned to himself. This is it, ah! Khan's white eyes witnessed the beauty of the place he was about to sully. Soon, it would be coated in darkness and fear, but the demon couldn't care less. No, perhaps he felt some form of excitement, something welling up within him. I can't wait. Slits formed on his darkened face, revealing his sharpened black teeth as he smiled widely. His other minions stood behind him, but not long after, several others appeared. Darkness surrounded the plains, and many Khans could be seen touching the grass. Many shadow demons, all led by their general. Khan stood, having so many versions of himself ready for a siege, a one-man army. Let us do this. Today, we shall strike the first blow to the human race. An image appeared in Khan's mind. No, two did. One was of the few humans he actually acknowledged, and the pact he made with them. But, that was so long ago. Besides, humans were already a threat to his race. He didn't care about those words any longer. Then the second was the boy he was after. He had ingrained his picture in his head. There was no way he would forget his prey. There were several ways to kill the brat, but he had to go according to plan, and that was: I'll simply make him come to me. Now. His minions readied themselves, awaiting command. Wreak havoc and chaos. Let the carnage begin. In an instant, they vanished in the darkness, headed for their respective areas. Their black gates could barely be illuminated by the moonlight, yet they raced like sniveling rats, hoping for their share of despair. Khan watched as he also began heading in a different direction. I'm only meant to kill one of them, but why leave the rest alive? They would only be nuisances in the future. He had several targets. The monument, the library, the sacred area, the dorms, etc. By attacking several areas at once, no one would be able to fully understand what he was after, at least, not until it was too late. Khan's destination was the most pivotal area, one which was indispensable to the operation. It was both an area of advantage and that of weakness. He couldn't leave that task to anyone but himself. Besides, according to the words of the strange human shrouded in darkness, his prey was going to make his way there. "I'll be waiting, Jared Leonard." With this, Khan vanished into the darkness as well. Whoosh! I swiftly rose from my bed, sitting upright in an instant. Something isn't right. My dark room was as it should have been, and while my vision was a little impaired, none of my senses were. I had prepared for this night since I realized the plan of my opponent. He's going to use the penalty as a distraction for me, but in actuality, he'll strike sooner. It has to be tonight. My eyes darted at the clock, and it was around 11 p.m. It was the perfect time to act, at least close to it. Why wasn't anyone coming? I had set lots of traps across my room and even prepared my cards well. Yet, what was going on? No one was coming. I couldn't even sense anyone approaching my room at all. It was perplexing. Did I read too much into their action? Is the penalty really it? No. I was certain my opponent was smarter than that. But, maybe I was miscalculating. Maybe. My eyes bulged as I felt something creep up my spine. I had been worried that I sensed no presence earlier, but now I could feel something approaching. No, that wasn't quite an apt description. It wasn't just one. They were several, and judging by their movement patterns, it didn't seem like their target was me. It was at this moment that my eyes widened almost to the point of being bloodshot. I was wrong. I had thought the opponent would attack me in my comfort zone, trying another assassination or something close, but to think they would use this tactic. It was a bold move, but considering who I was up against, I couldn't rule out the possibility. They're trying to force my hand. This was no longer a battle on my turf. The enemy was luring me out, and I had no choice but to respond. I could feel the presence around me increase. They were dark and sinister, filled with bloodlust and malevolence. If they were this much and this powerful, then that could only mean one thing. I wasn't the only one they were after. This dorm is surrounded. We're hostages. Chapter 225. My breathing was uneven as perspiration trailed down my face. I shivered as I felt the menacing beings creep around the building I was in. Their movements were uncoordinated, not befitting professionals. However, the killing intent they had far surpassed any I had ever encountered in this life. It was almost as if they weren't human. Shit, what's this? I made a blunder. I had thought the enemy sought to ambush me, but who would have expected him to prepare such an elaborate scheme? At this rate, the other students were going to get caught up in this mess. Wah! I quickly sprang to my feet upon realizing that our dorm had been breached. I sensed 3 of the evil presences inside the building. They were still on the ground floor, but it was only a matter of time before they made it up. The dorm master's quarters should be situated downstairs, I reasoned, wondering if the usually lackadaisical man had noticed the presence of whatever evil crept below. I didn't have time to waste. If I didn't act now, then. Glancing across the room, I spotted all the necessary things I needed to take. I wasn't confident in my current abilities, and the fact that I couldn't foresee this event made me even less certain that fighting was the right choice. However, it was already too late to retreat. I can only move forward. Gritting my teeth, I prepared myself and frantically prepared my resources. My traps were wasted. My elaborate plans were ruined. All that was left was my ability to compensate. Boom! I heard a large sound emanate from the ground floor. The force of whatever impacted was enough to shake the whole building. I nearly fell as a result of the tremors, but after using my mana effectively, I regained my perfect form and prepared desperately. Since my attention was divided, I couldn't completely tell, but a fierce fight was going on downstairs. It was most likely between the group that had entered the dorm and the staff responsible for our building. I didn't particularly like him, but since his strength was real at the very least, up to the standard of a mage, I tolerated the man. Even if the enemies were strong, surely, he could buy a few minutes, right? Shit, damn it. My senses picked up more enemies. The ones who had swarmed the building began converging at the point where the loud sound originated from. I heard the howls of the wind and felt more evil auras emanating from beneath me. It all happened too fast. More explosions erupted, and for a few seconds, the entire dorm shook violently, almost as if it would collapse. Finally, the commotion ceased, replaced by a temporary dead calm that seemed to pierce my very soul. If I was naive, perhaps my mind would have concluded that our dorm master had won. However, I still sensed the strong presence of the enemies. They seemed to be increasing in power and numbers. What the hell? What the heck is going on downstairs? Should I check it out? The dorm master will handle it, right? What if something really dangerous is going on? I actually feel something scary. I should just stay in my rooms, just in case. I began hearing the several grumblings of the students in their respective rooms. Usually, the building walls were soundproof, so no matter what a student did within their rooms couldn't be leaked out. For me to hear sounds must have meant that they were opening their doors, most likely to sneak a peek outside. After feeling such a terrible quake, it was no surprise. Some of the braver students were most likely going to check it out. But none of you should move. I gritted my teeth as I finished my preparations. Bam! I flung open the door of my room and darted across the dark hallway. The dimness around me was no problem since all my senses were currently heightened. My elevated body made its way downstairs as I jumped down the stairs in a hurry. One of the figures was already in the hallway of the first floor. I had to corner it, fast. My lightweight body glided through the air easily, thanks to my enchanted outfit. Fortunately, I was fast enough to block its path, just before it could reach any door in the vast hallway. My body trembling slightly, and my eyes fixed on the opponent, I prepared myself to give it all I had no matter the identity of the enemy, until it registered to me. The figure appearing before my eyes. I couldn't believe it. Shadow Demon. How? However, before I could even question the existence of this creature, it launched several parts of his shadow-like body, creating multiple spears to impale me. My eyes bulged and I forced myself to recover from the shock. Willing my body to move, I was fast enough to evade the multiple strikes even though the demon caught me by surprise. I leaped back, creating some distance between us, but the monster sharply took the initiative and dived at me, wielding both arms as though they were sharpened claws. Its face cracked to form a malevolent smile, and its darkened body blended with the darkness. It truly was the kind of demon I remembered. Multiple questions appeared in my head, but I temporarily locked them all away. Now was not the time to dwell on the whys and hows. I had to fight. I had to win. That was all that currently mattered. I strengthened my body once more and dived headfirst into the approaching demon. It seemed to delight in my recklessness and brought forth several spikes around his body to impale me from all sides. The sharp, black needles lunged at me with devastating speed. I didn't falter in my motion, though. Using Spellcraft, I created several barriers to block each and every one of the spears that were about to assail me, focusing on the enemy in my line of sight. Die, monster! I extended my hand and touched it with my monocoated hand. She-Inc. Chapter 226. Bright blue light shone from within the monster, causing its body to jerk violently. Its sturdy, shadow-like body began to spasm and change form incessantly. I watched as the sharp spears lost their luster and simply became dull, shapeless blobs. The blobs hardened as light traveled through the shadow demon's body and began to leak all around the monster's body. The blackness of the demon's body turned ashen and it began to crumble apart. At this point, the creature looked bloated and rigid, like an overgrown statue, ready to burst. Boom! The demon died rather, it exploded, turning into particles of dust and smoke. I watched as the grey remains of the monster I slew fall on the ground, looking around me to see no semblance of it anywhere, though I sensed the presence of 2 more climbing the stairs. Creak K. Doors opened and I noticed that students were watching me with various expressions: surprise, fear, and curiosity. I didn't have the time to attend to all of them since I was about to encounter more enemies. Clicking my tongue as I prepared for the next bombardment, I glared at the few I noticed poking their heads. Shut your doors and stay indoors. My scream resembled a battle cry, and I stormed forward, charging at the 2 shadow demons who had gotten wind of my presence for sure. Swoosh! I created a blade of light, ensuring I condensed it with enough light and pure manner, allowing me to slice through the several dark spears that came my way. Swish! Hudush! My steps quickened as my flow became more fluid. My body gradually became accustomed to their patterns and the speed within me acclimated. Little beads of sweat appeared on my face, but it was due to the worrisome thoughts going on in my head, not for lack of confidence. If it's just these, I can win. I brandished my blade of light on one hand and prepared a great deal of mana on my second. The 2 shadow demons appeared flustered by my closeness and began generating several more shadow spikes. This time, they were like projectiles, bullets flying my way. I couldn't evade them all, not with the way I currently was. The only way out was through. My brain went to work and my expert control over mana manifested. Instantly, a powerful shield formed around me. Usually, regular barriers would do very little to stop shadow demons, however. I infused quite a deal of mana into it, plus the density could not be compared to regular barriers. As a result, it was watertight. Clang gong. Sounds like deflected metal echoed across the hallway/stairs as their hardened bullets failed to infiltrate my defenses. I raised my blade and prepared my slash. With my eyes already focused on the 2, and my distance closed, I went for the kill. The demons, not even caring for their lives, lunged the last of their attacks, their claws, and aimed to kill me. Screeath. Noise akin to grating metal sounded as neither attack had enough luster to reach me. Swoosh! Woom! I used my blade of light to instantly cut through one of my enemies while lunging my fist at the other. The exploding light that emanated from both caused them to explode into dust, same as the last one I killed. That makes 3. I had several questions and my confusion intensified, but it still wasn't time to give them any attention. I could still sense more enemies downstairs, after all. I would be entering a den of enemies, there was no way I could be burdened by my thoughts, or worries. Hey! I shouted, darting my vision at a student who was peeping at my battle the whole time despite my warnings. Eek! He let out a weak squeak. I saw in his eyes the dim spark that belonged only to weaklings who had too much curiosity. People like him were bound to die easily. Go knock on all the doors in this hallway and give everyone my message. I addressed him with an urgent tone and nearly bloodshot eyes. He nodded, both in terror and a form of excitement. He's crazy. My mind rang. But that made the guy perfect for this job. Tell them we're under attack. Make sure to let everyone know that none of them are safe. Go to the topmost floor, the one that belongs to the Elite 10. Stay there and keep safe. I barked, making sure my focus didn't waver from the enemies that were fast approaching. The Elite 10 who occupied the topmost floors, they were cowards, but still more powerful than the other students here. If they were to go there, I could at least be at ease about their safety and focus more on the demons that sought destruction. Besides, I knew Jerry, one of the elites, would do his best to protect everyone. Once I was done with the mess downstairs, I would go to check how they were faring. This was the best I could do, given the circumstances. Go. Do it now. I shouted at the hesitant boy. Okay. He got out of his room and dashed toward a nearby door to knock. That was the last I saw of him or even thought of him before focusing on the ones who would preoccupy my entire being until they were dead. Rah! I yelled, ensuring their attention would be drawn to me, and only me. The shadow demons who were already ascending the stairs saw me charging at them and took defensive stances. Seeing as their numbers were easily over 10, I couldn't afford to even let up for even a moment. I was at a major disadvantage, my mind was rattled, they had the initiative. I could go on about how unfair this was. The only thing I had to balance things out was knowledge. Shadow demons had high resistance to physical attacks, but were weaker to magic. Their major weakness among the elemental attributes was light. However, pure mana-based attacks also worked perfectly fine. Armed with extensive knowledge and experience, I could somehow manage against them, but I still felt something was off. No matter, all that mattered now was to kill my enemies, before they killed me. Chapter 227. Shadow demons are one of the 6 tribes of the demon race. They possess bodies that allow them to phase through physical matter and also increase their density to bolster defense. Using their bodies as the ultimate weapon, no other demon tribe boasts versatility as much as they. They also possess resistance to physical attacks and can bypass normal defenses by exploiting the smallest gaps. As a result, even stronger opponents end up losing to them. Well, at least back in my days. The war against the demons was a harsh one that claimed many lives. We couldn't continue down that path, which is why we settled for a peace treaty. Of course, things weren't so simple. Humans would never allow the threat of the demon scourge to persist, and the demons couldn't ignore the threat humans posed to their race. Ultimately, the hero party of which I was a member made a deal with the so-called devils. The pact satisfied both parties, and we were ultimately satisfied with the results. The demons withdrew their forces, and the humans were convinced that their race was wiped out or nearly. Humans didn't pay much mind to the demons and would eventually treat them as fairy tales. As a result, the fear that fueled the war was quelled. Lewis Griffithme at the time was the one who proposed this treaty, seeing as there was no other way to end things without resulting in a major loss on both sides. It was a risky venture, especially considering that the demons could betray them. Of course, there were countermeasures put in place in case that happened, but, the great sage I felt the demons wouldn't betray the pact. The results were satisfactory, and the world enjoyed peace for over 500 years. Even when I reincarnated, I was happy to find out that demons were no more than fairy tales and vestiges of history. I was grateful for both sides, relieved that the plan went well even after everyone's death. That was why I was so surprised to see a shadow demon. What are they doing here? What of the pact? Why now? Are my enemies the demons? Did they find out I reincarnated? But, then that would mean. What is going on? My mind was in disarray as multiple thoughts surged in my mind. In the end, these thoughts would only hinder me in my fight, so I sealed them away. I was initially hesitant to slay the first shadow demon I came across, especially since it reminded me of an old acquaintance, a very troublesome one. However, considering the circumstances, the fact that many of them surrounded the dorm in a siege, they killed the dorm master, and leaked out such bloodlust, I had no choice but to steel my resolve and go in for the kill. They betrayed us first, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it was too soon to conclude that the entire demon race was in on this. I only saw shadow demons, and a few of them for that matter compared to their actual numbers. It could be that a few had gone rogue, that was actually more plausible. I could suspect a few who could pull that off, like Khan, the demon lord at the time. But, he was too loyal to the demon king to betray the pact. His loyalty was what bred his hate for humans, to begin with, so I couldn't really suspect him. Then what was the matter? Did something happen to the demon king? Did the humans do something first? Was this the reason Naren left Inslark? So many inquisitions, no time to answer them. My subconscious swirled around these thoughts as I brandished my blade of light and slew my opponents. Swoosh! Against me, the demons were no match. Not only was I experienced in their moves, but I also knew their weaknesses, so it was easy to dispatch them. Fortunately, these were only clones. I didn't sense any form of intelligence from them, which was why I didn't attempt to converse while fighting. I sped across the room and faced off the final opponent, impatiently cleaving through its body with an intense light attributed stroke. It shrieked in pain and I plunged in for the finishing stroke. Boom! It exploded into particles of dust, causing me to resume my internal deliberation. Clones of this level meant that my actual opponent was a powerful demon. Was it a captain? I certainly hoped it wasn't a general. The image of my enemy flashed in my head. He was a senior lecturer within Inslark, and now that I began seeking a rational explanation, I was beginning to see the light. Was it possible that he was a demon in disguise? It would make sense that he commanded these shadow demons. But, going this far would mean he was risking his position in Inslark. Was it just for me, or did he have another objective? I wasn't so conceited as to believe the former, so I went with the latter. There was certainly something bigger in the works here. But, that also led me to another conundrum. Shadow demons were impressive in many areas, but intelligence wasn't one of them. My opponent was a brilliant strategist. There was absolutely no way shadow demons could be responsible for that, especially if I used someone like Khan as a standard. They were too dense and inflexible, a sharp contrast to the nature of their bodies. Then what the heck is going on here? An alliance. That made more sense, but more questions popped up. I had gotten rid of the demons within the vicinity, but my mind wasn't set at ease. Something this grave was bound to be more elaborate. I suspected that things weren't over, not by a long shot. I'm currently lacking in information. Using that as my objective, I quickly took the initiative this time. Spy automaton creation, basic. A creature formed as a magic circle appeared in the air, just a few meters from me. It was like a one-eyed bat, having red eyes. Concealment. I cast an intermediate stealth spell on it, causing the construct to turn invisible. I nodded satisfactorily. This would do, for now. Given the situation, nothing was more optimal. Go. Scour the area. Chapter 228. Automatons could function without the need to control them remotely, which is why I chose one to scour the area for me. I watched the invisible bat fly out of one of the openings a shadow demon probably made when infiltrating this building. Of course, since my eyes know, my whole body too were enhanced with magic, I could make out the automaton's soaring form. It was made using earth magic, making it quite sturdy, but since it was a basic summon, I didn't expect much in the department of offense and durability. It was mostly for spying, after all. That was why I even cast a cloaking spell on it. I needed to figure out what was going on. Hopefully, my spell and the darkness served as a good cover for my little automaton. I'm happy I learned that spell. Thanks to my interest in a lot of fields, I ended up diversifying and learning lots of things in various areas. Automaton creation was one of them. The field would be considered very difficult to master, especially for someone my age, and they would be right. Fortunately, my past knowledge gave me an edge since I had quite the knowledge and experience handling golems and their designs. Automatons are simply modern upgrades to the golems. It was still difficult, so I could only reach the basic level. But, this much was plenty for me. After all, there were tons of other fields that required my notice. That's enough of that, I whispered, slightly chastising myself for getting carried away in my thoughts. I looked at the floor, a distance from me, and saw a human lying in his pool of blood. I recognized that face well. It was the dorm master. He had been impaled in many areas, bleeding out of so many openings in his body. His blood had turned dark thanks to the lack of oxygen in them, and I could smell the gore from my distance. Many would consider the sight sickening, but I only found it sad, a vestige of some memories I would very much like to forget. My eyes left the dead man and trailed to the flight of stairs that hung before me. With the immediate threat extinguished, it was best to check out how the other students were faring. It would take some time before the automaton completed its mission. It was a bother. I sincerely wished none of the students were here with me. That way, I could act more proactively, but... Jared! I heard a couple of voices call after me. My ears prickled, and I sharply tilted my head upward to see 3 people rushing down the stairs. My eyes widened as I recognized them immediately. Edward, Jerry, and that kid that was peeping through the door back then, the one I gave the mission to. For them to be here, that means everyone is probably safe. You guys, I made to speak but was assailed by their torrents of questions. Jared, what's going on? The tremors, what caused it? I completed the mission. The 3 boys finally finished descending the stairs and presented themselves before me, expecting my response. I simply sighed and cast a sidelong glance at the corner of the room where our dorm master drowned in his blood. The boys followed by gaze, and a few seconds after. Bloong. The weakling vomited, and soon after, Jerry and Edward both made sick expressions. The gore seemed to overwhelm them, so much so that they glanced at me with surprise that I was unfazed by the sight. When I descended, he was like that. I calmly retorted, hoping they didn't have any funny thoughts and maybe suspected me of killing the man. Who, what could have done this? This is so. Bloong. I grew a bit irritated by the vomit the other boy kept splurging, even more than the corpse within my line of sight. I'm not sure what they are, but I will soon find out. How about everyone? How are they? I asked with concern. They're safely tucked upstairs. The other elites are guarding them. I gave a dubious look at Jerry the moment he uttered his last statement, causing him to look a bit nervous. He soon felt like correcting himself, but I raised my hand to stop him before he could say any more. Anyone who watched would have been surprised if they knew who the senior one among us was. In any case, Jerry kept quiet, allowing me to give a deep sigh. I can't assess the situation properly currently. I sent an automaton to check our vicinity. It should be done in a few minutes. In any case, we should prepare for the worst. My voice sounded grave, obviously frightening the 2. I was sure the little vomiter had told them what he saw when he peeped how the enemy wasn't human. I allowed their imagination to run wild a little. What's the worst? Jerry was the first to speak, clearly trying to stay calm. Was it his pride as a senior, or did he really feel he could handle it? An invasion. The whole academy could be infested with the enemy. I killed about 13 just now, but judging from my calculations, they should be close to 100. I murmured. The duo before me appeared fazed. I wondered what was more surprising to them, the numbers of the foes we had to defeat, or the fact that I casually mentioned killing. There were no bodies around, though other than that of a hero we died fending off the enemy, probably. That should have at least told them our opponents weren't human. Besides, if they didn't believe me, they simply had to wait until my soy returned. If it didn't show up after a few minutes, I would have to assume it was destroyed, then we were going to prepare for the worst. It was an automaton, so it could function on its own, plus I didn't have the luxury of attaching my mana to it. There were too many variables to consider. For now, let's go check on everyone. I should fill you guys in now, but I'll wait until I get to address you all. It would be a pain explaining things twice. Chapter 229. After defeating the shadow demons and encountering a few acquaintances, I decided to climb the stairs and head for the last floor where everyone else took refuge. Upon getting to the large hallway, I was met with the gazes of several students. They were well over 100, and murmurs flowed among them. Of course, the volume of their disgruntled tone drastically reduced the moment they saw me. Sigh, let's get this over with. Now practically surrounded by curious, frightful students, I calmed their nerves and decided to explain a few things to them. To put things into summary, the students instantly flipped once I told them the identity of our assaulters. They simply couldn't believe that demons, the stuff of fairy tales and legends, were actually real, and that they were attacking. Many students gave me suspicious glares, most likely conceiving whatever notion suited their heads best. I was less concerned, though. More important things occupied my brain. Why are the demons here? How large is the scale of their attack? As though answering my voiceless query, the automaton I sent returned. Since I had already programmed it to search for my mana signature within the building, it easily found me on the last floor, flapping its invisible wings. The crowd of lower-class students surrounding me didn't even notice when the automaton arrived. Since my concealment spell was still active on the bat-like construct, that made sense. Undo. Instantly, the invisibility wore off, and the little flying thing appeared in front of everyone. Arrgh! Shrieks of fear rang throughout the room. I glared at the crowd, causing them to instantly zip up their lips. One of the perks of being feared, I guess. It would have been a pain to try convincing them, but after seeing my performance in the exchange, it was pretty evident that I was the strongest guy around. They must have also noticed how merciless I could be. Fear proved to be a good incentive to make them behave. This is my automaton. I had it scour the area to better understand the situation. I explained, hoping they would at least calm some of their nerves. This is why I don't like relating with these guys. I'm like a babysitter now. In any case, it has no attack or defensive function, but it is capable of far-ranged image and sound detection. There's a storage compartment within as well, so it stores all it perceives inside like a brain or a memory cube. I was painstakingly explaining these things to them so they wouldn't question the validity of whatever they were about to see. I certainly hoped it wouldn't be much. I sincerely prayed I was overreacting. No, then, all I have to do is use magic to extract the image and audio, use sound and light magic to display whatever the automaton saw. I reached out to the flapping thing and poured my magic into it. It was a complicated thing, using specialized magic like light and sound, and normally it would be impossible to use two at the same time. My multiple cores solved that, so as soon as my magic infusion was complete, the eyes of the bat shone brightly, becoming a projector that displayed some sort of window panel in front of everyone, myself included. This is it, let's see what you found out. And so, the sound and image played right before our eyes. And no way. That's impossible, right? Demons, there are actually demons. What do we do? Arg. Shit. This is bad. Are we going to die? Reactions sparked as the projected sight was displayed for all to see. I was silent throughout, but my inner self was in a panic. I didn't want to believe it, but things were very bad. Shadow demons had swarmed the entire academy. They not only took over all the public infrastructures like the library, classrooms, and other important spots, but they also went after the dorms. Other than this one, there were 5 others. 2 belonged to the middle class and upper class boys, and the remaining 3 were for the girls. The demons that converged on their location were incredibly more than those that showed up here. Perhaps they judged the level of importance based on how glamorous or shabby each structure was. It could be mana concentration as well. Shit, damn it, I whispered under my breath. This was the worst case scenario. Where are the teachers? Shouldn't the guards be patrolling as well? Don't tell me, all of them were killed. Where the hell are they? We can't fight those things. Clamors continued, and I furrowed my brow. Good question, where are the teachers? Of course, I had some idea what the answer to their queries was. If my suspect was truly the one behind this assault, it wouldn't be difficult for him to keep the teachers occupied or at least distracted while this tragedy occurred. It looks like this is an alliance between the demons and that guy. Maybe the shadow demons want something else, which explains their uncoordinated behavior. But this chaos is very dangerous and widespread. There's no way I can ignore it. I was caught between a rock and a hard place: save my life and abandon others, or try to quell this whole mess even if it meant playing into the enemy's hands. He's going to use this chance to kill me. It was dangerous, risky, and terribly inefficient. However, I'm not abandoning you guys. My eyes were focused on Edward and Jerry. There were very few people I cared about in Lark, and it would be terrible if they lost their lives this early. In the face of calamity, especially one as intense as this, there were bound to be casualties. I had to ensure it was kept to a minimum. These guys are the future of the kingdom. If the demon race is truly behind this, we can't afford to lose the lives of promising youths. I didn't want to be burdened by anyone, but this was probably the best route to take. We're evacuating, I said to everyone present. Chapter 230. They all looked at me like I was crazy. No one had any intention of budging an inch from their location. At least demons weren't here, yet. But even that was only a matter of time. Those who want to remain can choose that option. I don't need useless worms with me, after all, I said, staring at everyone intensely. A word of warning, though. If you remain in this building, you'll die. My tone was firm, hinting finality. I can guarantee that, I muttered, turning my back on everyone as I began moving toward the stairs. I felt no footsteps behind me. Only the rattling of flesh and the trembling associated with terror made their way to my ears. I sensed great unease and fear build up, but I didn't halt my movement until I reached the start of the stairs. So, who's coming? Everyone trailed behind me in a row of 3, having straight files arranged behind one another. It was a coordinated formation, one that allowed for an orderly evacuation. Silence pervaded our group as we stepped out of the dorm compound, making our way to the first destination, the middle-class dorms. The reasons for that were simple. Firstly, thinking based on short-term logic, it was probably smarter to remain in the dorm. Sure, more shadow demons could come our way, but I could still somehow fend them off. The problem with that, however, was that other students would suffer casualties. There were a few I was certain would be fine. Students like Kuzan and Sierra didn't need my worry. Others like Stefan had what it took to fight, but without the proper knowledge of their weaknesses, it would be very difficult for them to come out victorious. After the war with the demons, we didn't publicize the weak points of their race. That was one of the terms we had to agree with, for peace. Did I make the wrong choice then? No, I didn't. The fact that no incident occurred for over 500 years since my death proved that the method was effective. Something else was in the works here, and I planned on figuring it out. In any case, the best shot we had in driving out the demons and ensuring our collective safety was to gather as a bigger group and form a coalition. Sure, it made us easier targets, but magic users were more powerful when forming teams. Besides, if we put up enough resistance, it could disrupt whatever objective they had in mind. My goal is to completely eradicate these guys. I couldn't let them roam around this academy. Plus, it was imperative to find the mastermind behind the chaos. Sure, demonic mana wasn't infinite, but if we kept defeating these mere clones, we wouldn't be able to solve the root problems. Fortunately, the clones were weak, so the summoner couldn't be very strong. My concern was their numbers, there were too many of them. It makes me wonder if there is only one commander in charge here. In any case, I sent out 2 automatons to scour the area before us. One would cover or front, and the other would focus on the rear. I ensured they stayed within a particular range from me, and also connected my magic to them both. 2 windows appeared in front of me, displaying the scenery my automaton bats were viewing. Using them as surveillance, I could determine the optimal path to take and also notice any enemy ambush coming from the rear. Of course, I was also using detection magic, and my enhancements were activated. I'll prefer avoiding combat as much as possible, but we can't be slow as well. The more time is wasted, the more lives could be lost among the students. No middle-class student could defeat a shadow demon, at least none that I knew of. The elites could manage, but without knowing their weaknesses, it would be very difficult. I had to hurry. My eyes suddenly bulged as I saw several shadow demons approaching our location. They were similar to the ones I fought, no, identical. That meant it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Keep moving, I commanded the students while leaving the group to quickly intercept the enemies. It would be disadvantageous fighting them if I was surrounded by civilians. I can help too. Let me join in as well. Edward and Jerry offered with all their might, but I quickly shot them a dark glare, telling them to obey my instructions. No. With my firm and slightly hostile tone, I dashed away at full speed. Some would consider my actions insensitive, but it was far from it. This wasn't training. It wasn't a game. It wasn't a contest either. This was a real battle. And they couldn't handle it, at least not yet. Any little error will lead to a series of mistakes, and the whole thing could be ruined. I can't allow that. That meant I had to fight alone, at least until we secured our first landmark. Mana sparked in my hands as I created a blade of light. Plunging into the group, I used a vanishing stride, focusing on speed, to quickly lope off the limbs of my adversaries before they could react. They must not have expected such skill from someone like me, since I heard shrieks of surprise. Before they could do any more, though, I tightened my muscles and tore through their dark bodies, turning them to dust. The moment I did so, the light sword in my hand vanished. Since it stood out so much, having the bright blade active for too long would only lead to a disadvantage. The lower class students were cloaked with my spell, but it wasn't too difficult finding them. After rejoining the group, I took the lead, and we kept up our pace, moving as fast as the camouflage could allow. I used an intermediate spell to hide them, since an advanced spell would be a hassle. Intermediate level was enough for our current enemies, plus I also had surveillance around. It would suffice. If it came down to it, I would use Spellcraft to camouflage all of us, but it was best to save that for when we needed it. We cleared several hurdles, I slew more enemies, and finally, it came into view. I can see it, the middle-class dorm. Chapter 231. Renner Lebrius heard the tremors surging from beneath the room where she slept. As a member of the middle-class Elite 10, she was privileged to have her room on the topmost floor of the female dorm. Since there were only 2 girls among their ranks, they had the entire area to themselves, even though 8 rooms remained untouched. She wasn't on good terms with her colleague, though, so they stayed at opposite sides divided by the hallway that existed between them. Usually, the night would be silent. Renner loved these moments when she got her beauty sleep. That was why she was so shaken by the commotion that abruptly knocked her awake. What could that be? Her mind trailed, and she grumbled internally. The girl plopped herself out of bed and sluggishly moved to the door, smacking her lips. Since she was used to enjoying her sleep every night, Renner wasn't completely awake. Until... Boom! The grounds rumbled once more. The entire building trembled, and she was knocked off balance, falling on her butt. Oh ow! She groaned in a cute manner as she rubbed her behind. Tiny sobs came out as she stood, wondering who could be so cruel as to cause her to suffer such shock in the middle of the night. The rumble was enough to drive her completely awake though. Now, she simply wanted to figure out what was going on. Renner was in her pajamas, so she had no qualms marching downstairs to reprimand whoever was responsible for her discomfort. Moving according to her instincts, she put on her flip-flops and swung her door open. In front of her, yes, directly opposite her door, another door was open. It was that of another girl, one who shared a form of rivalry with her. "Sia." Renner managed to mutter, seeing the more mature-looking lady in a negligee. The soft woolly fabric was lined in thin lace that subtly showed her body, her finely accentuated body, the opposite of Renner. Sia gave a slight scoff as she stood at the entrance of her room, glaring at the plain pajamas Renner donned. Compared to her sultry outfit, the sight of the nightwear was nothing short of pathetic. What are you doing out here, wearing that? Renner added the last part as an afterthought. Sia's curves and ample bosoms oppressed her to the point that the elite girl had to turn her eyes away. Sia noticed this and flashed a confident grin. Why else, those tremors, you felt them too, right? Her voice was icy cold. As for my attire, we're the only ones here, so it's fine. As the only females in the Elite 10, no one else was permitted to reach their floor. The vast, empty hallway was a testament to that fact. I see, Renner mumbled. Boo-ah. The tremor occurred again, nearly pushing both girls to the floor, but they quickly regained their stance, refusing to be caught off guard again. What the heck is that? I swear, which retard is doing that? Sia hissed in frustration. You're speaking vulgarly, Renner wanted to correct her, but quickly cautioned herself, keeping those sentiments to herself. She couldn't say she wasn't upset, though. The annoying tremors were getting on both their nerves, and before they knew it, both girls were walking side by side to check out the cause. They made sure to carefully tread down the stairs, picking up their pace and reducing it as they deemed necessary. As they descended the floors, Renner could see many slightly opened doors, and a bunch of students poking their heads out. Are Renner Lebrius and Sia Talmont? What are they doing on this floor? They're not the ones at it downstairs. If it's not them, then who? The last two sentences made Renner smile wryly, allowing why her juniors would think that to sink in. Everyone in their dorm in the entire middle class knew the strained relationship she had with Sia. They were sworn enemies/rivals. Sia previously held the position of 4th seat among the Elite 10 before Renner yanked it off after winning in another one of their battles. Since then, their ranks were swapped. The current 4th ranked knew that if she didn't stay on her toes, though, Sia would reclaim her title. This bad blood of theirs made the two infamous for causing a racket, both in class and also within the confines of their dorm. They had engaged in several fights in the building and caused commotion which made everyone wary of crossing their paths. That was why, when the other students felt the violent tremors, they thought the girls were at it again. It was a surprise to see that they weren't the culprits, though. The girls peeled their eyes through the little openings they had and watched the elites walk side by side. Sia's appetizing body in her negligee. Redner's washboard body in her pajamas. They headed down, obviously in foul moods, ready to deal with whoever was responsible for their discomfort. The students silently cheered them on, happy to see that the girls were on the same side for once. Plus, they were going to put an end to a general menace not constituting a menace themselves. The hopeful, grateful watched the descent of their champions. They're looking at me so intently, are they comparing us? Why did Sia wear the negligee down? She could have changed to something more appropriate. Redner's mind flew in multiple directions. She was prettier than Sia and had a higher rank, but, the flat-chested girl couldn't simply compete with her rival's physique. Perhaps there was hope for her in the far future, maybe. Boom! This time they felt the tremor surge through their bodies as it vibrated through the air. Renner ceased pointless thoughts, and so did Sia. Their bodies shook violently, and they found themselves tumbling down the stairs which led to the ground floor. As they fell, trying to control themselves with magic, the girls heard something shatter like glass, but not quite. It was the noise of barriers breaking. Renner and Sia, now at the bottom of the stairs, tumbled atop themselves, looked in the direction of the usually sparse ground hall, only to be met with the most unexpected sight ever. Horror. Chapter 232. A sight of gore greeted the girls. Blood was strewn on the tiled, wooden floor. The dead body of someone they knew quite well was drowned at the epicenter of a pool of red liquid. The woman was one of their dorm masters, but now she was just a corpse, one that was riddled with several holes and had been butchered in so many places. She could hardly be called human anymore. Gee girls! What are you doing here? Run! A voice rang out, jolting the girls from their momentary shock. Their faces turned in the direction of another of their dorm masters, Mistress Alovita. One of her arms was missing and blood dripped from her body. Holes also riddled some parts, miraculously none seemed to be in vital spots. She had somehow clogged her wounds with magic so very little blood leaked out, but it was obvious she was already spent, on the verge of collapse. What is? Renner tried to make out the situation. Were the two dorm masters fighting? Why would they go so far? One of them was already dead. Why? Why would they? Girls, run! The desperate cry of their usually easy-going dorm master rang out. Sia, who was underneath Renner, tried to rise in response to the older woman's command. But, the stiff girl above her failed to budge. It was as though she was now stone. The gore and blood petrified the two, but Sia was at least sensible enough to listen to her superior's instructions. No, it was all she could do. If she didn't shut her brain to obey, the girl feared she would give in to fright and vomit all over the bloodied floor. Kriaenik, a hollow sound suddenly echoed through the area, causing both girls to cock their heads in the direction whence it came. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets once the unbelievable entered their line of vision. Inhuman creatures made up of darkness lurked. They were a lot of them, at least 30, all scattered across the room. They hadn't noticed before since the bright hue of blood and gore had been more noticeable compared to the darkness that shrouded the creatures that appeared. These beings could only be described in one word. Demon. Renner and Sia screamed at the top of their lungs. As though taking this to be their cue to strike, all the shadow beings lunged forward. Most went after the wounded dorm master, but a few charged in their direction. No! They heard the woman's screams. The girls were petrified by fear. The bloodlust of the monsters was too much to handle. It was as if they were drowning in an endless abyss, with thousands of creepers crawling around their bodies. These were monsters beyond monsters, evil beings that didn't belong in the world. Renner and Sia were both in their third years, so they knew about the history of the kingdom, as well as the demon war that occurred so many years in the past. Very little was known about it, almost to the point that it was treated as a myth. Within their study books, though, there were few descriptions and illustrations that hinted at the existence of these sinister beings. The creatures that lunged at them were one of the monstrosities mentioned. Shadow demons, fiends of the night. The girls braced themselves, realizing they could do nothing to escape their assured demise. The end was nigh. She-egg. Bright light surrounded the two girls, encasing them in some form of a dome. The few demons that charged at them backed away right as they were about to strike, granting the powerless children within the barrier more time to live. They were saved by a miracle. No, it wasn't a miracle. It was magic. Both girls recognized this spell well. It was one of their dorm masters Alovita's usual ones, which she used to interrupt the both of them whenever they took their fights a bit too far. The dome seemed more powerful, sturdier than usual, but they couldn't mistake it. Their dorm master had protected them. Then that meant. Both girls sharply turned at the woman they were grateful to, eyes lit in hope that they had a chance to survive thanks to her power. Unfortunately, despair set in. Squelch. Spurt. Splurgy. Blood. An endless stream of blood burst out. Mistress Alovita had been impaled on so many sides, pierced by the dark spears that the demons generated. The pool of liquid that was her blood grew bigger as more fluids dripped from her near-dead body. The woman managed to turn her head despite her weakened state, mechanically moving with her last strength. Her tired eyes were nearly shut as she looked at the two girls who were powerlessly cowering on the floor. They were usually so full of energy, troublemakers in their own right. However, currently, they were nothing more than hopeless children who were filled with fright. Run! El Livy! Her final voice was husky, heavy to the ears as her words trailed and she fell into eternal slumber. At that moment, Alovita died. The girls only shuddered, even more, watching as the woman's helpless body plopped into her puddle of blood. They were too surprised, too saturated with fear to properly grieve. Hic! Hic! Sobs leaked out and tears fell. Slowly, the death of their savior registered. The demons didn't give them the chance to properly mourn the woman, though. They simply turned their attention to the girls, having their bladed limbs ready to impale them next. Renner and Sia gulped. Their last vestige of hope, the barrier of light protecting them, began to flicker, and slowly faded away. Nothing existed between the powerless two and the monsters who were going to strike. Gryak K, their oppressors cracked sadistic smiles through the broken slits on their faces. The elite girls knew now, that it was truly over. Even at the very end, they were unable to move. They still disobeyed their dorm master, even when it was her dying wish. Mistress Vita. I'm sorry. Hic! I'm so sorry. They cried like little babes, scared but waiting for their deaths. A figure clad in light suddenly swept through the building, and in a flash, he cut down several of the demons. In seconds, the evil creatures who enjoyed their superiority got the tables turned on them, facing extinction as the being of light made short work of them. The girls couldn't even trail the being's movements. All they saw were flashes of light, bright arcs, and swirls of power. Not long after, the whole 30 shadows had been completely defeated. They turned into dust and faded away. The being shrouded in light slowly dimmed the bright encasement that covered him and moved in the direction of both girls. His blonde hair and stern expression registered in their minds as their memories clicked after a few moments. It was Jared Leonard. Chapter 233. I sensed the presence of several shadow demons in the dorm of the middle-class girls, causing me to infuse myself with more mana and dash with greater vigor. I decided to make this my first stop for several reasons, one of which was the intensity of the demonic assault. Normally, the lower-class female dormitory would have been my goal, since Annabelle was of more value to me than any middle-class student. However, considering the horde wasn't as concentrated in that direction, I simply decided to summon several automatons and send them her way. A few had offensive abilities, but only for self-defense. My goal was to deliver a message to Anna to use light magic and pure mana strikes in her fight with the horde on her end. There was a possibility that she would collapse under pressure. If that happened, I had another thing in mind. Still, I decided to put my trust in an ally and charged in the direction of the weakest link, the middle class. Picking between the boys' dormitory and the girls was a matter of priority and danger, in which case, the girls had the upper hand. There were more elites in the boys' dormitory than the girls, and I knew one of them could use light magic. Even if it was cruel of me to do so, I had to pick the option that led to the least casualty. Of course, I didn't completely abandon them. Using a magic duplicate, as well as several automatons, I sent those to support the boys while focusing my energy on the girls. My clone can't use spellcraft and only has one mana core. In terms of power, it's basically on the same level as, maybe Jerry. Still, I had to have faith that it would hold out until I arrived. My eyes lit up as I observed a dim glow surrounding the girls' dorm. It took the shape of a dome and it covered the entire compound. The barrier was set up by me, and while it had no defensive feature to prevent anything from entering, it had the opposite effect. Nothing gets out. Swoosh! The air howled as I made my way into the building, refusing to hesitate as I brandished my bright blade. The demons appeared surprised by my presence, but I gave them no time to even prepare for an assault. One after the other, they were run through. Swoosh! My blade danced, cleaving any form of resistance they offered. Swish! I used light magic to increase my body's movement, while also utilizing spellcraft to increase the air resistance against them, making the shadow demons slower in their movements. In a flash, their dark bodies burst out. Hoom! I dodged their strikes, making sure my blade returned the favor with just as much vigor. Within about 10 seconds, I was done with a little over 30 shadow demons. I heaved a bit, feeling exhaustion catch up with me. Once the enemies were vanquished, my eyes took in the scene, capturing the image of 2 dead women, and 2 frightened girls. I walked up to the 2, surprised that none were actually dead. No one had died. Well, other than the 2 staff. I'm surprised, how? I certainly arrived as fast as I could, but I expected to see more casualties. Could it be that these women put up more resistance than expected? Middle-class dorms had 2 dorm masters, the same as the upper class, but I still didn't think they could put up with the shadow demon's attacks so well. I glanced at the 2 corpses, noticing a difference between the 2. One had been dead for some time, while the other seemed to have just passed away recently. So, she's the one who was responsible for fending them off for this long, my thoughts trailed, looking at the young and attractive young lady. She didn't seem to be 20 yet. Does she know their weaknesses? Was it luck? Or maybe, her affinity of specialization is light magic. The latter seemed to be the most rational. If that was the case, then... My body sharply went to her location, and my suspicions were confirmed, as well as a faint glimmer of hope. Something sparked in my eyes, my body trembled a little and my heart wavered. The thought that was surging in my head was impossible, but I knew better than to label it that. The theory existed in my head, and I had the means to carry it out. It was just... I have to try. I steeled my resolve and knelt beside the dead woman, not minding the pool of blood that covered my trousers. They were enchanted, so the dark red hue was of no consequence. Hue, I heaved, using every single ounce of concentration I had to perform my current operation, the impossible. Using 5 cores at once, I allocated them properly. Using 2 to attract as much mana as I could from the surroundings, I utilized 2 more by injecting pure mana into her body. While this was under effect, I used my final core to strengthen myself, enhancing my concentration and increasing my mana output. Quickly, I brought out a small bottle from my pocket and poured its contents on the corpse, which was riddled with holes. My potion, a recovery one that boosted healing to an unprecedented degree, began taking effect. The wounds were closing, and I could see her lost flesh getting pulled together. The blood she lost would also get restored, though at a slow pace. This isn't enough, not yet. I put the mana I injected within her to good use. The pure mana infiltrated the little vestiges of mana particles that remained in the woman's body, quickening them. Her body glowed, beams of light shot out of it. It's working. By utilizing the remnants of her mana particles, I could trick her body into believing she was still alive, offering vitality to a corpse. Since my mana had practically fused with hers, I could also control her mana particles as I pleased. Resonating with her body at a deep level, I connected with her nearly dissipated mana core and repaired it, forming a sturdy one in an instant. The job was nearly done, but if I messed up at this point, it would all be over. I can do it. I can revive her. Chapter 234. What is a human? Not who, but what? All people are basically comprised of the soul and body. One cannot exist without the other, and without one, the other expires. The soul without a body simply vanishes, the body stops all functions without the soul and rots away. This process is known as death. But, if one looked at things from this angle, isn't it possible to solve either problem? Maybe even both. These are deep waters, uncharted territories. There are many mysteries in this world, some of which elude even me. However, ever since I reincarnated and started utilizing magic, a whole new world has been opened to me, including several possibilities. What I am about to attempt is one of them. It is known by many names: resuscitation, restoration, resurrection, revival. Right here and now, I am going to achieve the impossible. Come on! I gritted my teeth, sweating pouring out of all my pores as I spent all my concentration on the task. Spellcraft became ready for use, so I ignited the second phase of my plan. Attraction. A soul leaves the body once it is damaged beyond recovery. It is a defense mechanism, a last-ditch attempt to escape destruction. Once it leaves the body, it connects with the surrounding mana and fuses with them. That is my theory. It's incomplete, of course, but it rings true. All I have to do now is prove it. I had already repaired the body, placing it in perfect condition. There was no way the soul would reject an optimal vessel, the perfect residence. However, my theory established that a soul would need a strong attractive force to push it back into the body. There were a few people capable of using resurrection magic, but they couldn't do so after a while passed after someone's death. Even the most skilled mage would need to use their magic an hour after death at the latest, of which the chances of revival were slim. Anything more would render the spell ineffective. A time limit meant there was a point of no return. The soul would have completely fused with its surrounding, and just like the wind would be swept away. However, not only did I arrive within the allotted time frame, but I also used spellcraft to generate a barrier around the dorm. It was dense enough to prevent the escape of shadow demons. There was no way soul fragments would escape. I just needed one, just a tiny piece would be enough. Every cell in a human body had all the genetic information on them, the same applied to souls. Just a fragment would be enough to complete the equation. That was where spellcraft came in. I was going to flood this body with the mana of the surrounding. Doing so would kill anyone, naturally, but I was going to channel the flow to her mana core, ensuring she progressed as a mage as a result. Of course, it would all be pointless if no soul fragment made it in. Still, I had faith. I had laid the correct foundation. I just needed it to work. If my theory is correct, it will. She-ink. Mana poured into the woman, surging through her whole body. The intensity was so much that I saw her throb, though she was still lifeless. The temperature of her flesh rose at an alarming rate. It felt like her blood was boiling. Not on my watch. I gritted my teeth. I conducted the mana flow, making sure everything went in the direction I wanted. So many particles charged in and I felt like it was nearly beyond control. Usually, a core was only meant to take in the body's mana particles, but since those came from the soul, there was no supply. The mana particles in her body were being charged by my mana to enhance her body and increase its absorption rate. I couldn't spare it for anything else. Instead, I relied on the fact that since the woman's soul had fused with the surrounding mana, it basically meant that would have to do. It was risky. The core could reject it. But I saw no other way out. Come on, I clenched my teeth as more beads of sweat poured out. My whole body screamed in pain. I was at my limit, pushing all my cores and exerting my physical state to the point of straining it. But I felt it was too close to give up now. My bulging eyes widened even more, and I commanded the woman's perfect body to wake up. Her body was fully healed. Her mana core was present. Her mana particles were active. All that remained was the soul. She-ig. Suddenly, a golden light shone. The moment I saw this, my face brightened and tears welled up in my eyes. This was a first for me, the first time I would be seeing a soul well, a soul fragment to be exact. It was like a tiny firefly that fluttered and converged with the healthy body I prepared. The body glowed golden, causing me to squint. A surge of energy rose, nearly pushing me out of sync, but I relentlessly struggled to remain in control. No surgery could be deemed successful without the finishing touch. The soul is present, finally. With that out of the way, I had to eject my mana before it became registered as a foreign object. Woo-woo-ush. In an instant, I expelled my energy, allowing the golden piece of the soul to gain control. Slowly, it repaired itself, absorbing its leftover essence in the body, the mana particles. This is what I've been saving you guys for. Go. The mana particles converged with the soul and became a golden glow that filled the entire body with an invigorating light. It was so amazing, so unreal that I wanted to let out screams. Just then, right as I watched, the dead woman opened her eyes, crinkled her face, and Fwah! She let out gasps of air. She let out gasps and gave confused, flustered, totally puzzled expressions. I could tell she was in shock, but nothing serious. What is? This would be similar to a near-death experience for her, I was certain. It's all right, miss. I calmed her down and placed my hand on her stomach, the other on her head. She was perfectly fine, no side effects. You're safe now. It's fine. It seemed bizarre to say such a thing when we were both in her pool of blood, but it was the only thing I could say amid my tiny streaks of tears. Everything is fine. Chapter 235. My original purpose for erecting the barrier around the building wasn't for me to revive anyone. Frankly, the process too much time and energy. It also took a great toll on me, so even doing it once was my limit for now. Unless I actually established the dome to prevent any dead souls from dissipating, so when the school was stable, the academy could deploy the appropriate authorities to cast resurrection magic on the dead. I didn't expect to actually utilize it myself. Well, there was a reason for doing so. It was because of the woman's value. She could prove useful. Welcome back. I smiled at the bewildered young lady. I am, she muttered in a slight daze. It seemed she was slowly regaining her memories. Within moments now, she would. The girls. Her shout shook me, almost to the point of screaming myself. I sauntered back in shock, wondering what possessed her to take such a drastic change in tone. Miss Alovide. I heard two voices colliding. From my line peripheral vision, I picked up two figures, girls coming our way. Turning my head more, I noticed they were the two who were cowering on the floor just moments ago. Tears streamed down their face as they charged at the woman who was slowly sitting up. Gee, girls! She seemed both surprised and relieved to see them. They collapsed and dived into her embrace, wailing like babies while I simply watched from where I sat completely spent. I should recover. I brought out a potion from my pocket and downed its contents, recovering my energy. Its effects were both immediate and continuous, so I would keep feeling more replenished until I regained an optimal state. I didn't want to interrupt the touching reunion of the women, but we were short on time. You guys, come in. I raised my voice, calling the boys. I led to the premises. Slowly but steadily, they trailed into the girls' dorm, looking extremely flustered. They were being babies, worrying about such a thing even in this dire situation. I watched as they observed the premises, taking note of the devastated surroundings. The moment their eyes took in the corpse of the second woman, they went sober. I ignored them and stood, drawing closer to the seated woman and her crying wards. Miss Alovida, I began, making use of the name the girls called her. She looked in my direction, appearing unsure of how she would address me. I was the one who just revived you. I need to ask you a question, so answer as smartly as you can. My tone no longer resembled a student's, but carried the weight of a superior speaking to a subordinate. My hopes were that she would understand and play her part. Why you did that? The woman Aloe seemed to doubt my claims and looked at her girls. They responded with nods, affirming my statements. They were witnesses, after all. Even though none offered their thanks, I could tell that they were immensely grateful for my act. Perhaps their fear and relief drove the thought of gratitude from their minds. It wasn't like I required appreciation, though. I prioritized relevance. You can use light magic, can't you? Is that your natural affinity? I narrowed my gaze, telling her I wanted an immediate answer. Why yes, that's correct. She quickly responds. It's a good thing she's not dense. Good. Then, you're useful. That was the whole point of resurrecting you. I'm sorry to say, miss, especially after you just died fulfilling your duty, but... My eyes narrowed even more. Your services are still required. You need to fulfill your duty as a staff of Lark. Do you understand? I sounded rude, my tone was imposing, I was well aware. However, those things, they're vulnerable to light, right? Correct. I sharply replied. Which makes you indispensable to the plan. Now, can you stand? Alovita nodded, and then retracted herself from the two girls and rose to her feet. Good. I take it you're prepared to do the needful. She nodded. Good, then. I'll be counting on you. I have one question. She blurted out, seeming a bit hesitant. What is it? Those demons, the one who killed them was. It was me. I also took the liberty of dispatching a lot of them on our way here. This campus is swarming with them. It's going to take a lot of effort and time to eradicate them all. Those things, what are they, really? They're shadow demons. I'll explain more later. In the meantime, I'll need you to evacuate all the girls here. We need to leave this place and head to the next location in a hurry. I said, a bit impatient. Oh, one last question, please. I paused and awaited her query, though it was evident what she wanted to ask. After all, her eyes had been trailing in that direction since we began our conversation. See, can you revive her too? Alovita was referring to her colleague, the one that was practically a lump of meat on the floor. No, I harshly gave my response. She was in an impossible state. Even my potions wouldn't restore the body to an optimal state, and without an appropriate vessel, I couldn't complete the process. Plus, even if there was a chance, I didn't have the time and energy to spare on her. It's too late for her now. She was a liability. If even one of the students died, I wouldn't bat an eye save for a few. The most I could do had already been done. The dense barrier around the dorm prevented souls from leaking out. That meant if the conditions allowed it, I could prep a body for revival and simply wait for this whole event to settle before the experts used their magic to save the ones they could. Even though an hour was the time limit for casting resurrection magic, the body in question needed to be in a perfect state. That's why preservation magic is often used on body minutes after death in hopes of revival. Chapter 236. Even in the case of this woman, Alovita, if too much time elapsed after her death, then even though her soul still remained on the premises, her body would no longer be able to receive it. It was better their bodies were in good condition, at least at my current level. There was a reason I could neglect the lower class dorm despite my connection with Annabelle. Even if Anna were to die, I would stop at nothing to resurrect her. An automaton I sent there was equipped with preservation magic in case that was necessary. I also took the liberty of sending others who could cast the dense barrier spell on the buildings so no souls would be lost. At this rate, even if lives were lost, I could still save as many as possible. Though it was certain that not everyone would survive. I see, Alo's voice trailed in disappointment and sorrow. Fortunately, it didn't last long. All right. Then it's fine. Thank you for your help. I'll evacuate the girls. You too, come with me. Thank you for saving me. Flashing me a smile, though forced, she urged the two girls beside her to follow as she climbed the stairs. Thank you. I heard the two middle class say, as an afterthought of some sort, and quickly followed their dorm master. It was at this moment that I realized one was wearing a negligee. My eyes trailed her body as she climbed the stairs and frantically chased the woman in the lead. How improper! My eyes fell on the boys who stood at a distance from me. They must have observed the whole resurrection process and even considered my actions to be unreal. They gave me gazes of amazement and awe. Most of them had lost the spark of fear, considering the lengths I had to go protect them. This was a given. We'll wait for the girls to mobilize. Afterward, we'll head to the boys' dormitory of the middle class. Thoughts of the upper class flashed in my mind, but I perished the idea. They can handle themselves. Rationally speaking, I was supposed to place more emphasis on them since they were the most promising students, plus, they could be of most use in the aspect of pushing back the demon forces. But, just as was the case in the lower class girls' dorm, I decided to put my trust in them. The girls' dorm would be more vulnerable due to their fewer numbers, but I knew it would work out fine since Sierra was present there. Monsters already exist in both classes. I guess it's fine. With that in mind, I began structuring my mobilization strategy. So far, things weren't going so bad, but I couldn't get rid of the bad feeling that crawled within me. It was as if I was missing something major, and that irked me. The safest choice is to find the staff and inform them. It's better than risking our lives. Unfortunately, I had no idea where those people were. I used an automaton scout to search the staff office and even some staff lodges, but found them empty. There were many things going on simultaneously, various affairs that required my attention. I couldn't rely on the school anymore. Phew, for now, let's just stick to the plan. We should head to the boys' dorm. Once the females were done mobilizing, I kept them under the wing of Alovita, splitting out teams into two. I took the front charge, serving as the vanguard with my group, while she watched the rear. Our progress was quick, and I didn't plan on wasting any more time in our advance. As soon as I saw a shadow demon surface, I used Spellcraft to generate dense light bullets and spikes to riddle the enemies with holes before they returned the favor. And so, we crept through the night and finally arrived at the middle-class dorms. I had already sent a clone ahead of me, but I couldn't sense it anymore. It had most likely perished already, figures. I utilized Spellcraft to generate a dense barrier around the building, preventing any leak from within. The closer I got to the structure, the more I enhanced it until it got airtight enough to prevent the escape of even the tiniest of particles. Miss Vita, shall we? I turned to the woman who had already merged her female students with mine at some point, and was already approaching my flank just as planned. She nodded, showing a bit of nervousness. I had told her ahead of time that she would be assisting in the extermination of the shadow demons and further went to state their weaknesses. I knew it was irresponsible for me to do so, especially since there was a pact on the matter, and this woman would harbor suspicions as to how I came across such information. Still, the circumstances called for action without hesitation. I needed to do whatever was necessary. We both sped to the middle-class building and made our entrance. As expected, even more shadow demons lurked in the area, and I saw several people dead, 2 staff, and 19 children. Looks like the clone wasn't strong enough to stop them. Blood was strewn all over the area as the corpses painted an image of carnage. I spotted a shadow demon about to make short work of another kid and leaped into action, brandishing a light sword to mow through it. Swish! In one powerful swing, I generated enough light to blast away its body, securing victory. There were still any others around, though, and they started closing in on me and Alovita. I'm climbing up, take care of the ones here. I shouted in a hurry. She nodded and prepared her light magic. Seeing as I could entrust her with the affairs downstairs, I made my way to the upper floors where even more demons and corpses existed. With my body coated in light, my speed increased to a phenomenal degree, and all my strengthened muscles charged upward. From the corner of my eyes, I spotted Vita putting up a good fight and smiled to myself. Not bad. With that, I killed every thought of distraction and braced myself for the darkness up ahead. Chapter 237. My blade sharply cut through my enemies, rending them into nothingness. I kept killing as I ascended the floors, ensuring all my senses were being used to their limits so I wouldn't miss a single one. Thanks to my heightened perception, I knew where the demons were, all that was left to do was to use my blade to end them. Magic was only very effective thanks to diversity and possibilities. However, to achieve the quickest results in head-on combat, especially when the options of usable spells were limited, it was best to rely on martial arts. My sword served as an extension of my body and my primary tool for laying waste to the opponents. I only used magic to strengthen myself and also weaken them. Creating many light particles around the bunch caused debuff effects that granted me leverage. I didn't have the luxury of concentrating more energy to make spikes or bullets with spellcraft, given my number of foes and the time that passed. So, I simply chose the easiest, quickest option. Fwoosh share. Once again, I charged and killed. I finally made it to the topmost floor, where I saw shadow demons attempting to penetrate a light barrier. It was sheeted like a wall, to protect the students at the other end. I recognized them to be the elite of the middle class, and the one responsible for the light barrier had an affinity with that element. It wasn't strong enough to hold off the monsters, so it seemed like the other students with him were boosting the shield's effects. After all, if it fell, they would be going down in a flash. Not on my watch. I hurried and struck down the demons. Since they were caught off guard, and were only about 5, I could use spellcraft to generate a rain of light spikes to decimate them while going in for the finishing stroke. Swoosh. My foes fell, and I secured victory. You can release the barrier now. I spoke to the dumbfounded boy who already seemed to be hitting the limit. The wall of illumination vanished into particles before fading entirely, leaving nothing between us. Round up the other students and take them to the ground floor. I spoke to my seniors. None of them say a peep in complaint, especially after I had mowed down the monsters they had so much trouble with. It was a bit distasteful that they cowardly hung here while their juniors were dying. I was certain they thought I would judge them for that. But, I had no intentions to. Humanity was a race driven by fear and instinct, so their actions of self-preservation was the natural, correct course to undertake. It was better than throwing their lives away for nothing. Plus, they hadn't sworn to protect this academy and their fellow students unlike the Inslark staff. These students were well within their rights. Go. Now. I barked, and they frantically rushed to do as they were told, frantically thanking me as they made their way downstairs. As I watched them descend, I also began taking steps down the staircase. There was still something I had to do. Something only I could do. Now, then. I should get started too. 37 dead, 58 injured, 55 unharmed. That was the number of students we found in the middle-class boys' dormitory, 150 boys in total. I used my potions to heal those who were injured, while also restoring the bodies of the dead and preserving them with magic. Aloe joined me, making the work faster. The students, though reluctant at first, carried all the corpses that were scattered around and took them to the ground floor. These actions would make it easier for resurrection magic to be used on them later on. Once the job was done, I gathered everyone together. We were now a total of 283, too large as a group to move together. Of course, I had already figured this out and was simply going to switch gears once the time arrived. What now? Aloe Vita asked, most likely already sensing the same problem I did. I glanced around the room and saw the faces of everyone. They were all relying on me, visibly shaken by the carnage and hoping I could offer hope. It was a shame to say that I couldn't guarantee their lives. For now, we wait, and rest. I said to the group. Edward and the others were sure to be tired, if not physically, then emotionally and mentally. Since this was their first time, they needed to catch their breath. As for me, I'll be heading out for a bit, I muttered to everyone. The moment I said this, the students entered an uproar and protested with all their might. Please don't leave us. We'll come with you. Stay. I beg you. What will we do without you? You're the only ones who can take care of those things. Both seniors and classmates shamelessly begged me to stick with them. While their actions were understandable, it became annoying. Shut up. I glared at them, exerting a pressure that caused them to obey my words. The area fell silent and my audience shivered as I spoke. I'm currently heading to finish off more shadow demons and properly escort the girls of the lower class here. If you think you're more important than they are, then try stopping me. Or, do you want to come with me? I can't guarantee your safety, though. The protesting crowd became mellow and none of them seemed to have any more strength to speak. As expected, they were mostly cowards who wanted to preserve their lives. I'm sure they want me to stay and protect them instead of going out to save more people. Humans were naturally self-centered, so it was no surprise to me. But, that didn't mean I had to indulge in their selfishness. With that in mind, I made to exit the building, but a voice sharply stopped me in my tracks. Wait. Let me come with you. You're going to rescue Anna, right? Count me in. Jerry and Edward stepped forward and had determined looks in their eyes. Unlike the others, at least they had some sense of duty. However, no. My answer remained unchanged. But Edward stubbornly tried to argue. You're too weak. The both of you will only be burdens on me. Chapter 238. My harsh statement seemed to rattle the two of them, which was good. Edward bit his lip in frustration and I could see Jerry clench his teeth. They both knew their limits, especially in comparison with me. I turned away and toward the door and prepared for my exit. My thoughts were focused on the road ahead, as well as Anna whom I longed to see. I hoped she was fine, but the best way to know for sure was to actually find her and the girls in her dorm. I'm off. In a flash, I moved from the premises and left the girls' dormitory. Usually, the barrier would have prevented me from leaving, but I temporarily disabled it to an extent, only allowing the area I was passing through to be open. The moment I passed through the dome, it once again resumed its airtight form. Phew! I should hurry. Using such speed as I hadn't displayed throughout the night, I made my way to Anna's location. Having no one to slow me down turned out to be the best. With Edward, Jerry, and Aloe holding the fort, I could focus on other pressing matters. The upper-class students should be done on their end. I wonder what they're doing. I shrugged off the thought and decided to focus on my mission instead. Weak, muttered Kuzan. His eyes were focused on the shadow demons that made their way to the upper-class dormitory. He had sensed them afar off and even took the liberty of dressing up and intercepting the group before they entered the building that was his residence. Unlike the middle and lower class dorms, the upper class students had 3 buildings within their vast compound. Each belonged to the respective years that existed in Inslark. The buildings were lovely, attractive, and well designed. Compared to the others, it was the epitome of perfection. As a result of the buildings being segmented, the space each student had to themselves was quite large. A regular upper-class student had even more space than an elite of other classes. Such was the disparity. Kuzan, in his large room, had picked up a strange vibe in the vicinity and sprang to his feet. The aura he sensed baffled him, causing a bit of unease to lurk in his heart. This shouldn't be, he whispered with widened eyes. Perhaps it was because of the vast cluster of emotion within him, a bitter memory he would rather not remember. Kuzan's usual ease completely dissipated. No longer did he don the nonchalant and casual expression. Rather, the glint in his eyes were the opposite. Kuzan, for the first time in a while, made a grave face. In a jiffy, he changed to his clothes and used magic to summon the few items he treasured most. His necklace appeared. A ring manifested on one of his fingers. A bracelet appeared on his hand as well. The 3 heirlooms he had, the only things that connected him to his previous life, when he was someone else. What are they doing here? He murmured as he exited his room through the window and leaped to the vast compound beneath him. There was no way Kuzan could forget those distasteful beings. They were the ones who took everything away from him. No, that wasn't quite right. They simply allied with someone who did something of that effect. Even though his hate should have been channeled to the mastermind behind it all, the fact that he could sense even a vestige of the perpetrators was enough to make his blood boil. The man he was after was currently out of his reach, and Kuzan had found himself slowly giving up on actively searching for him. But, the story was different this time. They had come to him. Are they here for me? The golden-haired boy wondered as he landed on the grassy plains. The moment his feet touched the ground, his face sharply tilted to the front, and then around him. He could sense them. They were coming in large numbers. At least 100. That's too much. I can't take them on, unless... His eyes squinted as the thought of his items he equipped crossed his mind. No, it was too soon to decide that. Kuzan kept a level head and decided to make the preemptive strike. In a flash, he ascended to the top of his building and stood atop the roof. With this, he gained a better line of sight. Since the demons had taken the initiative of surrounding the compound, this was a vantage spot for him. Of course, Kuzan had been using magic for some time now. In fact, he never turned off his magic usage. It started as a form of training, but developed to his special form of defense. With enhanced eyes and heightened senses, he scoured the area and spotted multiple shadows approach the compound. Shadow demons. They weren't the kind he was familiar with. He had mistaken the miasma they exuded and their uncontrollable bloodlust for the ones from back then. Still, demons were demons. Why were they here? Were they after him? The closer they came, the better he was able to perceive their ranks. Kuzan could tell their level of strength, the total amount of energy in their possession. What's this? They're weak. If they were truly after him, then the demons who would come were supposed to be stronger. With that out of the way, Kuzan could only conclude that the academy had been breached somewhat. I always knew it would be a matter of time, but, to think they decided to invade now, Kuzan whispered. The demons were already in the compound. They were 125. In terms of quantity, they were certainly not lacking. However, their quality left very little to be desired. Something's still not right, but I won't bother with that for now. With Kuzan's gaze narrowed and his eyes fixated on the bloodthirsty vestiges of darkness beneath him, he prepared for his assault. I should finish you guys off first. Chapter 239. I should kill you guys off first. With that, Kuzan used his original magic marionette, and in an instant, the shadows were decimated altogether. Like sharp strings cutting through solid matter, the multiple sturdy wires made up of pure mana swiftly killed the enemies at once. Even though they had surrounded the compound, even though they weren't lacking in numbers, in the face of true overwhelming might, faster than any demon could respond to, they all perished and dissipated into dust. Not even worth my time, the golden-haired boy mumbled, looking on at the vast campus grounds. From his position, Kuzan could see a lot. He could see that there were more shadows lurking around. The academy had really been invaded. This is bad. I suppose. Only one person flashed in his mind the moment he wondered how many casualties would ensue if so many demons attacked the other dorms. Jared Leonard. I certainly hope you're doing all right. A sad smile played on his face for a moment, and then he made up his mind. If demons were invading, he simply had to drive them out. Don't die. Kuzan's final thoughts rang, and then he vanished into the upper-class dorm building. Sierra Epelson hadn't gone to bed yet. Why? Because it was around this period that she took her occasional stroll down the campus and had her scheduled meeting with a special someone. Most people wouldn't understand their complicated relationship, so Sierra didn't bother telling anyone about it. In fact, she rarely spoke to most people. Well, there was a girl among the first years who recently approached her and asked for some mentorship. Maria Helmsworth. Sierra had told the girl she would think about it, but she wasn't planning on being anyone's watchdog. Well, except for one person. Jerry should be asleep by now, she smiled playfully at herself as she watched herself in the mirror. She knew the boy was fond of sleeping very late due to his intense training. How cute it was that he was so desperately trying to catch up to her. He slept for short hours too. Sierra wanted to scold him a bit for his unhealthy practices, but any time she saw his determined face in bed, Her anger melted away. The worry in her heart persisted, but it wasn't like Jerry would listen to her. His stubbornness was also one of his most charming features. The young brunette observed herself in the mirror. She was elegant in her nightdress. Of course, this wasn't the usual pajamas normies donned when they went to bed. It was a dark bodysuit that she personally made by pouring tons of mana into it. Not only was it enchanted with several properties which prevented detection, made her invisible, and gave her more fluid movements, the black suit also perfectly accentuated her curves. She was an epitome of both beauty and power, someone no one could even dare to imagine being with. And she belonged with Jerry. Unfortunately, the object of her affection was too dense to notice anything. Fortunately, though, his dense personality caused him not to get attracted to other girls. Sierra was at least grateful for that. The young, love-struck girl had no idea what she would do if her soulmate found himself trapped in another woman's clutches. It would probably be something unsavory. I should go now. She gave one last beam at her reflection before gliding through her window. The moment Sierra Epelson landed on the ground, though, she felt some strange figures approach her dorm. The outfit she had on improved her senses to a phenomenal degree. That meant she could sense things that approached scores of meters away. If she tried, she could notice a presence about 200 meters from her. This feature had allowed her to evade surveillance countless times and prevented any encounter with the patrol officers. Being caught would cause problems, after all. Fortunately, she had never been caught even once. There were close shaves though, but that made her expeditions all the more thrilling. Besides, if it was to see her beloved Jerry, then the risks were worth it. Back to topic, Sierra felt the strange presence of several weird beings. They didn't feel human and had some sort of murky nature shrouding them. Sierra had never encountered these creatures before, but she deduced they were hostile based on the bloodlust they emitted. In only a few moments, they would close in on her location. Are they after me, or? Either way, if she sneaked away, all attention would be placed on the girls' dorm. Should I just skedaddle? A thought flashed in her mind. She didn't want to miss her appointment with Jerry, after all. The only problem was that these beings seemed dangerous, too dangerous for most of the students within the dorm. If they really had hostile intentions, then her juniors and seniors within the buildings could probably get severely hurt. It wasn't really a problem to her, but it caused a fuss. They could find out that she had sneaked out. If that led to further investigations and her secret was found out, then... How annoying! I'll just take them on, then. With that, she grouchily took to the air, ascending to great heights until she could see some shadowy figures around. So that's how they look like, creepy. With her mind already resolved on killing the clearly dangerous monsters, Sierra chose the most efficient solution. Original magic. Phantom Link. With her focus on the approaching demons, the young girl sent invisible waves of energy flooding their area. Instantly, she surged through them well, their minds to be exact, and completely severed any form of neural links they possessed. Unknown to Sierra at the time, these were shadow demons and were copies of the original. As a result, they shared a neural link with one another as well as their source. By using Phantom Link, magic that interferes with the mind, Sierra cut off their connection. This caused the shadow demons to instantly crumble to dust and fade away. Just like that, over 100 of the demons were wiped out. Not that the Jerry-obsessed girl cared in the slightest. Since that's out of the way, I should start going, Sierra smiled and pink hue covered her cheeks. With widened eyes and an obsessive grin, Sierra glided through the air and made for the dormitory of her soulmate. Hi, here I come, Jerry. Chapter 240. Annabelle moved swiftly through the night as quickly as she could. Behind her were about a dozen girls, give or take. The darkness served as a good cover for the group, and with the sound elimination spell they had going, no trouble had spotted them yet. 2 automatons hung above the group, leaning further and behind them to scour their surroundings. The darkness was thick, and the lights that usually radiated around the campus grounds had been destroyed most likely by the attackers. Anna ignored the gnawing fear within her, giving no heed to the hard pounding within her heart. She simply followed Jared's instructions and made her way to the middle-class boys' dorm. It all began close to an hour earlier. Her dorm had been assaulted by shadowy beings, giving off intense pressure and unimaginable bloodlust, the kind no one in the dorm had ever experienced. Their dorm master met a cruel end at the hands of the monsters. Annabelle and the others were to follow suit not long after. Annabelle, thanks to her rough training from Jared, was able to somehow fend off the shadows that came after her. While she desperately struggled in her efforts, the rest of the girls were able to safely evacuate to the last floor. With that, she also retreated there, and they secured a perimeter. Annabelle learned the hard way, how barriers were hardly useful against her opponents, so she focused on offense. After trying several attacks, she found lightning to be especially effective, so she focused on that. The young girl, despite the pressure and intense fear that pervaded her, was able to properly devise a means that proved effective. Using a portion of the abilities of her familiar, she was able to use wind magic to push the shadows back and also combine water with lightning magic to increase conductivity and damage. It was difficult to manage on her own, so Anna enlisted the help of others and they followed her lead. Unfortunately for them, most of them were petrified with fear that they couldn't move, talk less of casting complex spells. The few who stood up to the challenge were not as skilled with magic as Anna, so their combined efforts didn't even measure up to hers. It was like striking burning flames with a few splashes of water. Ultimately, she did all the work, and they simply assisted one way or the other. Still, Annabelle cold sensed that she as well as several others were at their wits' end. Even after struggling for so long, Anna hadn't been able to put down even one of the 10 shadows that loomed around her and the other girls. She didn't want to admit it, but the struggling young girl knew it quite well. It was only a matter of time before. In a flash, 5 flying things entered the area, sweeping past the stairway like frisbees. Before Anna could make out what was occurring, 2 of them approached her. They were shaped like bats, but something about these creatures told her they weren't alive. The 2 bat thingies by her side hovered there, 2 more stood in front of her like garrisons, and the final one plunged into the midst of the shadow demons that were bewildered by the appearance of the strange flying bats. The moment it lodged itself at the center of the crowd of demons, the bat-like thing exuded a vast amount of mana, and before anyone could say anything, boom! Light beams gathered, and then dispersed, creating a blinding surge that decimated the area around. It was like a brilliant display of fireworks, but Anna could not take it in since the brightness caused her to shut her eyes on reflex, of course. The heat of the light didn't reach Anna, and when she realized it, the brightness of the explosion didn't seem as intense as she thought. That was when she realized it, the barrier that was generated in front of her. Yes, a seemingly translucent barrier was erected in front of her. Once she took a closer look, Anna found out that the 2 bat things in front of her were the ones who erected the shield. Now, she was certain that they weren't mere bats. One of them exploded as it collided with the demons, 2 secured a barrier in front of her, and the last 2. Anna, it's Jared. A voice rang out. It was so familiar and comforting that Anna felt relieved beyond description to hear it. She felt like breaking down and giving in to her exhaustion once she heard the sound ring in her ears. Finally, help had come. Jared was here. Anna didn't know where the voice came from, but she was happy all the same. She didn't have to fight anymore. A few moments later, she would come to find out that Jared hadn't actually come to save her. In fact, he wasn't even nearby. He simply sent the bat thing's automatons to aid her. She was still tasked with protecting those in her charge. Anna nearly collapsed upon hearing Jared's recorded voice. How was she, who was hoping for a savior, supposed to handle the enemy all by herself? It contradicted all reason, and the task was far beyond her means. Jared seemed to have thought about all that, though. Not only did he tell Anna about the weaknesses of the shadow demons, the automatons he sent also had potions with them. With those, Anna could restore her mana and also heal her injured self as well as those who had sustained grave injuries. The potions were limited, though, so not everyone got treatment. The rest had to bear with their injuries as they saved the few potions remaining for emergencies. Since they were all deadweight, none of them could complain. The shadows that Anna thought had already been killed weren't completely vanquished, though she felt they were weaker now. Now within the safety of a functional barrier that was too dense for the shadows to traverse, Anna had a fighting chance. I can do this, everyone's counting on me. Her thoughts rang as she prepared for impact. Chapter 241. Using the tactic of deactivating the barrier anytime she wanted to launch a heavy light attribute spell, recovering her mana if she ran out, and even ensuring there was enough time to cast big guns, Anna successfully beat the demons. It sapped a lot of her physical and mental energy, but the girl managed to pull through. Without the aid of the automatons providing defense and support, she couldn't see herself remotely winning. Ha, ha, the girl heaved in relief. Everyone was happy though secretly surprised that Annabelle had nearly single-handedly saved them all. The seniors had no choice but to feel ashamed of themselves. The elites realized they didn't deserve their title. Still, no one could complain. It was the opposite, in fact. The group thanked Annabelle. Miraculously no one had died, and it was all thanks to the petite lady's efforts. What now? Her loyal cluster of girls asked and exasperated Anna. While recovering her energy, she took a while before responding. In between fighting and listening to Jared's recordings, Anna had been entrusted with the responsibility of manning her female counterparts. As if that wasn't worse, she now had a mission. Her next goal, given to her by Jared, was to make her way to the middle-class boys' dorm alongside the group of deadweight girls behind her. And so, Anna swiftly proceeded to do so, albeit reluctantly. The journey was arduous, but the group pulled through. They had to engage a few times, but so far, they remained undetected by any major forces. Though, this was mainly due to the sacrifice of Jared's automatons. Out of the initial 5 automatons, only 2 were left. The rest performed sacrificial duties of buying time for them or distracting the shadows near their path. Anna realized her forces were wearing thin, and the group of girls with her were either too frightened or too weak to do any good, maybe even both. Still, her eyes gleamed with determination. She wasn't going to give up. Jared was fighting, trying his hardest, same with Edward. She also had to do her best. I can do this, no, I will. With that steely resolve etched into her heart, she continued her march. But, danger loomed once more. Unavoidable danger. I dashed quickly, estimating to cross paths with Annabelle within a few minutes. I used my time to calculate my next step. All things considered, things were going fairly easy, at least, better than expected. It felt cruel to think that way, but it was genuine. In fact, I even stifled a sigh of relief so it wouldn't be too insensitive to those who had died. That doesn't change how I feel, though. Those who had seen war would understand my logic, especially one against demons. In the first instance, the monsters we had been encountering were just about as strong as the average shadow demon. Warriors or veterans were on a completely different level. Then we had captains, commanders, generals, and then demon lords. I shuddered at the thought of the latter. I can probably handle a captain as I am now, a commander would be pushing it. I'm not sure I could win, maybe I can buy some time. And that was a big maybe. The problem was if the opponent was a demon lord. There was no doubt I'd lose. I highly doubt that, though. In the first instance, the shadows that appeared were too weak. A demon lord could do way better. Also, there was the fact that the Lord of Shadows' Noir seat of the Demon Council was Khan. Khan wasn't the kind to do such a thing. Well, he was, but I was certain he wouldn't go this far. Did someone else become Demon Lord in his place? I also found that highly doubtful. Last I checked, no one came even close to Khan's power. Shadows, no. Demons generally got more powerful as they aged and took in more miasma and soul essence. At least, according to what I knew. And I know plenty. During the war, we killed any even remotely close to his level. Only one of his commanders was left alive, and it was the weakest one. Khan was still in his prime the last time I saw him. He could easily live for 1,000 years more before choosing to retire. He would have also grown stronger during that time. There was no way he could create shadows as weak as this, there was no way he would be leading this invasion. I suppose I have to settle for someone else. Maybe his commander? What was his name again? In any case, I needed to get to the root of things. No, it was best to get the teachers involved. Where are they, though? For now, I could only speculate, but I had something in the works. I'm close. I can sense my automatons, and my eyes bulged as I sensed a lot of shadows converge in a certain location. It was most like Anna's, since my automatons were meant to be guarding her. What's with this number? There are like 100. Why? They came from 2 directions and, judging from their speed, it was like they were running toward something in a hurry, or fleeing. It couldn't be the latter, could it? I didn't have the luxury to even contemplate the rationale of their actions. Only one thing mattered now. 100, It'll be tough if I conserve resources. I guess I can't help it. There were lots of tricks I had up my sleeves, but revealing my hand so early in the game left a bad taste in my mouth. There was a chance the enemy was simply probing us by sending such a weak attack force. If I wanted to gauge someone's strength, I would also employ the same tactic. But since these were shadow demons, I probably didn't have much to worry about. I was probably overthinking things. It doesn't hurt to be careful, so I'll do it moderately. Alright. I prepared the mana around me, charged at full speed, readying a spell I had only tried in my head. Chapter 242. My body tingled with excitement as I practically vanished in the darkness thanks to my speed. At my current pace, I would reach Annabelle before she died, and probably before anyone else she had with her. With a wild smile on my face, pleading internally that I made it in time, I rushed to the rescue of a comrade. Annabelle's body grew weak as she sensed the converging figures of darkness. Her consciousness nearly gave out in fear, but willpower kept her at the very brink. They had spotted maybe 2 or 3 shadows move together, never exceeding 6 in the same group earlier. But now, it seemed like they were at least 100. This concerned Anna, no, it frightened her. Those numbers were well beyond her means. She was barely struggling to move as she was. She was fighting bravely for her life and those she led, but everyone had a breaking point. Hers was arriving, surely. No, it probably had. Slick sweat clung to her skin as her shaky body slowly ceased movement. The shadows grew closer, as though ready to swallow her whole. Anna didn't check, but the girls behind her had also halted as a result of the intense pressure. Many had even passed out. She couldn't possibly lead anyone in their condition. She couldn't bring herself to abandon any of them either. It wasn't out of the kindness of her heart, though that may have been part, but because her body completely refused to listen to her. With what seemed to be 1,000 needles piercing her body, the bloodlust was too much for her to handle. The automatons that hovered around her had already begun converging close to her now. Anna wasn't certain what they planned on doing, but she was certain they wouldn't be able to keep 100 of the terrifying beings at bay. Sweat fell, fear swelled, and the petite girl had now become completely immobile. Anna was certain now, only death awaited. I'm sorry. Jared, Edward, Mom, Dad. Sir Lewis Griffith. I couldn't do it in the end. I wasn't good enough. Her long-held dream flashed before her eyes. The image of her friends and family appeared. And even though she didn't exactly know what he looked like, Lewis Griffith appeared within her thoughts. A somewhat distant thought tried to call her, but Anna was too certain of death to make out the sound. The shadows converged in their legions, nearly colliding with her group. Nabel. The voice called out again. This time it was closer. Death descended like a curtain, and a wave of malevolence shrouded what little light remained of the dim moon. Annabelle. The moment the girl heard the voice for the third time, so many things happened all at once that only one word could describe it: overwhelming. J. Jared. Anna's thoughts rang, but before she could completely process anything, golden glimmers of light appeared all around her. Not even a second later, the bright glimmers turned into bursts of energy shooting out like a beam. The darkness that enveloped her cleared, and before Anna realized it, she was standing within a barrier of some sort. It had a golden ambience, and it seemed to be bursting with so much power that almost anyone would consider it unreal. Anna felt the intensity, the warmth of the barrier. It was constructed with light, a highly concentrated one for that matter. Before she could completely observe the gold dome that covered her and the rest of the girls, her eyes caught something. Someone just up ahead. It was a young boy with yellowish golden hair and a bright expression on his face. He was covered in an absurd amount of mana that seemed to converge atop his fingertips, which were raised to the sky. A highly concentrated spark of great intensity that cackled with yellow electricity and burst with light stood aloft on his index finger. He stood by his lonesome, unfazed by the 100 shadows who were now baring their darkened fangs at him. A confident smile cracked on his face, and the moment Anna saw it, she knew the moment of salvation had arrived. His clothes fluttered with the wind and more mana converged, yet his unfazed expression remained. J. Jared. You're here. The look in his eyes told her, yeah, I am. But that wasn't all they said. Within a mere fraction of a second, Anna could decipher one final meaning hidden within his two retinas. Enjoy the show. With that, Anna's tensed muscles relaxed, and she did as her instincts told her. She watched from within the haven that her friend made as the demons would get obliterated. I'm a bit reluctant to do this, but, whatever. I was also quite excited to see its effects, so motivated that I even quickened my pace unconsciously and arrived at the scene on time. No one had been hurt. Quickly using Spellcraft, I shielded Anna and the rest of her deadweight acquaintances. Yes. I said that. Once that was done, I gathered all the mana I could muster and sent them to the tip of my index finger, making them as concentrated as possible. Demons were weak against light magic the most, but I wasn't too adept at it that I could use advanced magic based off that attribute. To do something of that scale, I had to combine it with a spell I was very specialized in. Lightning. Combing light magic and lightning wasn't difficult, making the usually blue color of electricity emit a golden near yellow complexion. Lightning crackled, and illumination swelled. I could see the shadow demons shrink back in fear, but it was too late. This is the end. I was about to use a powerful spell, one that specialized in area of effect damage. Blitz. Bzzzzttttzzzzz. Koreainuuyuam. The air itself rumbled and illumination covered the whole area. The little orb I had atop my finger freely flew in the direction of my adversaries with light speed, and then exploded once it reached their midst. The shadow demons were too slow to react, too weak to resist. The spark of judgment descended upon them and turned the creatures into nothing but dust. A/N. Attention to all readers. I have a new book called Rise of Evil Santa. Please endeavor to check it out, read it, and add it to your library. I promise it'll be worth your while. I'll be mass releasing on Spellcraft once the new book gains 1K collections. Don't miss out. Chapter 243. As is trite, spells are classified into categories: basic, intermediate, advanced, peak, and transcendent. Each of these categories is divided into tiers, the lower up to the highest tier. There exist middle tier and high tier levels between the two. However, for every general rule, there is always an exception. The same is true for spells, and magic as a whole. There are certain spells that do not belong in the cadres of ranking. They can be used depending on how much mana a user has, and their proficiency with it. As a result, these spells are considered very versatile. It is said that many highly regarded spells are simply offshoots of the exceptions. The spell Shock is a good example. It's powerful enough to stun someone at the hands of an amateur, but a true monster could use it to entirely fry multiple foes at once. But, Shock has a weakness. It's the range. Unless there is conductivity or a medium of transfer, the discharge remains at a very limited range. To solve that, I made my version. Of course, by adding light attribute to the mix, the spell evolved once more. It increased in speed and destruction, the ultimate lightning spell I have at my disposal. Blitz. And sure enough, against targets like shadow demons, it's crazy effective. Boom! The sparks of light and electricity created a blinding wave of illumination that would stun anyone even if they watched from a distance. The problem with this spell is that it's too flashy. But that also served as an advantage. If the shadow demons knew what was good for them, they wouldn't dare come this way. From their rapid movements, it seemed like they were running from something, so that meant they could feel fear, or at least an instinctual drive similar to that emotion. Shoo-oo-oo-oo. Well, that's all settled, whew. I heaved a sigh of relief. The sight before me screamed of destruction. Remnant portions of lightning still crackled, and the ground had a big gaping hole around it. It wasn't very deep, but the smoke that proceeded from it told me plenty about how heated it would be. I should probably cast a chill spell so Anna and the rest can leave their isolated spot and traverse the grounds, even though it's all dust and rubble now. Anna and company were at the center of the explosion, so naturally, they would need to bypass the heated ground to reach me. I disabled the golden dome that surrounded them and the earth platform around them that remained unscathed by my assault. I'm just glad the barrier held out. It was hurriedly made, after all. With that in mind, I used a mild ice spell to make the heat vanish and rescued the damsels in distress, though I was only really interested in one of them. At this point, I was exhausted. Not physically or mentally, even though those were already beginning to pile up. I meant emotionally. Anna gushed so much when I saved her, and now she was bubbling with so much excitement. It was impossible to tell that this was the same girl that was close to death mere moments ago. Her face was bright pink and her eyes sparkled while gazing fixedly at me. It seemed she expected a little something from me, but I had no intention of doing more than I had already done. A little "I'm glad you're safe. Truly," was all I could cough up, but even that seemed to be enough to satisfy the girl. Fortunately, that was all it took. The other girls thanked me as a matter of course, and I roused those who had fainted with my magic. I didn't blame them for collapsing under such pressure. Miasma had quite the adverse effects on regular beings, though these shadows only had a very tiny amount. Since miasma is said to be a collation of negative energy or corruption, I suppose most living beings would reject it. Naive people like Anna were even more susceptible to the stuff. I looked at her and she stared longingly at me, genuinely relieved I was with her now. The look on her face told me that she believed I could do anything. I nearly gulped under all that pressure. The situation was overwhelming for me too, you know? I was just playing things by ear at this point. I'm just glad she's all right, though. My smile broadened as I stared at the cute little thing more. I knew you were the one responsible for that light. A voice suddenly sounded. It came from above, so I sharply raised my head to see the newcomer. Sure enough, it was Kuzan. Oh, hey. How long have you been here? I replied, a bit stunned. I couldn't even sense him before he spoke. I just arrived, though I saw what you did back there. I'm surprised. Decimating over 100 of those things with a single spell, that's impressive. The golden-haired boy said as he landed. I nearly scoffed at his praise. The fact that this guy was here meant he probably killed off the demons invading his dorm and decided to take a view around. "What are you doing out here?" I asked him, just in case. "Well, I was looking for you." "Me?" I was a little confused now. "Yet. I didn't want you to die." "Oh. I thought you could use some help, since these guys are, you know." I see. But, hey, it turns out they were nothing for you." "That's my bad." I see." Yet. The air got a bit awkward between Kuzan and me. Why wouldn't it? So, while I was busting my ass trying to help people, this guy was just hovering around the academy, looking for me. This Kuzan character is really sketchy. But, before I could even get another word out or even finish processing my inner deliberations, another major interruption came our way. Hey. This time it was a girl, wearing some sort of black bodysuit. I stared in amazement and puzzlement as the oddly familiar figure descended close to us and recognized her immediately. It was Sierra Epelson. What the heck is she doing here? Now I was utterly confused. But, before I could ask her anything or even render my greetings, she raised her hand and gave me a bit of an extremely energetic expression. The next words she uttered completely shattered my sense of reason. "Hey, where's Jerry?" A/N. Attention to all readers. I have a new book called Rise of Evil Santa. Please endeavor to check it out, read it, and add it to your library. I promise it'll be worth your while. I'll be mass releasing on Spellcraft once the new book gains 1K collections. Don't miss out. Chapter 244. I was very confused at the moment. Kuzan showing up out of nowhere, and now Sierra Epelson. Both had causal reactions, and the latter said something I never expected. "Where's Jerry?" I nearly screamed, but controlled myself instead. Even after spotting the disaster going on in school, how could these students act this way? I knew they weren't normal, but... And what's with that outfit? My eyes sharply stared at the enchanted clothing she had on. The black bodysuit was made quite shabbily. I could tell an amateur was the one who designed it. However, the power it held was the real deal. Did she make it herself? She's quite skilled then. And the effects of the suit were good too. I could tell, seeing that I was quite interested in that field. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" I said. "Where's?" The girl must have either failed to notice my surprised expression, or simply didn't care. She just pressed me for an answer. "Hugh, I'm done trying to figure these guys out," I gave up internally, spotting Kuzan simply smiling beside me. I left him with the others in a secure place. "We're heading there right now. Want to come along?" "Where?" Her reaction was sharp. "What's with this girl and Jerry?" I eyed her suspiciously. Normally, I would start considering if she was an enemy, but I couldn't draw that conclusion. Firstly, I didn't sense any ill will from the girl. Plus, even if she wanted to cause us harm, why would she be interested in someone like Jerry? "I don't think I can trust you enough to divulge that." Silence prevailed amid us, and I could somewhat sense some discomfort well up in the vicinity. Frankly, I was mildly intimidated. What do you mean by that?" Her voice contained a hint of annoyance and she seemed to be impatient. "What's with her?" The Sierra Epelson I met at the Oasis was so easygoing, yet this time she was acting strangely. I wondered if she was being manipulated by someone since she wasn't acting like her usual self. It could also be that the girl in front of me was an imposter, but who could replicate the amount of pressure she was currently generating? Besides, I wasn't sensing any motive from her actions. Just what could be going on in her head? "I think what Jared is trying to say is that it's pretty suspicious how you appeared out of nowhere and brought up the topic of Jerry's whereabouts." Kuzan suddenly interrupted our deadlock. My gaze, and what I sensed to be Sierra's, tilted in his direction. "I mean, it's odd that you're out here in the first place, and also wearing that peculiar outfit, don't you think? It's also pretty sus that you're here too, Kuzan. I thought to myself, but agreed with the rest of Kuzan's assessment. What are you trying to say? There's nothing suspicious about taking a night stroll. Sierra snapped, looking so flustered that hues of pink clouded her cheeks. Why is she acting up? Is she really hiding something? She could be the enemy. By asking about someone of little relevance like Jerry, Sierra could cause us to drop our guard concerning her true target. She was actually quite smart if that was the case. This girl, my gaze intensified on her as many countermeasures began forming in my head on how to deal with the situation. Suddenly, I felt a warm touch on my shoulder. I turned in the direction of the hand's owner, and it was Kuzan. He had a meaningful smile on his face that seemed to read the words "trust me." What is he? Has he figured her out? Was I overreacting? Was the tension making me imagine things? Well, I don't mean you're suspicious, Sierra. What I'm trying to imply is that your actions are. You've seen the black creatures lurking around, right? It's reasonable to say that this campus is in a state of unrest. Your actions, your outfit, and your question make you somewhat odd, don't you think? I was surprised by Kuzan's logic and the oratory skills he displayed to make them known. Hey, you don't have to go that far. I was just curious, no big deal. Besides, how can you suspect a student of something like sabotage? Sierra's voice lacked composure. Kuzan had the upper hand in the conversation now. So much so, that I was amazed. Well, it's past curfew and you're on your own. That's already breaking the rules of Enslark Academy, right? Care to give a reason for that? Do you have an alibi? A valid rationale? Then why do you want to see Jerry? His flurry of questions made Sierra's flushed cheeks take on a brighter form of red. Wait, are you shaying? Her words lacked coherence at this point. Aren't you the same, though, Kuzan? My thoughts trailed as I stared at the confident young man. He was equally guilty of breaking the rules, not that it mattered now that there was an emergency, yet he managed to twist the facts to his advantage. Sierra didn't even have any defense or counter-arguments to give. I mean, I'm guilty of the same thing. I snuck out of the dorms too, he added, making me wonder why he threw away his advantage. Exactly. We're equally guilty of the same thing. Sierra seemed satisfied that Kuzan lost his high ground. But this made Kuzan and I smile at the same time. Well, that's true. This is why I'm cooperating with Jared as he evacuates these people to the base. If you did the same, there would be no issue, right? I realized what he did. By abandoning his high moral ground, he stood on the same level as Sierra and appealed to her as a sympathetic figure. Since she had a stubborn personality, it was optimal for him to rely on mutual appeal and benefits. With this, Sierra would be bound by the concept of the collective and have no choice but to play along. If she failed to comply, even she would realize that her actions were unreasonable. Such an impressive strategy, I stared at Kuzan with surprise. I had thought he had great powers and talents in magic, but who would have thought he was this skilled in intellect as well? Could he also be a... Chapter 245. I couldn't rule out the possibility. Kuzan had all it took, the brawn, brain, and personality. No matter the angle at which I considered things, he was much more mature for his age. Sure, there were exceptional people in this world, but this was too much. I could simply be overreacting, but I can't rule out the possibility. I had been humbled by many incidents in my life, both the past and present ones, and came to realize that I wasn't special. I was inept in my past life, and I never possessed a talent for magic even after reincarnating. Sure, I was brilliant academically, but there were many like me. Anna was a prime example. She both possessed smarts and an immense talent for magic. She was special, unlike me. Which was why I couldn't rule out the possibility that I wasn't the only one who reincarnated. There had to be others. I refused to be conceited and think I was some chosen one. I've never been that, so. The possibility became more visible as I stared at Kuzan and he returned the gaze. Something about him seemed awfully familiar. I was familiar with his last name, though. Perhaps that had something to do with my connection with him. There was also the unusual interest he seemed to display regarding me. It was a bit creepy, but maybe he also sensed something? Could it be some sort of bond between reincarnators? There was so much I didn't know. Kuzan Midas, eh? I need to do some research after this. For now, though, more pressing issues required my attention. Fine. Whatever. Sierra gave in to the pressure, thankfully. With that, she decided to come with us to the middle-class boys' dorms. With a sigh of relief, we resumed our journey. Kuzan and Anna smoldered me with their conversations and Sierra nonchalantly moved to keep up with our pace. Despite the dire situation at hand, there was no sign of tension in the area. Am I the one who is overthinking things? I couldn't help asking myself. My friends often told me that I read too much meaning to things at times. Maybe they were right, but this wasn't something I could afford to be negligent with. It bothered me that these top guns were casually strolling the campus. I understood they were strong, but if they left their dorms, who would protect the rest of the students? I asked Kuzan, and managed to ask Sierra too. I killed all of mine. Then, I alerted everyone and told them the situation before leaving. The former retorted. I killed the ones in my path and went for the lower class dorm to ERM, never mind. I killed the ones in my way, that's all. It exasperated me to the point of lashing out at the two of them. I was older than them both, so the urge to reprimand them for their carelessness nearly took over, but I controlled myself. Besides, after considering the fact that Kuzan could also be a reincarnator like me, I decided to tread carefully with him. I hope those dorms are okay. Sure, other members of the Elite 10 were among the upper-class dorms, but considering I could probably match up to rank 3 among them in raw power, I didn't have much faith in them. Hopefully, it ends up well. For now, I should take everyone to the middle-class dorm. We'll mobilize from there and decide the next step. That was all I could do at the moment. It was a relief to see so many students packed in the middle-class boys' dorm. I wasn't simply referring to the ones I left behind, but also the other students that had arrived. Initially, Kuzan and Sierra's actions made me doubt that things would go according to plan, but it seemed they were able to pull through nonetheless. Looks like I underestimated the upper class, or maybe those two simply got rid of most of the enemies around. My strategy was to have every student converge at a single spot. By helping the middle-class students, I made everyone gather there. Once the upper-class students figured out the situation, I figured they would make a similar move and attempt to rescue the other class members or at least, investigate. Ultimately, our actions would synchronize, and we would meet at the boys' dormitory. Once we arrived and exchanged greetings, I personally showed Jerry to Sierra. To my surprise, Sierra didn't seem to show any interest in the boy. She gazed coldly at my respectable senior, causing even me to feel sorry for the guy. After a very emphasized humph, she left us and rallied with her upper-class comrades. I was left even more confused than before. What's her deal? I asked the quite sober Jerry. I have no idea. He mumbled. Apparently, he was used to this sort of treatment from her. Still, not taking a few discrepancies into account, everything had worked out so far. It would be easier to mobilize everyone at that point. My goal wasn't to simply weather the enemy's assault, but to figure out a way out of it. Being together means we're a better target, that works to the opponent's advantage. But this also means we're a joint front. It'll be easier to fight properly with enough hands. One problem existed, though. It was an issue that often sprouted when there were many people in a single location: conflict of interests. What should we do now? I'm scared. We don't need to worry now that the upper class members are here. The rankers. But, those things, even Sir Fabian would struggle if they came at him in multiple folds, right? You shouldn't say that. The unease could be clearly felt around us, but those of us with power and capabilities ignored the pointless ramblings of the masses and held a secluded meeting of our own. With so many groups together all scared and anxious, it was obvious we needed to figure out a way to unify the students, and fast. As a result, our little strategy meeting was established. The participants consisted of the rankers, and representatives from each class, apart from the elites, of course. I represented the lower class. A boy named Roy Les Rio, the rank 1 of his class Elite 10, represented the middle class. Kuzan represented the upper class. No one objected to this arrangement, even though both Kuzan and I were first years. And so, the meeting began in earnest. Chapter 246. I felt tons of stares converge on me even as I sat at the lounge amid the other students present. This was an emergency meeting to decide the actions we would take concerning the demons that currently swarmed our campus. Of course, given the state of unrest among everyone, only a few were chosen to participate. The best of the best. Of course, the rankers were included, as well as those who could be counted on among everyone else. I was unanimously chosen by everyone in my class, so it was clear who the lower class representative would be. As for the middle class, their strongest, the rank 1 of their Elite 10, took their place. The most problematic choice was the upper class. Since the rankers were all upper class members, one would think they didn't require anyone else from their section, however. The rankers are a distinct body not really bound by class. Of course, this was only in theory. The issue of choosing a representative was resolved easily when Kuzan said he wanted it. No one argued with him. Why? I wondered. Maybe because he took care of a lot of shadows by himself. But, according to him, there were no witnesses. Plus, after alerting everyone and explaining the situation, he ventured out to find me. I didn't think he was lying since he had no real motive to, so I simply assumed something else caused everyone's refusal to comment on him being chosen. And so, while the staff Aloe Vita whom I resurrected handled the students alongside other surviving dorm masters of the upper class, one of them decided to join our meeting as the adult. Of course, at this point, he was impotent in authority since he must have guessed that everyone gathered at the meeting could mop the floor with him except the middle-class elite. With such pressing matters that concerned everyone, I expected people to be more focused on that, not my face. I received a particularly fierce glare from Richard Novo, the one I one-sidedly beat during the exchange. Whenever I looked in his direction, though, he whimpered and looked away like a scared bunny. I believe we should address the most important matter first. Fabian broke the silence with his deep, commanding tone. The boy Fabian Lestrome had the aura of a prince of the Eastern Kingdom. His ambience was cool and collected, but I understood that he was simply putting on a front. Still, his mask was quite impressive. That's a prince for you. These shadows, they're somehow similar to the demons we know from the vague collations of history. They've somehow infiltrated the academy, have spread themselves throughout the campus, and no adult seems to be present. Of course, there were a few adults, but everyone must have known what the boy meant. Adults that count. Adults that are strong. Dorm masters were powerful in their own right, but they simply couldn't be compared with lecturers. Rankers could defeat any dorm master, so the fact that the number of the elite students outstripped the staff spoke volumes of the much-needed manpower. 5 dorm masters were currently present. 2 from each upper-class dorm, and Aloe whom I resurrected. Based on utility, the latter was the most important. Not only had I increased her monocore grade to rival, most likely even surpass the other masters, but she could use light magic. That made her an asset. Of course, no one among those seated was aware of this yet. Rushing into the series of conversations that were occurring would not be the wisest choice. I simply had to wait for an opening. The staff are currently having the academy review. It's located somewhere on campus, but even we don't know where. We can't access it as well, the upper-class dorm master explained. Once he told us everything he knew, it checked out as to how we weren't able to get assistance from our lecturers and trustworthy staff. I see, that's a smart move. Obviously, this was the work of a mole. Capitalizing on Naren's disappearance and the schedule of the meeting was a wise plan. But, this only made me all the more convinced about their intentions. Is there no way to reach out to them? Fabian asked, his voice slightly trembling for a millisecond. And no, not that I know of. The dorm master must have felt pain to be useless since he bit his lip bitterly and hung his head in a shameful manner. Being unable to help his wards definitely made him frustrated. Sigh, so, that's how it is. Fabian addressed everyone. From the way he spoke, he must have already had this conversation with the dorm master earlier. His recent actions were simply to show everyone the current predicament. We need to lay out a good strategy, accounting for the fact that help isn't coming. According to Mr. Garlad, the meeting takes up a lot of time. Also, we can't expect to be safe if we're not prepared for a way to protect ourselves from those things. There was a short moment of silence in the room. Now, since we've mentioned the problems, let's deliberate on the way forward. Fabian's calm voice reached everyone with a meaningful tone. It was time for opinions. I believe we should make use of this place as a stronghold and hold out until the lecturers are done with their meeting. Naturally, the most ignorant and stupid one spoke first. Think about it, we have a much better chance of sticking together. Why don't we establish a perimeter and create an absolute defense against those shadows? That way. This sounded like a decent plan. In fact, many simpletons would love this strategy. The concept of safety in a monolith was appealing. However, giving in to that temptation would be a fatal mistake. Especially considering the circumstances. However, as expected, many people lauded the young man's suggestions. He belonged to the lower echelon of the rankers, but apparently, his words were very wise. I sighed internally. This is a mistake. Chapter 247. I could think of at least 3 reasons why that was a ridiculous plan, but I maintained my calm and kept listening in patience. That sounds like an excellent plan. Yet, if we take turns, we won't be exhausted. And if they get too close, we can launch an offensive to whittle down their numbers from our strategic positions. Many praised the plan, but the more experienced dorm master gave an expression that seemed grave. It was clear that he knew a flaw or two in their reasoning. I don't think that's such a good plan. He finally spoke up. I smiled, wondering how far he would be able to convince them. My eyes also went to Kuzan, wondering why he wasn't speaking. Surely, he must have realized what the issues are. The boy was probably waiting for his chance like me, or he didn't care. Something told me it was the latter. What's the problem with the plan, Mr. Garlad? Fabian made the mistake of exposing his ignorance. Well, I really don't think a defensive strategy will work out well. The man went further to explain his reasoning. According to him, very few of the students actually had good defensive abilities that could halt the demons, and they couldn't maintain it for hours. Shadow demons could bypass poorly made barriers, and not many people had the precision to create dense barriers. The few who could achieve that would have their hands full already. Also, no barrier had infinite durability. It would eventually wear down. The more shadow demons gathered, the greater the damage. There was the suggestion of swapping out at intervals to restore strength, but one had to wonder how feasible that would be. To achieve that, we would need at least 2 batches of magic users at the barest minimum. And that's pushing it. A squad needed to cover the whole building would have to consist of about 10 magic users of skilled caliber. Since the barrier would have to be spread out, and we would need to consider the damage dealt, the math was crazy. That meant we needed at least 20 highly capable magic users. Those in the meeting were 13. Counting the other 4 staff not present, that left a deficit of 3 more roles to fill. Of course, some top-tier people could be recommended, but even among those present, I doubted many people could use magic as delicate and precise as the target for an extended period. Ultimately, we were short on hands. The idea of even launching assaults on the enemy while maintaining defense was laughable. That would mean deactivating a portion of the difficult barrier, which would be a hassle on its own. But that wasn't the half of it. Almost anything the students could throw at the shadow demons would be ineffective. Pure mana hurt them, same as how miasma was harmful to regular folks, but many students, rankers included, didn't know how to effectively use pure mana. At least, not to the point of being potent enough to deal lethal damage to the enemy. The few who were adept at that, and could actually hurt the demons, would be required to tend to defense. Sure, there were a few exceptional people here, but they weren't perfect. Kuzan's defense was made of threads, and couldn't cover too wide a span. Plus, they wouldn't be dense enough for the demons to keep out if he tried to widen the range. I could also tell that Sierra was more offense-based than the opposite. It would have helped if there were magic users who specialized in defense like back in the day, but with no major threats happening in the Empire, people were more interested in trending magic fields. Who could blame them, though? They simply chose the best career paths for themselves. I even forgot that some of the people here are martial artists. A barrier is out of their field of expertise. My eyes trailed to the third seat of the rankers, a martial artist. He appeared cautious and collected, so even he must have been aware of his uselessness in the proposed plan. We need a strategy that actually utilizes all the resources we have. I had one in mind, but I wasn't in the position to mention it yet. I simply had to wait for some time. I see, Fabian mumbled after the dorm master explained his limited prediction concerning the proposed plan. He had a few holes, but the man was mostly on point. He hadn't stated some crucial elements, reasons why we shouldn't even dream of remaining on the defensive, but he did well in establishing his points. We should operate with the assumption that help isn't coming. Wouldn't the enemy have ensured that we wouldn't be helped until they achieve their objective? That was common sense, no? Any other suggestions? Another idiot recommended the plan of going on the offensive and crushing them with our numbers. They outnumber us, though. I wanted to snap at him, but withdrew my thoughts. Sure, some of us would fare well, but we wouldn't be able to ensure the safety of the weak. Those capable in combat would only attract more foes. Ultimately, the weak would be left defenseless and picked off until they perished. I wasn't averse to sacrifices, but they had to be meaningful. There was no point in making more people die than necessary. That was the very definition of incompetence, of waste. Ultimately, with this general logic, that plan was scrapped too. It seemed Fabian wasn't smart enough to figure out a solution, or was too shaken to think properly since he asked for another suggestion. A dead calm enveloped the room. Until several flying mechanisms drew close to the middle-class building we were all staying at. Most of us except the incompetent middle-class elite noticed the flying things before they entered the building. Some of us noticed before that, as I saw Kuzan smiling at me. What is that? A majority sprang up and took defensive stances. You mean those blockheads? I grinned, happy that what I was expecting had arrived. My golden moment was at hand, and I wasn't going to waste it. After all, the approaching figures were. Chapter 248. The fast approaching figures were, of course, my automatons. They whooshed and glided through the air with ease, entering the building through the windows that were opened for ventilation. Vroom! The rankers were already prepared for an assault, and I could see the students cowering in fear. The staff readies their magic, and for a moment, unrest reigned. Only I, Kuzan, and Sierra remained seated. Calm yourselves. They're with me. My voice interrupted the violent tone of Fabian and the others, who were ready to cut down the cloaked bats that began appearing. They sharply turned at me in surprise. I could see disbelief lurking in their eyes as about a dozen automatons flocked around me where I sat. I smiled, nodding my head slowly to dissuade their suspicions. What's going on here? What are those? Fabian barked, losing his composure for a moment. I noticed one of his hands shaking, but he quickly brought it under control. So, this much is enough to frighten them, How effective will they be against the demons? I sighed and rose from my seat. I had the eyes of everyone on me, just as planned. Even the students and staff that weren't invited to our little meeting now gave curious stares in my direction. They're my automatons. I sent them out earlier. It looks like they're back, I explained, looking at the surprised expression of the people surrounding me. They must have been incredibly surprised that I could do such a thing. Now, then, there's no time, so I'll explain something to you all. I could feel silence permeating the room. Using this opportunity, I activated sound amplification spell, making sure everyone in the building could hear me. Defense isn't an option in this conflict, neither is blind assault. Our best shot is coordinating our efforts to achieve the most optimal result. At this point, I had completely abandoned anything that would cause my audience to view me as a child. My face was hardened with seriousness, and I ensured my eyes displayed a glint of authority. Plus, I made sure to exude a confident aura. If I flopped now, there was a chance they would go along with a dumb plan. I suggest we attack the demons in units, whittle down their forces and deal distracting blows at several coordinates. We'll bolster both defensive and offensive maneuvers, but that is only a means to an end. Shock. Absolute shock was shown on their faces as I addressed the issue the way only a veteran would speak. The main objective will be to spearhead an assault to the heart of the enemy's strategy, the lecturer's meeting hall. The whole reason these demons were wreaking havoc was due to the absence of our competent staff. Once they lost hold of that advantage, their plans were as good as dead. We should focus on finding their hall and alert them of the threat, not just waiting for them to conclude their academy review. Of course, this posed its own share of problems, but it was the most optimal solution. What the hell are you talking about? Find it? Didn't you hear Mr. Garlad? Even the dorm masters don't know the location. How would we even be able to find something so confidential? Especially in this chaos. I knew they would say something like that. That's why I sent these automatons earlier. They were 21 of them in total, but only 12 made it back, it seems. By having some act as decoys and using the others to achieve the task I entrusted to them, this was the expected result. In essence, I expected this outcome. The 12 automatons were the only ones I needed, to begin with. What would those things do? I didn't say I was done. I glared at Richard Novo's flustered face and he squeaked before falling silent. Everyone with the exception of a few people was flustered and scared. In times of emergencies, being confronted with the unknown, humans were very vulnerable, especially mentally. I was going to capitalize on that. These automatons were imbued with image-capturing magic. I used them to survey the whole campus while placing them under camouflage. The few that didn't return served as decoys in case the other ones would be found out, and so here we are. Gasps permeated the room. Some were of amazement, while others reeked of disbelief. Why you did all that? When? Fabian asked, now looking shell-shocked. I had a good grasp of the prince's personality. He had great pride in his abilities, but he was too sheltered growing up. Experiencing this form of despair would be the first for him. And those emotions were probably too much for him to control. The more special you think you are, the greater the trauma you experience when met with despondency, I recalled my personal experience. The prince still had an image to depict, though, so he was trying to pull himself and everyone together. His inquisition toward me contained a tinge of bitterness that stemmed from the fact that my actions were something he couldn't have come up with. A while back. On my way to rescue Anna, to be precise. I've been preparing them for a while since it takes quite a while to produce so many automatons at once, I lied. His suspicious gaze lessened. I figured it would be good to get a good lay of the campus grounds to understand the geography better. Plus, we would be able to pinpoint the areas that are more saturated with the shadows. And also to figure out their objective. I see, Fabian managed to murmur. He couldn't hide his surprise from me. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the staff, Garlad was amazed. I knew this would happen. It's why I told Aloe and the girls not to mention the fact that I used resurrection magic. There were things people wouldn't be able to understand, so unless it was necessary, I would rather contain some information. The only ones who were not too flustered were Kuzan and Sierra. As expected, those two were unique people, for different reasons. As expected, you had something up your sleeves. Kuzan was incredibly smart. So, those were the things I was sensing in the air. I figured it was the Academy's defenses. Sierra was extremely sharp. These two were my ace, the trump cards of Enslark. And me? I was the wild card. The Joker. Chapter 249. You say we should split into regiments and attack them from many angles, but wouldn't that reduce our firepower? A question was thrown at me. No. The shadows are incredibly sensitive to the level of threat posed to them. The only reason they haven't attacked this place is probably because they're gathering enough forces to storm this building at once. Once that occurred, we would have no choice but to remain on the defensive. So, you're saying they want to exterminate us in one fell swoop? Garlad asked. No. I doubt that. Surprise permeated the room. While that is a good possibility, I don't believe this is the most efficient way to do it. In the first place, many demons are storming the campus, but they're spread out in different areas. If their goal was to kill us all, they would have sent more forces to our dorms and wiped us out. The dorm master gulped, and then muttered, "That's true. Their objective is simply to stall us, or kill us if necessary. They must have specified purposes located at several points in the academy. Once you view the footage, you'll understand." I had taken the liberty of monitoring some recordings, but I hadn't gotten the full layout myself. Still, I could already tell the line by which things were going. They're attacking important places, most likely to obtain things that can only be found in Enslark Academy. This invasion is too large-scale to be for mere slaughter, and too small-scale to be war. It's in between. I retorted. You mean, like reconnaissance? Garlad exclaimed. I nodded. Then, our information, technology, artifacts. I see now, the older man mumbled as he scratched his head. The other students didn't seem to understand his seemingly incoherent mumblings. What is it, Mr. Garlad? Fabian asked, showing both curiosity and unease. It's preparation, for a war. What? Multiple students echoed out. They're laying siege upon this place to gather information. If I'm right, they'll strike specific places like the library, research buildings, and forbidden zones. Of course, most of this was speculation, but the man was right on point. There's no doubt about it, the demons are starting something, he murmured. Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but it's probably best to let him think what he wants for now. I smiled wryly. But, if they're attacking all those places, and at this period when we're vulnerable, doesn't that mean? Yes. We have a mole. It's most likely among the staff, but let's leave that for later. Our immediate priority is to get out of this situation. Of course, that means we can't let the enemy complete their objectives. There was a stifling silence in the air, but I continued regardless. If they do, we don't know what it could spell for the Eastern Empire. The war of so long ago required heroes to fight, but we don't have those now. If we take account of the consequences of letting them succeed, the casualties that could come from it could be devastating. War was terrible. People died, dropping to their graves like flies. It was a horrifying sight that I would rather not experience. At the very least, I didn't want those I cared about to see the horrors of true battle. That said, peace had made these people weak. Perhaps conflict served its purpose at the time. If the humans had kept increasing their military prowess rather than pursuing other paths in magic, this wouldn't have occurred. Then again, if all focus had been on military technology, a lot of modern magic wouldn't have been developed. Peace and war had their results, but I would pick the former at any time. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must prevent the enemy from achieving their aim. This was currently about more than just me. As a result, I couldn't shoulder everything alone. I would need to use these people well. Brr, even if you say that, we're no match for them, someone's voice trailed. It was Roy Liserio, head of the Elite 10 of his class, who spoke. He wasn't wrong, but he wasn't entirely correct either. In battle, the ones who emerge victorious aren't always the ones with the most powerful forces. If that were not the case, there would be no way humans could have survived for so long in the war between the demons. Using your strategy, you wanted to enlist only the elite among us to fight, but that isn't good enough. My plan involves everyone present. We all have roles to play. The stronger ones would strike the locations that were saturated with more demons, while the weaker ones would fight against the fewer ones lurking around. Of course, I plan to provide potions and automatons to each group to increase efficiency and their chances of survival. Also, at least one fairly powerful member had to be present in every team, preferably someone who could use light magic. I went on to explain the weaknesses of the demons to my audience, using my encounters with them to answer their questions as to how I knew so much. Since I was the one responsible for saving 4 out of 6 dormitories, no one could object to my explanations. The most troublesome matter is finding the lecturer's meeting hall. I finally addressed the biggest issue. While it wasn't going to be too hard to do so if I used spellcraft, in fact, I had an inkling of how to easily spot it. The problem was what awaited me after that. The location will be heavily guarded. There will be many forces concentrated in that location, since that is the advantage they have over us, as well as their only weakness. I further explained. Since our forces were still too limited, we probably only be able to send a few people to that area, of which I would need to be among. Only I can use spellcraft to detect them, but should I really have others with me? Most of the students would be burdens to me. The only helpful ones were going to be needed in more saturated ones. That means I have to go alone. Then, my thoughts trailed. This must have been what the enemy was after. It was clearly a trap, something to reel me in for an execution. I had no idea how strong the enemy's forces were, however. They also don't know what I'm capable of. Ultimately, this was one large game between me and whoever the mastermind was, and all the students and demons who were fighting, were merely pawns. Chapter 250. After laying out the basis of my strategy, there was an air of unease permeating everywhere. Those who listened attentively knew I was correct, and that my solution was the most optimal, or so I would have liked to believe. Still, it appeared they simply didn't have the will to follow it. Let's check out the survey results then. Hearing my offer, the rankers and other representatives nodded, and I collated my automatons, using a light projection spell to display each angle of their survey in panels. As a result, 12 panels were instantly displayed before everyone, displaying various angles of the academy, and also different areas. Since the automatons had captured the surroundings from the sky, their range of vision covered a wide range. It also helped that they had night vision installed, allowing better visibility for everyone. This technology was common in many magical fields, so what I had my automatons do wasn't overly impressive. What amazed everyone was the fact that I thought to resort to such a thing in the first place. Plus, making so many automatons without being specialized in it was quite difficult. The only reason I could do it was because of my multiple cores, my experience in the field, the training I had undergone, and also spellcraft. Of course, I couldn't make overly complicated structures, and my automatons weren't very durable. Still, these kinds of constructs had their uses. Once everyone was done viewing the survey, they seemed to finally realize how grave the situation was. Even I was astounded by the scenes I didn't get the privilege of seeing earlier. The shadow demons had ransacked 9 major areas on campus. Other than the dormitories, they invaded the several libraries our academy had, the research structures which held experimental information and technology, and restricted zones that only authorized personnel could venture into. Not even all the staff could enter. There were also areas like a mini-museum which contained some artifacts, and then the oasis. The areas that were most concentrated with enemies were 2 of the restricted zones, and the general library as expected. Other sites also had their share of numbers, but the initial few had staggering amounts. What worried me the most was their quantity. They were more than even I expected. Does that mean a high-level demon is the one controlling these things? If that's the case, then I removed the possibility of a demon lord being present, so I settled for a general as the worst possibility. If I gave it my all, then I could probably stand a chance. Probably. I knew what my role would be in the plan. Coordinating our forces to deal with the demons was a good idea, but it was still pretty evident that most students were weak. While I would be assisting in many ways same as the more reliable personnel surrounding me, it would still be hard to win. Which was why we needed the lecturers back. I couldn't dispute that fact. To get to them, I would need to spot their building using spellcraft. Alone. A large portion of their forces will be stationed there. Plus, the leader might be there as well, maybe. In a way, perhaps concentrating our forces in that single location would be best, but what if I was wrong in my prediction? It could be a feint, and by the time we realized it, the enemy would have achieved their goal. There was simply no time and less information to work with. We had to act on what we had. I believe you are all convinced now. This is the only path we can take. No one could argue anymore. If we went against this, we would lose a whole lot more. The idea of demons succeeding and launching an invasion on the human world frightened the students. If hundreds of thousands of demons of this caliber, no, even stronger, stormed humanity in waves, would we survive? I was certain they played the scenes in their mind how they and their families would suffer if they simply waited things out and allowed a leak. Besides, once the enemy was done with their objective, it was clear they would bare their fangs at us to eliminate the future of humanity and kill as many as they could. It would be a loss on both fronts. Understood. We'll go with Jared Leonard's plan. Fabian Lestrome conceded. As the leader of the Rankers, his word carried weight, and so no one complained. That's perfect. Then there's one final thing to consider. Depending on how this played out, I could have to take drastic steps myself. Who will be the leader? Someone has to be in charge of this whole operation. The group eyed me, at least most of them did. That was because it was common sense to leave the leadership role to Fabian. Unfortunately, I don't trust your flustered mind, Prince. What are you implying? Naturally, I believe Jared should do it. Kuzan finally spoke up, raising his hand. The attention of our meeting members shifted to the golden-haired boy. Fabian seemed discontent that Kuzan interrupted him, but didn't say anything. Even if you say that, it doesn't mean anything. He's simply someone among the Rankers tried to interrupt. Simply what? A first year? Not a Rancor? I believe those titles mean nothing as things stand now. Kuzan gave a casual smile. Jared saved 4 dorms by himself, he took action faster than everyone present, and even prepared a plan that works. Not only did he obtain information on the shadows, but he is also strong enough to kill over 100 of them with a single spell. That last part seemed exaggerated to everyone seated who heard, and they shot him a glare of disbelief, however. That's true. We all saw it. Jared was incredible. He blew them all away in a single swoop. He gathered us all together. The crowd that had slowly formed and were eavesdropping on our deliberations now began recounting their experiences with me. I watched Alovita nod as she smiled in her corner. As agreed, she didn't speak of my actions in her resurrection, but she silently agreed with the people that raised their voices under my banner. Thankfully, they were able to serve as witnesses of my capabilities. This makes things easier. It's a good thing I acted quickly.